286. It was just a story. When a jar of old wine was unsealed, it could only be drunk until it was empty. This jar of old wine, such a small matter, seemed to have been brewing in Chen Pinggan's stomach for many years. Once it was unsealed and met the right person, the wine would smell. Moreover, Chen Pinggan would only drink with the right person when he met him. Lu Tai was the person who drank with him. Even though Chen Pinggan liked and respected people close to him, such as Ning Yao, Alliance, Lu Xianyang, Gu Ken, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, and the others, Chen Pinggan did not mention this matter. Unfortunately, after listening to this story, Lu Tai did not seem to feel much. In the end, she teased Chen Pinggan, telling me this. Are you saying that a man who goes against reason like me will not have a good ending? In the end, I won't even have a burial mound? Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. He had no choice but to jump off the railing and return to the first floor. For some reason, after chatting with Lu Tai and talking about this old story, Chen Pinggan felt much more comfortable, as if the knot in his heart had been untied. That afternoon, the sword practice was still the avalanche style, but it felt less stagnant and more smooth. After that day, Lu Tai changed her clothes. She wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe, and held a yellow bamboo folding fan in her hand. She changed from a beautiful woman to an elegant young master. This made Chen Pinggan feel relieved. Therefore, even when Lu Tai came to the first floor from time to time, either casually flipping through his collection of books or making a pot of tea to watch him practice swordsmanship, Chen Pinggan did not say anything. Lu Tai was worthy of being called the most knowledgeable disciple of the school of Yinyang. She told Chen Pinggan many things he had never heard of before. For example, the boxing stance was divided into internal and external, and the sword stance was divided into qi. She also gave some advice and things to pay attention to when polishing the fourth realm. After a pure martial artist entered the qi refining realm, there were many things to pay attention to. The human body had 3 souls. The fetal light was the yang qi of Tai Ching. When a martial artist refined this soul, it was best to pick the time when the sun rose from the east and the morning clouds were dazzling. He did not slack off in his boxing practice. Sincerity could move metal and stone. When Lu Tai mentioned this, Chen Pinggan blushed with shame and felt guilty. When he first broke through the 3 realms at the Sun Clan's ancestral residence in Old Dragon City, there was a golden Jiao dragon that pounced down from the sea of clouds, but it was punched back by him. Not once, but twice. At that time, Lu Tai was kneeling by the window. After changing his attire and makeup, he was wearing a high hat and wide belt with long sleeves, looking like a scholar. He was drinking the tea that he brewed with the essence of the Jade Lake's famous spring water. He was very quick-witted and immediately saw the clue. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. When it came to martial art cultivation, Chen Pinggan told him everything. Lu Tai spurted out a mouthful of tea on the spot. He gave Chen Pinggan a thumbs up, saying, "The master who taught you Chen Pinggan's talisman and fist technique is probably a person who does not care about trifles." Chen Pinggan asked if there was any way to remedy the situation. Lu Tai thought about it and drank a cup of tea. He told Chen Pinggan that he could try his luck in the Tongyi continent. He told Chen Pinggan that he could try his luck and visit some of the temples of the martial saints that still had deities patrolling the world of the living. Throughout history, there were many stunning martial prodigies who had stumbled upon great fortunes in the martial saints' temples. Speaking of this, Lu Tai sighed. He said that before he left home to travel, he heard from his master that there was a young martial artist from the great Duan dynasty who was shockingly talented. He was so powerful that several deities from the warrior sage temples came to him and wanted to give him a martial arts fate. However, that guy was even more outrageous than Chen Pinggan. He actually beat back those deities from the warrior sage temples who took the initiative to show their goodwill. Chen Pinggan guessed that it was most likely Chao Ci who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Tai casually mentioned it. He seemed to be warning Chen Pinggan, but also seemed to be reflecting on himself. It didn't matter if he was purely a martial artist or a cultivator on the mountain. On the path of cultivation, luck was very important, but whether one could catch it or not was even more important. Fortune and misfortune were interdependent. There were countless examples of geniuses dying young. Chun Pingan agreed. However, Lu Tai immediately changed the topic. He said that Chun Pingan lived in seclusion and was afraid of all the troubles. He never took the initiative to pursue opportunities and only wanted to avoid them, which was not good. The reason why Lu Tai had such complaints was not only that Chun Pingan did not want to have anything to do with him, but also because this treasure-swallowing whale had opened the restriction of the secret realm of the fourth broken blessed land some time ago. It allowed passengers to enter and explore. As long as the passengers paid a grain money, they could enter and cultivate. The ferry would not take any of the gains, but if someone was willing to sell it at a discount, the treasure-swallowing whale would certainly welcome it. This treasure-swallowing whale was a unique possession of the Five Weapons sect of the Gold Armor continent. This secret realm contained many remnants of ancient techniques, making it extremely difficult to open, and the price to pay was extremely high. After obtaining this secret realm, the Five Weapons sect followed the usual practice of monopolizing it for a full 100 years. In the end, they realized that the gains did not make up for the losses. Therefore, the Five Weapons sect simply named this ascending true immortal realm to the public. They imitated the Pearl Cave paradise of the Aquarius continent and collected a toll. In the realm of true immortal, the territory was as large as the entire Pearl Cave. It was only a broken land, but its size was already comparable to the entire Pearl Cave. It could be listed as one of the 72 blessed lands. Its vastness was indeed far greater than the 36 blessed lands. This secret realm was opened once every 10 years. Only Qi cultivators below the Jindan or Yuanying level could enter it. For those who were purely martial artists, there was no threshold requirement. 200 years ago, there was a lucky man in the Fuyao continent. He was only a cave-dwelling realm cultivator, but he actually obtained a powerful half-immortal weapon. He probably felt that he could not keep the halberd of the immortal general, and it was not suitable for him. So he sold it to the Five Weapons sect. It could be said that he became rich overnight. After that, he relied on his wealth and forcefully pushed himself to the Jindan realm. Who would be envious of him? This matter caused a sensation in the Golden Armor continent. For a time, the Qi cultivators who entered the realm of true immortal were as numerous as carps crossing the river. In the early days, they needed very strong connections to queue up. It was no longer a matter of a rain coin. After 300 years of entering and exiting, during which all kinds of fortunes and magic weapons appeared, but they were not as exaggerated as the half-immortal weapon, the search for the realm of true immortal gradually became less popular. However, it was still a scenic spot that made people feel that it was worth it. However, Lu Tai certainly knew that this kind of good start was mostly the work of the Shang clan who instructed the Five Weapons sect. It was the same as that box of rouge that was popular in several continents. It was a partnership to cheat people. However, Lu Tai was very clear about the actual situation and the depth of the foundation of the ascending immortal realm. His master had said that if he was interested and had the time, he might as well take a look and see if he could pick up some worthless junk. Why did Lu Tai ride the treasure-swallowing whale this time? Of course, the good fortune and the opportunity of Tao were the most important. However, entering the realm of true immortal was also a windfall that Lu Tai was determined to obtain. Lu Tai had originally tried his best to invite Chun Pingan to enter the ascending immortal realm together, to search for immortals, and magic treasures. But in the end, even if Chun Pingan agreed to lend Lu Tai another grain of Guyu money, he still insisted on not gambling on his luck. Lu Tai had no choice but to enter alone. After 20 years, he left the realm of true, immortal covered in dust. On the same day, he returned Chun Pingon 3 grain rain coins. The extra one was said to be interest. After Chun Pingon finished listening to Lu Tai's narration of the journey and the great harvest, he accepted it with a clear conscience. It turned out that Lu Tai relied on his family's yin-yang technique to break the prohibition of an ancient immortal mansion. The journey was daunting but not dangerous. He almost became the owner of that ancient immortal mansion. However, due to the rules set by the five-weapon sect, he took the initiative to give up the control of that blessed land mansion. He made a private transaction with the five-weapon sect and exchanged it for grain rain coins, a huge pile of them, because the five-weapon sect's transcontinent trade and commerce required a lot of small heat coins and grain rain coins. Therefore, the five-weapon sect temporarily lent Lu Tai on credit. Within half a year, it would be repaid in full, and there would be an additional bonus. Don't think that the five-weapon sect suffered a big loss. In fact, it was not. After the originally useless immortal mansion was successfully opened by Lu Tai due to the abundant spiritual energy, it was suitable for cultivation. The guests of the treasure-swallowing whale, such as Jindan and Yuanying, were willing to live in it. The five-weapon sect did not suffer a loss at all. It was good for business to make money. However, this kind of stable income was the foundation for a long time. Lu Tai became the third luckiest person in the history of the realm of true immortal mansion. In addition, Lu Tai obtained an ancient immortal ascension technique from the immortal mansion and a superior magic weapon called AO Mountain Fantasy Building. Lu Tai did not sell these two opportunities. But even if Lu Tai really proved that Chun Pingon missed out on a great fortune, Chun Pingon still did not have too many emotional fluctuations. He just put the grain rain coin he earned on the table. Occasionally, when he was tired from reading, he would flip the grain rain coin with his fingers and let it roll around on the back of his hand. For Chun Pingon, this was a good way to relieve tiredness. The results were immediate. This made Lu Tai very depressed, said a lot of earnest and well-meaning words, but Chun Pingon remained unmoved from beginning to end. Therefore, every time Lu Tai made tea, he did not have the intention to invite Chun Pingon to drink together. Of course, Chun Pingon himself probably did not have the intention. Lu Tai was a person who was fastidious to the core. It was not deliberate, but because he was born in a 1,000-year-old rich family. Moreover, it was the family of an immortal. It was not comparable to the ordinary families in the human world. Therefore, Lu Tai's temperament was completely natural. He was not only intelligent, but also influenced by what he saw and heard. The tea for the tea competition had to be new. The technique and tea set had to be ancient. The spring water for brewing tea had to be clear and heavy. The person who drank the tea had to be clear and spiritual. Lu Tai and Chun Pingon had been together for a long time. He always felt that Chun Pingon was too rigid. Therefore, the tea was clear but not spiritual. It would still fail to live up to his good tea. Just like today, Lu Tai took the opportunity to mention the painful matter of money fell from the sky like rain, but you, Chun Pingon, went under the eaves to hide from the rain. Chun Pingon just kept silent and did not speak. Lu Tai felt that he really could not wake up this blockhead. He probably had to give up persuading Chun Pingon. Therefore, he casually said a big but empty sentence. But the world was so unpredictable. Chun Pingon not only listened, but was also extremely serious. Chun Pingon, you practice boxing and sword. Your heart is very calm. This is your strong point. But you have to be careful. A calm heart does not mean a dead heart. Your state of mind is as calm as still water. You must avoid a pool of stagnant water. Lu Tai said this casually. Even he himself felt that it was nonsense. But for the first time, Chun Pingon actually took the initiative to stop the boring sword stand. He sat in front of him and imitated Lu Tai's posture of kneeling and drinking tea. It was a little awkward compared to Lu Tai's natural and unrestrained style. It was like an old farmer in the field. He only knew how to shake his head and put on an act when imitating the old master in the field to discuss Tao. Lu Tai felt that Chun Pingan's posture was quite amusing. Among the younger generation of the Central Divine Continent, the Lu family's talent, who was known as the Invincible in tea fights, looked at the uncomfortable Chun Pingan from the corner of his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, he found it interesting. Being looked at like this, Chun Pingan naturally became more reserved. Chun Pingan still yearned to be a real scholar, because there was Mr. Qi Li Shixing and the city god of Tsai Nation, Shun Wan. Even if it was just Zhang Shanfeng's impromptu poetry recital, Chun Pingan still yearned for it. Chun Pingan overcame the discomfort in his heart and asked, "Are you saying that my temperament has gone to the extreme?" Lu Tai was stunned. He was extremely talented and intelligent. He did not answer half-heartedly, nor did he dare to jump to conclusions. If it was an ordinary person, Lu Tai could casually talk nonsense or say something that was not right. But not today. The two of them sat facing each other. Chun Pingan's expression was serious. Lu Tai smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was trapped in a circle. But Lu Tai's intuition stirred. He was a little dazed. It came so early. He had thought that only by setting foot on the land of the Tongya continent, traveling together, and experiencing all kinds of ups and downs, would the signs of an opportunity appear. He had not thought that he would be so unprepared. Lu Tai stabilized his state of mind and began to hold his breath. He solemnly handed a cup of tea to Chun Pingan. "Drink slowly. After you finish drinking, I'll tell you some of my opinions." Chun Pingan did not know the meaning behind it. He just thought that it was an ordinary question and answer. He nodded, took the teacup, and took a small sip. After the incident on Osmanthus Island, Chun Pingan met the old boatman who had admired Lady Osmanthus for 100 years. He was not only the first boatman on Osmanthus Island, but also the only servant before Lu Qin ascended. They traveled the world together. At that time, Chun Pingan had a strange dream. He entered a book and read A Night of Reading. In the small world that the old boatman created with a wave of his hand, he had a question and answer with the old boatman. The old boatman actually said, "Don't destroy my Tao." At that time, Chun Pingan was roughly talking about the two sides of the same rule. He thought that the old boatman's reasoning had gone to the extreme. It seemed reasonable, but was actually unreasonable. Because it was not perfect, it was not as moderate as described in the book. And the root of Taoism was the 4 words, "Tao follows nature." Therefore, during the reading in the dream, Chun Pingan vaguely remembered someone saying that Confucianism's reasoning was not about the height, not about how high it was, but whether the reasoning landed on the ground. That person even joked that our Confucian teacher's knowledge was profound and profound. But once after Tao seeking, he secretly sighed to a disciple and even felt a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He said that a certain person's Tao was really high, but unfortunately, Chun Pingan could no longer remember the content after the but. He could not remember a single word. It was possible that there was no such person, or that the book did not mention it at all. Today, Chun Pingan asked this question, but, of course, it was not to Lu Tai. Chun Pingan did not think too much about it. Ever since Chun Pingan started practicing martial arts, he had read books. Did he really not think about his future? Of course not. He had a 60-year agreement with the sword's spirit immortal sister, and now he had a 10-year agreement with Ning Yao. Chun Pingan's 2 sightseeing trips had even changed from "my punch must be the fastest" to "my punch can be faster, but it must be the most reasonable." One of Chun Pingan's most important words, perhaps no one who heard it at the time paid attention to it. At that time, in an inn back home, he said to the girl in the pink dress and the boy in green, "If I do something wrong, you must tell me." Chun Pingan's thoughts. No matter how many times the old man in the bamboo house punched his body and soul, unknowingly, Chinpingan always doubted himself. But this was a step that had to be taken. As for his previous state of mind, or perhaps it could be said that his illusory heart, Chinpingan's unintentional words had already revealed the secrets of heaven. This was what he had said to Ning Yao's parents on the inverted mountain. That meant that Chinpingan had always been denying himself. I didn't do it well enough. Not doing it well enough was wrong. How many people in the world would be so harsh on themselves? However, this state of mind was not formed for no reason. It was an unintentional and necessary action that forced Chinpingan to piece together a complete state of mind after the natal porcelain was broken, as well as the hardships that followed, as well as the various coincidences that followed. Success. The sun and moon gathered in the sky, and the stars dimmed. Failure. It was probably all kinds of broken promises and disappointment. If a person had nothing to eat, they would starve to death. But if their heart was dry, they would also seek death. It was just that they were unaware of it. If they did not die today, they would die next year. Desperate to survive, in the face of despair, they would rise up in anger and strive to improve. But quietly seeking death, overeating, not knowing self-control, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the mind was restless. All kinds of shortcomings were the eccentricities of the human heart. The human heart was so complex that even saints and immortals did not dare to think that they could see through it. Why Chui Dong lost in the small town was an example. Following this path of mind, Chinpingan's state of mind was very clear. It was Chinpingan's fault that he almost killed Lu Xianyang. So if he died, then so be it. After he finished talking about his reasons that the other party was not willing to listen to, everything would be over. Even if the sissy man in the dragon kiln died, Chinpingan only accepted the rouge box because he did not agree to that man's request. Chinpingan still felt that he was wrong. When a person truly began to understand the world after seeing the towering mountains, the winding rivers, and the magnificent scenery that was incomparably high and far away, perhaps even the romance of those scholars, the yamen and official uniforms that symbolized the majesty of a country, the impermanence of life, the seemingly heroic but actually cold-blooded cavalry, a person would suddenly feel that he was very small at a certain moment. This feeling was probably loneliness. It was difficult to empathize with sadness, and the sharing of happiness was always fleeting. Life was just one farewell after another. Chinpingan was actually filled with fear of this world. Lu Xianyang, Li Baoping, and Gu Kan would not be like Chinpingan. Gu Kan would only think about revenge. Li Baoping would feel that there were always such interesting things in the world. She would be immersed in her rich and colorful inner world and would almost never doubt herself, let alone easily deny herself. That was why she could say, "How can there be a martial uncle who doesn't like Li Baoping?" Lu Xianyang would say from the bottom of his heart, "I want to see taller mountains and bigger rivers. I must not die of old age in this small place." However, Chinpingan would not. He might do many things, such as taking Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom, but Chinpingan's mental image would hide. Chinpingan's mind and thoughts were generally unmoving. For many years he had been making porcelain in the dragon kiln. The young man had always been seeking stability. In fact, he was stubbornly pursuing a calm heart. If his heart was not calm, he would hate Song Jisun's money and be jealous that he had someone to rely on and that he could study. This was the reason why Wan Tai never treated Chinpingan as a kindred spirit and was unwilling to accept him as a disciple, even if he did not have any prejudice against Chinpingan. This was also the reason why Lu Tai felt that Chinpingan did not have enough spiritual energy. Therefore, the young man's mental state that the sword spirit saw was a young child guarding a grave and a mountain. It was a straw sandal. The only movement was that he was chasing someone's figure in the south. That figure was actually Ning Yao, who had left on her sword. Therefore, Chinpingan chose to give the sword to his beloved girl. Compared to treading on thin ice when he went to the Great Sui Kingdom, he finally had more freedom. It's me who wants to go to Jianghu. I, Chun Pingon, want to do something for myself. Therefore, even if he was envious of Li Er in Old Dragon City, even if Chun Pingon had an additional burden on his shoulders after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chun Pingon's mental state was more relaxed than before. Therefore, Chun Pingon changed out of his straw sandals and put on a long robe. He wanted to become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. From the time, he only dared to buy 5 mountains and quickly rented out 3. He wanted to give all his belongings to Lu Xianyang, who had left his hometown. Before the spring festival, he gave the girl in the pink dress and the boy in green. He gave almost half of his top-grade snake gallstones. From the time he thought, since I can't keep it, I'll give it to someone I care about, to the present Chun Pingon. All of this did not come easily. Previously, when the old scholar was drunk, he patted Chun Pingon's head and said that the young man should be careful. It was because the old man saw through the young man's mental state at a glance. The young man should not be like this. When he is quiet, he should put down his burdens and do the beautiful things that a young man should do. However, the truth of the world, whether one heard of it or not, whether one knew it or not, was one thing. How to do it was another. How to put the truth in the book into practice was even more difficult. Chun Pingon drank his tea. Before Lu Tai could say his answer, Chun Pingon suddenly said, "Even if I am not familiar with you, even if I have to lend you money again and again, I am not willing to come into contact with you. I am even more unwilling to ascend to the realm of true immortals. It is actually very simple. It is because I am afraid of death." Oh. In his hometown town, after facing Kai Chin-chien, Fu Nan-hua, and the mountain-moving ape, Chun Pingon felt that he had almost died once. In the Flood Dragon Ravine, it was the 2nd time. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Chun Pingon slowly put down the tea bowl that he had finished drinking. He smiled and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have never been able to hold on to good things that rely on luck." Chun Pingon said to himself, "I just thought about it and felt that I might have been right in the past. However, if I am still like this now, I am wrong. If I want to go further in cultivation in the future, I have to slowly correct myself." Lu Tai's expression was strange and somewhat solemn. Just now, he was actually using the Lu family's secret mind visualization to peek at Chun Pingon's state of mind. Chun Pingon picked up the tea bowl and said, "Can I have another bowl?" Lu Tai said unhappily, "Do you think this is drinking wine?" However, he still gave Chun Pingon another bowl of tea. Chun Pingon continued, "But I don't think it is right not to follow you to the realm of true immortals. Maybe if I follow you to the realm of true immortals, you won't be able to make any money. Now, you have made a lot of money and I have made money for 3 grains. It's pretty good." Lu Tai himself had stopped drinking tea. He put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "You lent me 2 grains. In fact, you only made 1 grain." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and said honestly, "I think it is 3 grains. Lu Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this guy never thought that he would pay back the money? Chun Pingon drank the tea that he definitely couldn't drink and said softly, "I have to leave some. If I miss it, I miss it. I can't take everything." "Lu Tai, what do you think?" Lu Tai was stunned, and then laughed. "Chun Pingon, you are actually avoiding that one." Chun Pingon drank a cup of tea, but at the same time, he was confused. Lu Tai's face was full of resentment. He leaned forward and snatched the tea bowl from Chun Pingon's hand. He waved his sleeve and put away all the tea sets. He stood up angrily and glared at Chun Pingon. "You already know who is the one who went to the balcony to watch the Tao. Who is the one who was conferred the Marquis of Tonya. I am just a small Marquis of Tonya. I lost so much." Lu Tai walked up the stairs and left in a hubbub. Chun Pingon scratched his head in confusion. He only felt that he couldn't make sense of it. For a long time after, Chun Pingon was a little miserable. Lu Tai changed back to women's clothes. Not only did he dress up beautifully, but he also acted coquettishly. Every day, he would come to the first floor to deliberately disgust Chin Pingan. No matter how good Chin Pingan's temper was, he couldn't stand the endless smell of cosmetics and orchid fingers, as well as the extremely annoying winks and coquettish voices. Therefore, one morning, when Lu Tai was sitting on the railing and humming a tune, he punched Lu Tai into the jade lake. Lu Tai angrily rushed out of the water. Like a drowned rat, he resisted the urge to stab Chin Pingan to death with his needlepoint and wheat on flying swords. In the end, he didn't make a move. He just cursed Chin Pingan. Is this how you treat your half-preacher? Do you have any conscience, Chin Pingan? However, when it came to his preacher, Lu Tai clearly lacked confidence. But when he scolded Chin Pingan for being heartless, he was full of righteousness. After that, Lu Tai no longer paid attention to Chin Pingan. Time passed slowly. It was dawn when the treasure-swallowing whale arrived at the ferry of Tongya Continent's Fuji sect. Chin Pingan went to the third floor to remind Lu Tai that he could disembark, but the building was already empty. Chin Pingan didn't think much of it. What a strange person. He went from the treasure-swallowing whale to the bottom of the sea to the land of Tongya Continent alone. Chin Pingan walked up to the ferry and stomped his feet. It was just like the first time he walked from Clay Bottle Alley to Fulu Street. He walked from the Yellow Mud Road to the Bluestone Road. It was full of novelty. Without Lu Tai by his side, Chin Pingan felt pretty good, although he felt a little sorry for that guy. Just as Chin Pingan's footsteps were light, he saw a familiar figure beside the bustling shops at the ferry. Chin Pingan immediately grimaced. Lu Tai, who had changed into a long green robe and a jade belt and hairpin, was squatting by the side of the street, chewing on a meat bun. When he saw Chin Pingan, he turned his head to look at the dog squatting beside him. The dog was looking at Lu Tai eagerly. Lu Tai threw the meat bun in his hand to the dog by the side of the street. Lu Tai even raised his eyebrows at Chin Pingan. After Chin Pingan walked over, Lu Tai was still chewing on the meat bun with thin skin and delicious stuffing. He shook his head and was asking for a beating. Chin Pingan bent down and patted the dog's head. Then he gave Lu Tai a kick. 287. Lu Tai sat on the ground. Fortunately, the meat bun in his hand had not been thrown away. After kicking him, that guy still had the face to laugh. You keep saying that you're afraid of death, but when it comes to me, Chin Pingan, why aren't you afraid of death? Do you really think my needle tip and wheat on are just decorations like those discarded rouge and face powder? Lu Tai suddenly felt a little depressed because he just remembered that Chin Pingan did not know about the existence of these two natal flying swords. Lu Tai stood up and fiercely ate the meat bun. He warned, the treasure-swallowing whale's punch and Duko's kick have already happened twice. Chin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Lu Tai said sternly, "If there's a third time, I'll either kill you or change back into a woman's outfit and disgust you to death." Chin Pingan immediately raised his arm and put 2 fingers together, pretending to swear to the heavens. However, the content of his words was, "If there's a third time, please choose to kill me." Lu Tai suddenly smiled. Seeing that Lu Tai had no intention to pursue the matter, Chin Pingan looked up and saw a towering mountain in the distance. Halfway up the mountain, there was a sea of clouds covering the scenery, preventing people from seeing the mountain's scenery. It was said that there were only a few opportunities in a year to see the full picture at the foot of the mountain. A large number of palaces stood at the peak of the mountain. The celestial book Annals of the Mountains and Seas recorded this Fuswan sect. There were 2 things that impressed Chin Pingan the most. The Fuswan sect was similar to the celestial master abode of Longhu Mountain. They were not one of the 3 branches of Taoism. They were good at questions and answers of immortals. Simply put, it was similar to the Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain in the Aquarius continent. They could invite immortals, but the difference was whether they were immortals or gods. Then there was the Fuswan Sex Mountain. There were many spirits and ghosts, and they were the best in the Tongya continent. Halfway up the mountain, there was a heavenly street that was full of strange things. Chun Pingon had always been interested in those lively and cute spirits. He just wanted to broaden his horizons in the Fuyao sect. If it was in the past, he would only think about it in his heart. But now he was willing to do it. Moreover, when Chun Pingon walked towards the north, the sword chi on his back would vibrate slightly, thus shaking Chun Pingon's spirit. If he walked towards the south, the sword chi would not move at all. This made Chun Pingon heave a sigh of relief. Heading north, he was getting closer to the Aquarius continent. Lu Tai agreed wholeheartedly to the idea of touring Yaotian Street. He said that some of the trinkets there were not only rare and precious, but they were also reasonably priced. It was a must-visit place for chi refinement warriors to tour the Tongya continent. Seeing that the mountain was not too far from the top of the mountain, some of them walked on foot, some of them walked. Chun Pingon was no longer a fledgling of the pugilistic world. Along the way, he would look at the mountain that was shrouded in clouds from time to time. He was very clear of the prowess of the Fuswan sect. If it was placed in the Aquarius continent, it would only be slightly inferior to the divine grandeur sect. This Fuswan sect that was located in the middle of the Tongya continent was a celestial family with the word sect. This meant that there was at least one jade primitive realm cultivator. Moreover, compared to the Aquarius continent, which had the smallest territory, the celestial family at the top of the mountain in the Tongya continent had more weight and foundation. In addition, there were Tongya sect and Yugue sect in the north and south respectively. They were at the two ends of the continent and seemed to have occupied half of the destiny of the Tongya continent. Therefore, the sects that could still stand out in the Tongya continent were usually powerful forces that had killed their way out. With nothing to do, Lu Tai talked about the different customs of the Tongya continent and the Aquarius continent. The Aquarius continent was a small place. If not for the divine grandeur sects Qijin ascending to the 12th realm and obtaining the title of heavenly monarch from the middle continent, there would not be a single immortal realm cultivator on the surface. Therefore, Chun Pingon saw on the wall of the saber room that there was a bounty for the king of Dali, Song Zhangqiang. The reason was that the Aquarius continent did not deserve to have a 10th realm cultivator. On the other hand, in the Tongya continent, the leaders of the Tongya sect and Yugue sect were old bastards that had been in the immortal realm for hundreds of years. There were two pure jade realm cultivators in the Fuling sect, a man and a woman. They were a pair of Taoist companions and were envied by others. It was said that the reason why the Fuling sect had such a bustling, yelling heavenly street was that the pure jade realm female cultivator liked to raise spirits. Even after becoming an earth immortal, she was still willing to show her face frequently and go down the mountain to collect all kinds of spirits. The sect master of the Fuling sect simply waved his hand and used all his personal wealth to build the yelling heavenly street, just to let his Taoist companion be close to him and not have to walk a few more steps. Speaking of this love, Lu Tai's face was filled with infatuation and longing. Chun Pingon felt his hair stand on end because he did not know whether Lu Tai was imagining him as the sect master of the Fuling sect or as his Taoist companion. After that, the sentimental feeling in her heart was probably evoked. Even though Lu Tai was dressed in the clothes of an aristocratic family, she still tirelessly talked to Chun Pingon about the plum blossom makeup, the yellow wine dimples, the color and order of the face powder, the dressing preferences of the fairies of the central divine continent and the fairies of other continents. Heavy makeup and light makeup each had their own preferences. Chun Pingon endured for a long time and finally could not stand Lu Tai's seemingly endless boudoir talk. He turned to her and said sternly, "Lu Tai, I beg you, I don't want to listen to you talk to me about these things. Besides, It's useless to listen to it. Chun Pingon had only said similar words to Ma Kushwan once. That was when Ma Kushwan was in the middle of a great battle. However, Chun Pingon hated the latter. It was rare that he hated a person so much. Chu Lu, the girl who tried to assassinate him, was one. The wedding dress ghost, who killed the innocent, was another. The golden-robed old dragon in the Flood Dragon Gully was another. There were only a few of them. As for Lu Tai, he felt even more helpless. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow and bitterly said, "Useless? Don't you have a girl you like? If you do, don't you want her to be prettier? If you don't have 999 girls, you can at least rely on this to chat with them. Do you really think fairies don't fart and don't care about beauty? You deserve to be a bachelor." Chun Pingon was suddenly enlightened. He said resolutely, "Yes, I do." Of course he had a girl he liked. He wanted her to be prettier. HM? No. Ning Yao was already the prettiest. Lu Tai looked at him and shook her head. "Idiot, even if you do have a girl, you won't be able to keep her." After saying this, Lu Tai did not give up. She pulled out a bamboo fan and clicked her tongue. Can't keep her. Chun Pingon chuckled. Sensing that Chun Pingon was about to make a move, Lu Tai glanced at him and reminded him, "Don't make a move. You're someone who flips through books every day. Even if you're not a gentleman, you're still half a scholar. It's only a few steps away. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything more than 3 times?" The ferry was originally the private property of the Fusho sect. On the way to the Fusho sect's mountain, there were many strange scenes on the road. There were dozens of people riding on a purple python called the Purple-Beard Duke. It was as fast as lightning, but the people riding on it were all very stable. Above their heads, there were often rainbow lights filled with sword chi that flitted past, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After seeing Old Dragon City and the inverted mountain, Chun Pingon was already used to this. Lu Tai explained that the Tong Yi sect was very different from the scattered Aquarius continent. There were not many mountains, but many of them were huge. Here, one could not just casually pull out a tattered flag and declare oneself as the king of a mountain. The Tong Yi sect's dynasty and the Jianghu were 2 forces that could not be underestimated. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were definitely unrated immortal sections. After all, the Tong Yi continent's territory was too big. Moreover, which field did not have a rat's nest? However, in the Aquarius continent, which was south of the Lakeview Academy, there were almost immortal residences in every country. There were definitely none in the Tong Yi continent. The 2 of them walked side by side on the side of the wide road. In fact, they were very eye-catching. The women passing by, whether they were immortal masters or daughters of rich families, were willing to cast curious glances at them. They were slightly stunned, mainly because of Lu Tai's elegant demeanor. Both his immortal aura and scholarly aura were very outstanding. This was very rare. Chun Pingon stood beside him, playing the role of a green leaf. Lu Tai sighed with emotion. Let's not talk about the Pasua continent. It is very powerful. Its literary style is flourishing, and there are many immortal masters, especially the mellow scholar Chen Chunan. The Tong Yi continent under our feet has a quiet temperament and is similar to virtuous women. It stands aloof from worldly affairs and has the advantage of geographical location. There are only a few cross-continent ferries. There is no road to heaven and no door to hell, so it is more xenophobic. In fact, it is a very big paradise. The Fuyao continent in the southwest is very lively. There is no boundary between the mountains and the foot of the mountain. Chun Pingon suddenly asked in a low voice, Lu Tai, what is your realm? Can you tell me? Lu Tai gently waved his folding fan, his sideburns flying. He smiled and said, the disciples of the Lu family do not care much about the realm. They only care about how far the vision of Guanhe can reach. Chun Pingon nodded and said, Then it is not high? Lu Tai's mouth twitched. Compared to the cultivation geniuses of the central divine continent, of course, it is not high. Compared to you, it is more than enough. Chen Pingon smiled and said, I know a person slightly older than me. He is a martial artist of the 7th realm. At his door, he met a swordsman from the Pasua continent who looked like a fox. He seemed to be of the 9th realm. I have 2 little guys at home, a fire python and a water snake. I think they are about to reach the 6th and 7th realm. What about you? What realm are you? Lu Tai was still unwilling to reveal his realm. He only said with a proud face, My 2 masters, one teaches and the other preaches. They are both in the upper 5 realms. Chen Pingon said, Oh, Lu Tai glanced at Chen Pingon. What do you mean? You are not convinced or you don't like me. Chen Pingon nodded and said, I am convinced. Lu Tai smiled and said, Chen Pingon, you are so unconvinced. Do you want to be toasted while lying down? Chen Pingon was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Tai closed his folding fan with a snap. After death, there should be someone to pay tribute to the wine, Chen Pingon said in a bad mood. You are such a benevolent person. Lu Tai laughed heartily and opened his folding fan. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn air was really refreshing. The 2 walked for half a day before reaching the foot of the Fusho Sex mountain in the dusk. The mountain was called Chueshang. According to Lu Tai, it meant that the ruler ruled with his hands folded. But why did the mountain occupied by the Fusho sect have a Confucian temple? Lu Tai could not explain why. 2 hours later, in the dusk, Chen Pingon and Lu Tai finally saw the Shouting Sky Street. It was brightly lit, as bright as day. Even at night, it was still full of tourists. After walking into the crowded street, Lu Tai let Chen Pingon see what it meant to spend money like running water, what it meant to spend a lot of money without blinking an eye. Shouting Sky Street was indeed full of magical things. Chen Pingon's horizons were broadened. Lu Tai walked into the first shop and bought 2 little spirits that Chen Pingon had never heard of. One of them was called Pupil. According to the shopkeeper's almost flattering introduction, Chen Pingon knew that this thing could be kept in the eyes of the owner. Not only could it absorb some spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day, but most importantly, every time the pupil saw a gorgeous beauty, it could help the owner improve their eyes. This thing was the favorite of many qi cultivators who cultivated techniques such as Heavenly Eye. Lu Tai spent a total of 800 snow to buy this thing and said that he wanted to give it to Chen Pingon. Of course, Chen Pingon would not accept it. Lu Tai shook his head in pity and said, Don't you want to be able to improve your eyes every day? In other words, with Lu Tai in front of you and the pupil in your eyes, wouldn't you be able to cultivate just by looking at me? The old shopkeeper looked at the extraordinarily handsome Lu Tai and then glanced at Chen Pingon with a playful smile. Chen Pingon had goosebumps all over his body and pretended that he did not understand anything. Compared to the pupil that Lu Tai bought, Chen Pingon was more tempted by the group of lively little people beside the pupil. They were as small as grains of rice and were called ears, a homonym for sun. It was a kind of spirit that lived in the ears. It used one's eardrum as the drum surface and would quietly beat the drum when one fell asleep. However, the owner and others would not hear it. Yet it could strengthen the owner's yang aura and subtly intimidate many evil spirits that walked in the night. This was a kind of spirit that the rich and powerful at the foot of the mountain would definitely buy at a high price after accidentally being possessed by ghosts. Many qi cultivators of the 5 lower realms would also carry one with them if they needed to walk in the mountains and lakes due to their low realms. Other than the pupil, Lu Tai also bought a fingernail-sized spider. It was colorful and very pleasing to the eye. However, its name alone was enough to make Chen Pingon stay away from it. Spring dream spiders like to gather and collect those charming and gentle dreams of spring. When a person fell asleep, it could weave a small, colorful web on top of their head. The person would then enjoy the beauty of 1,000 gold coins in their dreams. Thus, spring dream spiders were often used by sects and factions as a tool to train the Tao heart of their disciples. It was also one of the must-have items for Taoist sects that advocated dual cultivation. There was a row of small cages near the spring dream spiders. There were many similar species, including pitch-black nightmare spiders, each with their own unique characteristics. Of course, Chun Pingan did not appreciate this kind of spirit. However, Lu Tai liked it very much. He spent 600 snowflakes just because he felt that the spring dream spiders were very cute. Thus, the old shopkeeper's smile became even more profound. After that, Lu Tai got into a fight with a cultivator of the 5 middle realms in a shop over a rare spirit. This time, Chun Pingan did not feel that Lu Tai was extravagant. He felt that the 12 snowflakes were well spent. The reason why Lu Tai was able to win the bid was because the competitor did not have enough divine coins on him. In addition, Lu Tai was very imposing. He had the attitude of, if you are willing to raise the price, I will play with you to the end. Only then did that person leave the shop while cursing. In the palm of Lu Tai's hand, there was an extremely rare mutton fat beast. It was alive and kicking. The little fellow's entire body was made of fine jade. It was condensed from jade essence. Its body was a high-grade heavenly treasure and was one of the best materials for making talisman jade tablets. However, mutton fat beasts had unyielding temperaments. After they reached adulthood, they would choose to commit suicide if they were caught. Thus, they could not be raised. As for the one in Lu Tai's hand, it was accidentally caught by a cultivator. Because it was still young, it did not self-destruct and thus survived. As long as it was raised properly, it could become a priceless living spirit treasure. However, the only drawback was that raising a mutton fat beast was more expensive than buying it. This was because it only ate snow and spent money. The shopkeeper was an average-looking woman. She laughed and said that if it weren't for the fact that the Fuyao sect already had a pair of mutton fat beasts, such a good thing would definitely be bought away on the same day. The two of them walked along the street, going in and out. Chun Pingan actually took a fancy to 3 items, but he was hesitant. In the end, he was not willing to spend so much money. One was a 3-legged golden toad, one of the heavenly spirit beasts. It was said that it could increase one's fortune. The other was a silver-white treasure-seeking mouse, which had a keen sense of smell for heavenly spirit beasts. There was also a little fellow called the liquor worm. It was born from aged wine. If it was put into new wine, it would only take a few hours for it to have a mellow taste that had been buried for several years. Naturally, it was the favorite of all wine lovers in the world. Chun Pingan did not spend money, but Lu Tai did not stop spending money. The palm-sized dragon-whiskered carp had the body of a carp. Although it was a carp, it had 2 long flood dragon whiskers. These whiskers were heavenly treasures. However, compared to the 2 golden flood dragon whiskers that Chun Pingan had made into the demon-binding rope, the quality was naturally inferior. However, this type of dragon-whiskered carp had the advantage of being able to reproduce. Just imagine if an immortal sect bought several of them and carefully cultivated them. After thousands of years, it would become a pond of dragon-whiskered carp. Lu Tai also bought a bull-howling fish. Its body was no longer than a finger, but it could roar like thunder. Chun Pingan did not understand why Lu Tai bought it. Was it to scare people? Finally, Chun Pingan saw a group of talisman paper figurines in a shop at the end of the street. Their prices were different, and they were cut into various styles. They were roughly divided into 3 types according to their height: a finger tall, a palm tall, and an arm tall. They were lifelike and could be used to clean courtyards, raise flowers, raise birds, help carry books, and so on. Paper figurines were very popular in the world, especially among wealthy sections. They were also divided into different grades: the cultivation, reputation, and sect of the person who drew the talisman largely determined the price of the paper figurines. The quality of the paper was also related. There were sects and businesses that specialized in making paper figurines, and their profits were extremely high. However, although Chun Pingan found these silly little paper figurines to be very interesting, he would definitely not be tempted to buy them. This was because they were expensive and not worth it. Buying them would be useless, and they were not cheap at all. Lu Tai, on the other hand, bought a large stack of folded talisman paper figurines in one go. They were all the shortest type. Lu Tai spent 500 snowflakes to spend money. He said that when he was bored, he would let them practice martial arts on the table. It would definitely relieve his boredom. Chun Pingan had nothing to say to Lu Tai when it came to spending money. There was a stop pavilion 3 or 4 miles up the mountain road on Yelling Sky Street. This meant that all outsiders of the Fumuan sect had to stop here and were not allowed to continue ascending the mountain. Chun Pingan and Lu Tai, who had returned from a rewarding journey, walked into the stop pavilion together. Along the way, Chun Pingan could not help but glance at Lu Tai a few more times. He was very curious about where he had hidden those spiritual monsters and spirits. Lu Tai did indeed have a feng shui item. The talisman paper talisman could be stored inside, but spirits and spirits, living beings with yang energy, could never be placed inside. Once they were placed, they would explode, and might even cause the feng shui item to collapse. They rested for a while in the pavilion and looked at the night scenery around the Fumuan sect. Then the two returned to the vicinity of Yelling Sky Street to find an inn to stay in. In the end, the two parted ways. Because Lu Tai wanted to stay in an immortal mansion, a place with abundant spirit chi, Chun Pingan could naturally find an inn to stay the night. The night passed uneventfully. It was difficult to do anything under the eyes of the Fumuan sect. The premise was that they did not provoke those arrogant Fumuan sect disciples. The two agreed to meet at the stop pavilion and then head down the mountain to the north. However, Chun Pingan had arrived at the pavilion early and had seen the magnificent sunrise over the eastern sea. He waited until the sun was high in the sky, but Lu Tai's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Tai was yawning as he climbed up the mountain. He waved at Chun Pingan and was unwilling to take another step forward. In any case, taking another step forward would be a waste of time. Chun Pingan sighed and walked out of the pavilion to go down the mountain with him. Last night, Chun Pingan had been worried that Lu Tai's extravagance on Yelling Sky Street would cause a disturbance. In the end, it was not good to show off one's wealth. However, when the two of them went down the mountain and headed north for 600 or 700 miles, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Chun Pingan relax. Chun Pingan followed the occasional reminders of the long sword on his back and adjusted several times to follow the general direction. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would have to bypass the official roads and travel through mountains and rivers. Lu Tai had no objection to this, but he would stop when they encountered a busy city, a restaurant, or a shop. Chun Pingan also did not refuse. Chun Pingan's journey was plain and uneventful. He practiced his fist and sword in the quiet and uninhabited mountains and rivers. He never saw Lu Tai cultivate. Only when they arrived at a bustling market with heavy traffic did Lu Tai raise his spirits, as if he had entered a heavenly paradise and was very excited. Over time, Lu Tai taught Chun Pingan one thing, what the rich were really particular about. Lu Tai could always spend the least money to eat and drink the best. One dish could be eaten to the taste of 100 or 1,000 years of culture and bring out a few literary heroes and sages. Every pot of wine could be said to have a few beautiful poems. Occasionally, he would pick out an ancient book from a bookstore and hold the book with one hand. Although it was a very lazy posture in Chun Pingan's eyes, he always felt that a scholar should be like this. As long as Lu Tai stayed at the inn, he would brew a pot of tea for himself almost every day. He also never asked Chun Pingan to drink tea. He sat there alone and did not say a word, only drinking tea. He was calm and composed, full of rules and etiquette. Chun Pingon had seen this kind of style on Chui Dongshan before. Lu Tai also had a bamboo flute which was particularly melodious and pleasing to the ear among the mountains and rivers. He held a bamboo fan in his hand, lazily and casually sitting anywhere, looking up at the moon. It was also very romantic. Chun Pingon knew that there was a saying that it was very derogatory to pretend to be cultured, but Lu Tai was not. Just like how Chun Pingon was a bumpkin in his bones, Lu Tai was a natural romantic and a scholar. Rich people were rich, polite people were precious. This was the true son of a rich family. Chun Pingon could not learn Fan Er's brilliant nature. Chun Pingon felt that he could not learn Lu Tai's free and easy style. On this day, Chun Pingon stood on a tall tree and looked into the distance. He actually discovered that there was a castle in the middle of a mountain range where few people went. Before this, the two of them did not encounter any mountain and river spirits along the way. This place was already 1,000 miles away from the central region of Tongyi Continent, where the Fusho sect was the dominant sect. Chun Pingon originally did not want to tell Lu Tai that there was a castle there. He only wanted to bury himself in the journey. But today, Lu Tai, who had always been uninterested in the scenery of the mountains and rivers, jumped onto a branch for the first time. He waved his bamboo fan and laughed. Not bad, not bad. This is a good feng shui place to kill and steal, and then frame others. Chun Pingon did not understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but he soon understood. In the surrounding mountains and forests, there were shadows and rustling sounds. Although they were hidden and subtle, Chun Pingon's eyesight and hearing were extremely good. He immediately knew that they were dumplings made by someone. Chun Pingon looked around and said slowly, for realms of martial arts, 2 intrinsic flying swords, and many talisman, Lu Tai had a telepathic connection. He smiled and said, Chi refinement warrior of the Dragon Gate realm. What a coincidence. I also have 2 intrinsic flying swords and many Dharma treasures. One of them was in a white robe with a sword on his back and a sword-strengthening gourd that had not been taken off for a long time. The other was in a green robe with a jade pendant. A gentleman would not take it off without a reason. The 2 of them were facing a large group of robbers who had deliberately followed them for 1,000 miles. Moreover, most of them were definitely Chi refinement warriors on the mountain. Lu Tai waved his fan gently and said with a smile, Before we take action, shouldn't we reason with them first? Chun Pingon's lips twitched. He patted the wine flask at his waist and did not say a word. The reason that he wanted to reason with them was here. 288. In the forest, the autumn wind was chilling. No wonder Chui Dongshan said that killing people for the golden belt. Chun Pingon was in a heavy mood. Being chased and intercepted this time, he could not help but think of the ambush in the forest of Shushui country, the cooperation of the assassins of Manchurian Tower, and the guru of Tsai country. Lin Gushin was extremely insidious. If not for Green Bamboo Sword with Su Lang's betrayal, it was hard to say who would have died in the end. Chun Pingon had been careful enough on this trip to the north. He often climbed high and looked into the distance. Even when he followed Lu Tai to wander in the streets, he always paid attention to whether there were people following him. Therefore, this group of people did not give themselves away at all. It was already very clear that the other party was scheming against them. If they were not confident, they would not have revealed their tracks. The battle was imminent. Lu Tai was a little guilty. Chun Pingon, are you really a 4th state warrior? Chun Pingon was stunned. He did not know why he asked this question. He nodded and said, Of course it's true. Lu Tai was resentful and said, Honestly, I thought you were in the 5th state and have been deliberately hiding your strength in front of me. This is normal. In Jianghu, who doesn't have some tricks? So I raised my realm a little. In fact, I am not in the Dragon Gate realm, but in the 6th state, the Sea Viewing realm. Chun Pingon glared at him. You're still trying to play tricks at this time? Do you want to die? Lu Tai was in the wrong and did not talk back. He just kept complaining in his heart. Lu Tai tiptoed, and the high branches swayed. He went to the top of the tree. He looked relaxed, but in fact he had already closed the bamboo fan and gently tapped his palm. After all, Lu Tai was a chi cultivator in the sea viewing state. Moreover, he had a rich collection of books from his family. What's more, he liked to learn things one by one. Therefore, he knew a variety of spells, although he was not proficient in them. However, this kind of miscellaneous but not proficient was only relative to Lu Tai, who was a genius in cultivation from a family background. Compared to those rogue cultivators who were lucky enough to reach the middle 5 states by chance, Lu Tai's eyesight and means were much better than those cultivators in the same state. However, it was hard to say whether he could turn these advantages into an absolute victory in a fight. Even if those unaffiliated cultivators who had their heads tied to their belts were not desperados, once they were trapped in a desperate situation, or if the benefits were attractive enough, they would choose to risk their lives to fight. They were completely different from the disciples of the sects who had been passed down their legacies and lived like princes. They were ferocious, cunning, and willing to exchange injuries for death. Chun Pingon asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to buy you some time so that you can investigate their backgrounds first? I don't have enough experience to fight freely with the chi refinement warriors. Moreover, we are not familiar with each other. It will be easy for me to drag you down." Lu Tai replied telepathically, "Okay." She was straightforward. Lu Tai was probably afraid that Chen Pingon would misunderstand, that she was not helping. She added, "Once I discover something, I will immediately tell you the origin of the technique, how to defend against it, and how to crack it." Chen Pingon nodded. He took out a mind talisman from his sleeve, just in case. Chun Pingon said, "This is a battle of life and death. You can't be careless." Lu Tai smiled. "I know." Chun Pingon took a deep breath. Back then, Chun Pingon had yet to practice martial arts. He could almost kill Kai Chinchien and Fu Nanhua in a small alley just by relying on the rules and geographical location of Liju Grotto Heaven. Why couldn't others kill Chun Pingon and Lu Tai? Chun Pingon was still standing on the branch. Although it was easy for him to become a target, he had a wide field of vision. When 2 armies were confronting each other, it was better to know oneself and the enemy as much as possible. Taking some risks and looking at the overall situation was better than flying around aimlessly. This group of path-cutting bandits, who had been conspiring since the fuming sect shouted at Heaven Street, did not appear in groups. They appeared in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 10 of them on the surface. They were surrounded by jackals and wolves. Chun Pingon asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" No one answered. The immortals on the mountain traveled thousands of miles to seek wealth and rob houses. They were not the rascals on the streets who quarreled for half a day just to avoid fighting and bleeding. Oftentimes, a seemingly bold declaration of one's name would easily reveal one's specialty and the sect's trump card. This was especially true for those who liked to deliberately shout out the name of the move before making a move. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Those who were unlucky might even be courting death. For example, the flying sword of the old golden core sword cultivator on Osmanthus Island, Yuin, was obviously a natal flying sword that leaned towards Een and was close to water. Therefore, if one used moves and dharma treasures that were full of yang qi, they would often be able to exert more significant power. Imagine if the old golden core sword cultivator on Osmanthus Island met someone on a narrow path and suddenly became an enemy. Would he take the initiative to announce the name of the flying sword? Yuin to his mortal enemy? Even though Chun Pingon had not seen Lu Tai's 2 flying swords with his own eyes, after hearing that they were needle tip and wheat on, he could roughly guess that they were the type of flying swords that were lethal but not superficial. Lu Tai silently told Chun Pingon the current situation in his mind. In the enemy camp, other than the burly man holding the iron whip, the people standing in front of Chun Pingon had to be extra careful. This person was obviously an unconventional sword master and was not a chi refinement warrior. However, he was not the same as a pure martial artist. Although they did not have a natal flying sword and were just boorish people in the pugilistic world who specialized in using their chi to control their swords, they could not be considered as a sword cultivator's sword control. However, when a sword master made a move, others would see it as a flying sword. As for the burly man with the iron whip, it was hard to determine whether he was a chi refinement warrior who followed the unorthodox martial arts of the military and cultivated his physique, or a pure martial artist. However, the latter was more likely. The burly man was nearly 9 feet tall and had a domineering aura. He held 2 whips in his hands and looked up at Chinpingon through the sparse branches of the forest. He sneered and said, "Good lad, you are really slippery. When you were on your way to Singji Pavilion in Fuliang Sect, you purposely left uneven footsteps. You almost made me misjudge you, and only treated you as a third-realm martial artist. After leaving Chuishang Mountain and traveling for a few hundred miles, I discovered that your footsteps were so light and even. Let's not talk about cultivation, just this alertness and caution." The burly man raised the iron whip in his left hand and sneered. "You deserve to have your head smashed by my whip." He was talking about Tong Yezhou's elegant words. Lu Tai was no longer the sissy who liked rouge and face powder, nor was he the dissolute son of an aristocratic family who pointed out the origins of Chun Pingan's mortal enemies. He spoke quickly and concisely. In the southeast direction, there is a Taoist who uses talisman. It's most likely because he didn't recruit a true military cultivator, so he took a step back and used talisman armor as infantry to break through enemy lines. If he also had 1 or 2 puppets with the Mahis mechanical arts, the power of our 2 flying swords would be greatly reduced. After all, for these 2 types of inanimate objects, one's talisman gall is hard to break, while the other's core is hard to find. However, we don't know if this Taoist has a talisman that specializes in restraining sword cultivators and their life-bound flying swords. The possibility is not high. Normally, only Jindan and nascent soul cultivators can afford to use those precious talisman weapons that target sword cultivators. However, if we're too unlucky, then it's hard to say. For example, there are 2 types of high-grade talisman weapons called Scabbard and Mountain Seal. They specialize in dealing with the elusive life-bound flying swords. If they walk right into a trap, they'll be temporarily sealed for a period of time. If a sword cultivator loses his life-bound flying sword, even if it's only for a short while, his combat power will drop to the bottom. Therefore, our greatest reliance is the 4 flying swords added together. This is the point we need to be most vigilant against. Even if we have to use them to kill the enemy, we must always pay attention to the subtle movements of the talisman sect's Taoist sleeves. In the southwest direction, there is a chi cultivator who studies wood techniques. He should be the one who covered all traces. It's most likely that he raises flower demons and wood spirits. Remember to be careful of plants and vines. Because they are inconspicuous, they are more insidious and difficult to deal with than the swordmaster's flying swords. Chun Pingan silently memorized this in his heart as he stared at the burly man and the swordmaster. From the corner of his eye, he stared at the talisman sect's Taoist and sneered. Since my friend and I dared to shout in fuming sect's heavenly street and spend so much money in front of everyone, we're not worried about attracting jealousy. The burly man was overjoyed. "Little brat, don't try to fool me with words. 2 foreigners who can't even speak English fluently in Tongya continent. So what if you're from a sect? So what if you have an Earth Immortal Master? What's so great about that?" The sword master beside the burly man was a slender man in a black robe. His face was pale, and his eyes were slightly sunken. He seemed a little gloomy. He smiled and said, "Of course it's great, but it's a pity that it's beyond our reach." The burly man suddenly laughed out loud. The sword master also smiled knowingly. The two people who were familiar with each other looked at the higher platform. The middle-aged swordsman asked, "Watching the two of you being so lovey-dovey, I have a stomach full of lust. You have to take responsibility for this. If you know what's good for you, you might be able to keep your life." Ooh. Lu Tai ignored this person's provocation. He looked calm and continued to explain the situation to Chen Pingan. "To the north behind you, and me, there's an yin-yang formation master who's arranging the troops. There's a young boy and a young girl nearby. They should be this person's proud disciples. In fact, this formation master is the most troublesome. Chun Pingan, I'll kill this person as soon as I get the chance." They're not in a hurry to act now because they're waiting for the formation master to complete this half-baked mountain-moving formation. "Don't worry, I'll find the right time to act. I won't let the three of them succeed. But before I act, you must divert their attention. Even if it's just a slight distraction, it'll be enough." Chun Pingan nodded quietly. Lu Tai continued to reveal the heavenly secret. Other than the formation master and his two disciples, there's another evil cultivator. He's neither human nor ghost. He's full of evil and energy. This kind of chi cultivator roams around the mass graves and tombs all year round. They can imprison lonely souls and wild ghosts in their spiritual weapons for their own use. They use the method of raising venomous ghosts. There are two people standing further behind us on the left and right. They're just there to hold the line. If you and I escape, they'll act to stop us. From this, we can infer that the main force of the enemy camp is in the south. The middle-aged swordmaster saw that Lu Tai was indifferent. Other than the evil fire in his heart, he was also a little annoyed. He said with a smirk, "Have the two of you started?" Chun Pingan didn't understand at all. He only thought that the sword master was talking about some mountain lingo or some strange words that he didn't need to pay attention to. But he sensed a rare trace of anger in Lu Tai at that moment. Therefore, Lu Tai stopped talking to Chun Pingan telepathically. He actually changed his mind and stared at the middle-aged sword master. He said with a gloomy face, "Chun Pingan, I'm the one who caused this trouble. You just go north. I'll deal with them myself." Chun Pingan asked, "Can you kill them all and escape successfully by yourself?" Lu Tai didn't speak. Chun Pingan said in a bad mood, "Do you like to die without a burial place so much that people can't even find a grave?" Lu Tai spat a few times and laughed. "Don't curse me." Chun Pingan stood still and didn't move. After a while, he finally replied to Lu Tai, "Then cut the crap and kill more people." Lu Tai suddenly transmitted a telepathic message to Chun Pingan. "Do it." Chun Pingan almost didn't hesitate. He twisted the mind talisman from the authentic alchemy manual in his sleeve. It disappeared in a flash. The black-robed, middle-aged swordmaster's heart tightened. He knew that things were not going well. Fortunately, the burly man had already taken a step forward. Not only did he block in front of the swordmaster, he also swiftly and violently smashed the air in front of him with his whip. Interesting. Chun Pingan, who had appeared out of thin air in front of the two, didn't avoid the sharp edge or the aggressive iron whip. Instead, he was even more determined to fight in close quarters. However, he also made a slight tilting of his head and bending over. He used the long sword on his back, Long Chi, to block the iron whip. He punched the burly man's chest with the god-beating drum style. One punch would be followed by 10 or even 100 punches. If I have enough will, my punches will accumulate. Even if you are the legendary Deluo Golden Immortal, your invincible golden body will be destroyed. The middle-aged swordmaster was only dazed for a moment. Soon, a green light flew out of his sleeve. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back 5 or 6 steps. He waved the iron whip in front of him so that not even a drop of water could get through. At the same time, he shouted with all his might, "Protect the array master." Almost at the same time, Chun Pingan's heart moved. He silently said, 15. From the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, a faint green and slender sword rainbow flew out instantly. The talisman Taoist smiled coldly. He is really a swordsman. The burly man only felt a tearing pain from his left shoulder. He was shocked. How could it be so fast? After the successful punch, the third punch, the god-beating drum style, was guided by the fist intent. 15 had just left the blade-strengthening gourd. With a ding, the sword light that had just broken the middle-aged swordmaster's waist was suddenly enveloped by a red talisman. It crashed everywhere and hit walls. The swordmaster's expression was ruthless. He waved his sleeve, and another flying sword flew out of his sleeve. Chun Pingan continued to ignore the swordmaster's exquisite sword control. He appeared behind the burly man like a ghost and landed the third punch on the back of the burly man's heart. The strong force of the punch penetrated the man's heart. The fourth punch pressed down and moved to the right. It directly hit the burly man's spine. The Taoist used the extremely precious secret talisman to trap the Chu-Yi who had broken the green light of the swordmaster again. The old Taoist's face was livid. His eyelids were trembling. He felt that his heart was bleeding. This little bastard actually had two flying swords. The small vermilion wine flask at the young man's waist. Was it the blade-strengthening gourd? Thinking of this, the old Taoist's eyes were burning. Good. It was not a waste for me to throw out two treasures at the bottom of the chest. As long as it was done, it would be a big gain for me. The burly man's thick protective upstanding chi had collapsed and dissipated after 3 punches. Therefore, Chun Pingan's fourth punch really hit the man's spine. There was a series of slight cracking sounds. Others could ignore it, but the burly man was scared out of his wits. One more punch, and it would really be broken. The burly man did not dare to hide anymore. He stomped his feet heavily, held his right wrist with his left hand, and put his right hand's 2 fingers together. Then his body made a posture like a lion or tiger shaking its shoulders. His eyes were instantly snow-white. His chi, blood, and bones suddenly became majestic. It was like a god descending to earth. Then he was hit by Chun Pingan's 5th punch, like a kite with a broken string. He flew straight forward and fell heavily on the ground. However, Chun Pingan did not have it easy either. He took the iron whip on the back of the burly man. Although it hit the long chi, 40 to 50% of the force still went into his body. After that, Chu-Yi and Chu-Yi were restrained by the talisman with a secret method. They could not break free for the time being. In order to successfully deliver the 5th punch, the god-beating drum style, they took a sword ray from the middle-aged swordmaster. It pierced through their shoulders and dripped with blood. However, Chun Pingan's momentum did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The condensation of his soul and the turbulence of his fist could almost be seen by the naked eye. There was no sign of a dying struggle. It was still rapidly increasing. It was as if the sun rose from the East Sea and hung high in the sky. He could not help but grin. This little injury was nothing. 289. Despite being surrounded, the white-robed youth advanced instead of retreating. After several punches, he had already beaten his companion to the point where he could no longer retaliate. This caused all the people participating in the hunt to feel uneasy. If not for the burly man's warning, the formation master in the north might have died on the spot. The old man who was creating the moving mountains and draining water formation for everyone was squatting on the ground, arranging several small yellow flags. Even though he did not sense anything strange, he still unhesitatingly slapped his chest, shattering a hidden and expensive substitute talisman. Thus, his position with that of a young disciple was instantly reversed. In a flash, an unfathomable flying sword descended from the sky. Like a chopstick plunging into water, it caused ripples in the air at an extremely fast speed. The dazed youth was split in two by the huge flying sword. From his head to his waist, the two halves of his corpse fell to the ground, intestines flowing out. It was a tragic sight. The flying sword, which was far larger than the swords of ordinary swordsmen, sank into the ground and disappeared in a flash. The flying sword entered the ground, but the ground did not change at all. This was undoubtedly the life-bound flying sword of a sword cultivator. In the next moment, the formation master slapped his chest again, seemingly using the substitute talisman. He had made up his mind to sacrifice the life of his second direct disciple to ensure his own safety. Only this time, the previously unprepared evil cultivator had room to maneuver. He did not stand idly by, but stood far away. However, he had already taken out a small pitch-black clay jar covered in glyphs. Silently reciting an incantation, he gently shook it several times. A sinister black smoke soared into the sky. After leaving the jar, it split into 3 streams, respectively heading towards the formation master, the young girl, and Lu Tai, who was standing on a tall branch. The flying sword appeared out of thin air once more, still slashing down. However, it was not aimed at the formation master who had slapped the talisman, but at the young girl whose face was filled with shock. Countless otherworldly items gathered together to form a thick black smoke. They hovered above the girl's head, as if they were holding an umbrella for her. However, the huge flying sword was truly too powerful. Like a hot knife through butter, it swiftly broke through the black smoke barrier and still split the young girl from head to toe. Thus, the young girl died prematurely on the great Tao. She had striven so hard for longevity, but in the end, she did not live past the age of 20. Lu Tai, who had one hand on the trunk of a large tree, had an unsightly expression. Indeed, as the saying goes, 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 the array master didn't actually use the substitute talisman. The second time he slapped his chest, it was just a feint to lure him into pointing his sword at the young girl. Lu Tai, who had lost the game of chess, was not flustered and exasperated. Cultivating on the mountain. First of all, stupid people were not qualified to cross the threshold of the mountain gate. Second of all, no matter how slow-witted a person was, even if he had lived for a long time as a dog, after decades or centuries, even a dog would have become a demon. Therefore, no one was easy to deal with. Although the intrinsic flying sword was huge, its speed was inconceivably fast. Lu Tai stood in his spot, allowing the black smoke to surge at him. After the flying sword killed the girl, it instantly appeared in front of Lu Tai. It tore apart the black smoke that was filled with grievances, wails, and hideous faces. The evil cultivator shook the clay jar in his hand and laughed sinisterly. You dare to destroy my otherworldly item? Let's see how much spiritual energy you have left to squander. Strands of black smoke flew out from the clay jar, as if a huge black flower had bloomed in his hand. The array master was truly afraid that the fellow would attack him again. He had no choice but to take out a large handful of snow-white pearls and throw them out with a wave of his sleeve. Several dozen pearls hovered around him. 3 talents, 4 divisions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. The positions where the pearls hovered were extremely particular, creating protective formations. After the formations were set up, they shone resplendently, illuminating the old array master with incomparable brightness and grandeur. However, as a result, the setting up of the previous formations would be delayed by quite a bit of time. The evil cultivator knew that a few words wouldn't be able to convince the old array master, who was afraid of death. As he controlled the black smoke to attack Lu Tai, he reminded him, set up the formations quickly. Otherwise, our 1,000 li of running will be in vain. Moreover, if we can't kill those two, there'll be no end of trouble. Think about it for yourself. The old array master's expression flickered. He made up his mind and removed half of the small formations, taking back several dozen pearls. As a result, the speed of setting up formations in various places sped up. On the battlefield in the south, a burly man collapsed on the ground, vomiting blood endlessly as if he was going to vomit out his organs. The soil on the ground was dyed red, making for an extremely wretched sight. He was a genuine fifth realm martial artist. His martial arts had been accumulated over a long period of time, making him extremely difficult to deal with. However, he had never encountered a wise master to guide him on the path of martial arts, so his path was bumpy and difficult. His foundation of the 3 body refining realms was filled with holes. To be able to advance from the 4th realm to the 5th, he could be said to have disregarded the consequences. As a result, if nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to reach the 6th realm in his entire life. A living person could not be suffocated to death by a pool of urine. As a result, he walked the crooked path. His method of inviting a god came from the remaining half of a book. Of course, he had obtained it from hunting. Because he only had the first half of the book, he only knew how to invite a god, but not how to send one away. It was easier to invite a god than to send one away. Every time he invited a god to possess his body, he had to pay a huge price. After fumbling for close to 20 years and begging people to buy such immortal books and secret scrolls, he finally managed to control the aftereffects of this god-inviting technique. Especially today, when he was halfway through inviting a god, he was actually punched by the white-robed young man, causing the god to retreat back to the altar. For the god-inviting technique, which had strict rules, it was extremely rude. As a result, the counterattack was very strong. Wisps of spirit floated out of his orifices, like 3 incense sticks curling up in spirals. After burning 3 incense sticks, there were still no signs of stopping. Clouds and mist rose from the back of the burly man. One must know that these clouds and mist were the manifestation of the 5th realm martial artist's aura. It was the fundamental vitality of a pure martial artist. The burly man said in a hoarse voice, "Save me," the chi refinement warrior, who was proficient in the wood technique of the 5 elements frowned. He had no choice but to withdraw the moving mountain and uprooting technique that was targeted at the white-robed young man. He came to the burly man's side and squatted down. His fingers formed a seal, and his face was flushed. Between his 10 fingers, specks of dim light floated out from the ground and lingered around his fingertips. Then, the chi refinement warrior suddenly slapped the specks of light into the burly man's back. The burly man who was lying in the mud bounced up. His face instantly became rosy, and the crisp sound of soybeans bursting could be heard from all the major joints of his body. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. The burly man turned around and stood up with 2 whips in his hands. He was in high spirits and did not look dispirited at all. The chi refinement warrior who came to his rescue said in a deep voice, "Put it on the account." The burly man gritted his teeth and looked at the white-robed young man, who made a shocking move. He nodded and said, "Take down these 2 fat sheep, and everything can be discussed." That night at the Fuyao Sec's Heavenly Street, that guy who looked even more beautiful than a woman was so extravagant that even a gold core realm cultivator would feel ashamed of his inferiority. It wasn't that a gold core realm cultivator couldn't afford such a small sum of money, but it had to be known that the items that the handsome young man bought were all money-burning toys, such as sheep fat beasts, spring dream spiders, and paper talisman dolls. They weren't offensive magical treasures for killing enemies, nor were they defensive treasures for protecting one's life. Among the cultivators of the Tongye continent, no matter if they were orthodox immortal masters or itinerant cultivators from the mountains, who would speak the lame language of the Tongye continent, the two young men, who obviously came from other continents, only traveled through the mountains and the city. They traveled thousands of miles to the north and did not visit the immortal mountains along the way. Also, no great cultivators took the initiative to pay them a visit. What did this mean? This meant that the two fledglings who were born in a noble family and were extremely wealthy must have been used to living a comfortable life since young. However, they did not know the depth of the martial world and the strong winds on the mountain. If he did not take down these two rich hotheads, would he be able to live up to his years of hard work? In addition to looking for opportunities everywhere and licking the blood on his blade, he also had to lower his head and bow to the immortal masters on the mountain like a dog. He took their money and helped them settle the dirty things that they disdained to do personally. Then he had to bear a bad reputation and run for his life, changing to another place and starting all over again. When would this cycle end? From the moment the brawny man was beaten half to death by the immortal drumming style 5 times in a row, to the moment the Chi cultivator used a secret technique to steal the luck of the mountains and rivers in this place, and successfully treated the brawny man. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chun Pingon was blocked by the sword, aura controlled by the middle-aged sword master, and could not completely kill the brawny man with the iron whip in one go. In the martial world, using chi to control the sword was a very remarkable divine ability of the immortals. In many ignorant mountains and rivers, poems and ancient books, the so-called flying sword that could take a head from 1,000 miles away did not actually refer to a sword cultivator, but to a sword master who often appeared in front of the world. Compared to the sword immortals on the mountain and the swordsmen in the martial world, a half-baked sword master was neither high nor low, and especially liked to fish for compliments. When a sword master controlled the sword to kill the enemy, the sword that came out of his sleeve usually had both sword aura and real sword. The former was better in quantity, while the latter was better in strength. A light cavalry would gain the upper hand, while a heavy cavalry would cut through the formation and achieve victory. The cooperation between the two was indispensable. The sword master who was confronting Chun Pingon was obviously an expert in this field. His sleeves puffed up, and the surface of his sleeves glowed with green brilliance. Streaks of green sword aura swept out from it, and were unusually fierce. Fortunately, a sword master could control at most 2 streaks of sword aura at a time. Chun Pingon was still dodging easily, and was far from being in a tight spot. However, he was very restrained. Chun Pingon did not use the method that would kill 1,000 of the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men, after severely injuring the brawny man earlier, due to the sword master's restraint. Even if the Chi cultivator, who was proficient in the 5 elements, would spell save the brawny man, he still symbolically blocked the attack. This caused the sword master to make a mistake in his prediction, and a streak of sword aura was already waiting near the brawny man. In the end, Chun Pingon suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the sword master, almost 10 feet away from him. The sword master, who was scared out of his wits, had no choice but to use his real trump card. The substantial sword did not fly out from his sleeve, but quietly appeared from his hair bun on the top of his head. It turned out that the jasper hairpin was the scabbard used to hide the small sword. It was a hiltless small sword shaped like an emerald willow leaf. It was extremely slender and spun around the sword master, bringing with it streams of tender green fireflies. The Taoist from the talisman sect reminded sternly, "My 2 dry well talismans can at most hold on for another 20 seconds. Let's end the battle quickly and kill this little bastard quickly. Once his flying sword breaks out of the cage, we'll be lining up to slit our throats." The old Taoist's face was haggard, and his fingers were bony. As he spoke, his hands moved slowly. He should be controlling the two talismans that caught Chu Yi and Shiwu. The old Taoist was so angry that his voice trembled. "Isn't this kid a martial artist and swordsman in the secret report that you gave? Now, not only is he a swordsman, but he also has two flying swords. If not for the fact that I still have some money and saved up two talismans that I originally planned to pass down in my family, we would all be finished this time. The dividends that we previously calculated are not counted." The brawny man's expression was ugly. He strode towards Chen Pingan without looking at the old Taoist and said in a muffled voice, "About the dividends, that's easy. We won't shortchange you." The old Taoist snorted coldly. His heart was in turmoil as he stared at the white-robed youth. Since when did a swordsman have such a strong physique? As for the handsome young master who was still standing on the tree, he was also a swordsman with a natal flying sword. It was no wonder the two of them dared to do as they pleased in a foreign country. Two swordsmen with three natal flying swords. Even if they swaggered from the Tongya continent's Yugwe sect to the Tongya sect, as long as they didn't provoke those immortal residences, how many wild cultivators would dare to provoke them? This group of people was a mix of good and bad people. Of course, they couldn't walk together, but because of benefits, they gathered. Although everyone's cultivation realm wasn't too high, they each had their own strengths. Along the way, there was an expert behind the scenes who gave them advice. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill a golden core cultivator, as long as the other party didn't notice beforehand, the group could arm wrestle. Who knows, they might even get a great fortune. For example, this time, he had his eyes on that young sheep-fat beast. He was determined to get it. In fact, they had already overestimated the two young people, but they didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. This time, there was a middle-aged swordsman who didn't hold back the youth, and there was also a wood element chi refinement warrior who was blessed by nature in this forest. He actually drove the ancient trees to uproot from the ground, like an old man who was staggering. The burly man took out a vermilion pill and threw it into his mouth. The skin on his face turned hot and red. He wanted to invite the gods to descend once again. The branches of the big tree were like long whips, ruthlessly smashing towards Chen Pingan. In the process of dodging, Chen Pingan had to dodge one or two sinister and tricky green sword gleams in time. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. Fortunately, Lu Tai quickly transmitted his voice to Chen Pingan and taught him how to deal with those strange trees. After that, Chen Pingan's every punch accurately smashed the small string of concealment words pasted on the big tree. Only when Chen Pingan successfully smashed the words would there be the scene of the silver light shattering. The big tree would then collapse, and the green leaves and trees would wither instantly. Lu Tai also reminded Chen Pingan that the talisman sect's Taoist who imprisoned the two flying swords, the so-called 20 seconds, might not be real. It was highly likely that it was 30 seconds, or even that the talisman could hold on for a longer time. Chen Pingan was expressionless, probably because he couldn't be distracted. After smashing all the strange trees, the burly man, who had already abandoned the iron whip, had successfully invited the gods. His pair of snow-white eyes were devoid of any human luster, like a god who was coldly looking down at the mortal world. However, Lu Tai was a little surprised, because he noticed that Chen Pingan, after hearing his reminder, did not have any ripples in his heart at all. It was obvious that Chen Pingan had already seen through the old Taoist scheme, which was why he could be so calm. At such a young age, he was already experienced in the Jianghu. Lu Tai supported himself on the tree trunk with one hand. Compared to Chen Pingan, who was fighting with various heroes, he was very bored here. His flying sword, Needle Tip, could no longer kill the old array master, and the ghost smoke emitted from the pottery jar could do nothing to him, Lu Tai. Besides, Lu Tai also took out a colorful silk rope casually and tied it to his arm. Although it was thousands of miles away from the colorful belt worn by women, it was already quite a good magical equipment for ordinary chi trainers. The colorful rope wrapped around his arm was respectively the life extension core, which could increase the absorption of spiritual energy, the invincible weapon puppet, which could be invulnerable to swords and spears. Of course, not all weapons couldn't get close to him. Otherwise, it would be a half-immortal weapon instead of a magical equipment. The evil-avoiding rope, which could be raised high like a psychic snake and could disperse evil spirits. The sword silk, which could fly out by itself, was a bit like the flying sword driven by a sword master. The last one was a tiny, pocket-sized demon binding rope. The strength of Lu Tai's magical equipment was that it was comprehensive and had both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, at the end of the day, as long as his opponent was not a Jean Dan or yawning realm cultivator who was 1 or 2 levels higher than his opponent, he would be afraid of being bitten to death by ants. Fortunately, Chin Pingon was keeping the enemy's main force busy today. Lu Tai, who had nothing to do, felt a little guilty for the first time. He was indeed careless this time. He didn't expect that the enemy would be so bold as to summon so many people to besiege them. Their perseverance was even better. They had followed them for 1,000 miles. On the battlefield in the north, the evil cultivator probably felt sorry for the dissipating black smoke. He shouted at the old Taoist, "Do you still have any dry well talismans? If you do, just throw one out. I'll pay you back with the money later." The old Taoist was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed, "You have your father." The evil cultivator was furious, but he could only hold it in for now. He thought that there would be plenty of time in the future to settle the score with the old Taoist. The old Taoist looked down on the evil cultivator, who couldn't tell the difference between a human and a ghost. He seemed to be afraid that the 20 seconds would be over. He shook his sleeves quietly, as if he was preparing for something. The trembling of the 2 talismans on which the flying sword was imprisoned grew stronger. The old Taoist was in a dilemma. At first, he shouted that the talisman could only trap the flying sword for 20 seconds. Just as Lu Tai had guessed, he was deliberately deceiving Chin Pingon, hoping that he would misunderstand that he could summon the flying sword back after 20 seconds. But now, the old Taoist was forced to suffer in silence. It turned out that the 2 priceless talismans could only trap the flying sword for about 20 seconds, and not the 40 seconds he expected. The talisman was called the Dry Well Talisman. It could suppress the natal flying sword. There were 7 small nails made of thunderstruck wood, drawn in the shape of the Big Dipper. They were embedded in a special talisman paper using a secret technique. The talisman paper was then scraped off the flying dust that fell from the tail of the wind. It had to be the Buzhou wind, one of the 8 winds. The talisman's pattern was a sword trapped in a well, and the talisman paper had the word "motionless" written on it. This was the main trunk. The other talismans, branches, and leaves had many other links. It was a superior grade secret talisman of the Tongya State Talisman sect, although it could not be compared to Lu Tai's so-called Scabbard Talisman and Mountain Ceiling Talisman. It was not to be underestimated. It was a life-saving talisman for Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms to deal with swordsmen. It was worth a lot. It took time and money to develop a dry well talisman with complicated materials within 100 feet radius. As long as the talisman was used, it could immobilize the natal flying sword of a swordsman's natal flying sword when it encountered a flying sword. The quality of the talisman depended on how long it could trap the flying sword. If one wanted to break the restriction, one only needed to use a hand seal, flick one's sleeve, and the flying sword in the well would be able to fly away freely. Others took 10 years to sharpen a sword, but the old Taoist took 10 years to sharpen a talisman. It was never too much to cherish it. The 2 battlefields were in full swing. In the depths of the forest, two people were watching from afar. They were watching the fire from the other side. One of them was the customer who fought with Lu Tai for the mutton fat beast in the Fuyao sex shop. He had a short stature and an ordinary appearance, but he had a smug look on his face. The other was a red-robed swordsman with a long sword by his waist. He had a slender figure and a dignified appearance. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at the situation on the other side of the battlefield. He smiled and said, "Previously, everyone thought that you were making a mountain out of a molehill. Even I was no exception. Now, it seems that your caution has saved me a lot of trouble." The red-robed man was a swordsman at the peak of the 6th realm of the martial Tao. In the underworld of the Tongya state, he was considered a true grandmaster of swordsmanship. Although he was already 70 years old, his face was still as handsome as jade. In the past few decades, he had galloped across dozens of countries with his sword and rarely met a worthy opponent. Moreover, the long sword by his waist was an immortal treasure with unparalleled sharpness. This gave this swordsman the courage to claim that anyone below the Golden Core Earth immortal realm can defeat an enemy with a single sword. Anyone below the Dragon Gate can kill with a single sword. Moreover, there were few who doubted his claim on the mountain. He was famous for his fighting prowess and unparalleled. Countless women admired this swordsman, who did not seek immortality. There were even rumors that Yunlu country's Empress Xiao had an affair with this swordsman. As for the heroines and fairies of the Jianghu, they worshipped this swordsman in red even more. The inconspicuous man smiled and said, "I, Ma Wansheng, am cautious. It is a habit. When I was young, I suffered too many losses and hardships. Therefore, I always remember one thing. To deal with these immortal masters with good backgrounds, we have to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. Otherwise, even if we are lucky enough to win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Ma Wanfa, we agreed before that I would help you hold the line in case of any accidents. The sword on the white-robed youth's back has long been mine. Now that an accident has occurred, I really need to kill the enemy personally." Then the man nodded and said, "I can't give you the blade strengthening gourd. Moreover, you are not a swordsman. However, there is at least a feng tsuan item on the two little fellows. If I want to share the items inside, you can take the feng tsuan item. How about that?" The red-robed swordsman smiled and said, "Excellent." The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Although the outcome is certain, we still have to be careful. The white-robed youth is most likely at his limit. Who knows, maybe the sissy guy still has some strength left. Why don't you deal with that guy first? The other one won't be able to jump around." The red-robed swordsman shook his head and said, "The one on the tree has a Dharma treasure on his arm. He also has a flying sword flying around in the dark. It will be difficult for me to kill him silently. As for the white-robed youth, I can kill him with a single sword strike. When the time comes, he will lose his companion. His skin is softer than a sissy's, and he will definitely be distracted. At that time, it won't matter if I kill him or you do it yourself." The man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That would be best." He then smiled and said, "The old Taoist's two dry well talismans are about to collapse. When will you make your move?" Now, the red-robed swordsman's figure had already disappeared. His voice lingered in the air. The tree branch under his feet did not move at all. It was obvious that this Jianghu Grandmaster's speed and the level of his martial arts. On the battlefield in the south, Chun Pingon and the burly man who had invited God to descend were locked in a fierce battle because the latter had the help of two people. It seemed that the chaotic battle would last for a long time. A red rainbow fell from the sky. It was as fast as lightning and tore the battlefield apart in an instant. The dense sword chi filled the air. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it at the white-robed youth's heart. The sword hit its mark. There was no suspense. The red-robed swordsman's lips curled. It was interesting and boring at the same time. He had killed another so-called cultivation genius. However, in the next moment, the red-robed swordsman was about to retreat. He even planned to abandon the Immortal's Dharma treasure sword, because his life was the most important. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Sword Dao Grandmaster's aura was too strong. No one dared to do anything unnecessary. They all stopped, in case the Sword Dao Grandmaster killed the youth, and then casually stabbed them to death with his sword. In the end, it would be called an accidental death. At that time, one less person would get a share of the loot. It meant that the rest of the people would get a little more, who would not be willing to live. However, the next scene would be unforgettable after the red-robed swordsman's sword pierced the heart of the handsome youth in snow-white clothes. With the sword tip as the center, the snow-white robe rippled, revealing the true appearance of the robe. A golden robe. It was as if there were flood dragons hidden in the golden sea of clouds. Chun Pingon no longer deliberately suppressed the power of the robe that was left behind by an immortal from overseas. He no longer deliberately exposed flaws and injured himself. Therefore, when the sword pierced the golden robe, it did not pierce the robe at all. Lu Tai did not say anything. However, Chun Pingon had been waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the master hiding behind the scenes to make the final decision. If it did not come, Chun Pingon would not lose out. If it came, Chun Pingon would make a big profit. Along the way, from the first time he left Liju Cave Heaven for the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, to the second time he left his hometown for the inverted Hanging Mountain, Chun Pingon had been cautious all the time and pursued no mistakes day after day. Finally, he got his reward, in the blink of an eye. As soon as the red-robed swordsman let go of the sword hilt, the youth who strode forward recklessly reached out and pulled out the long sword on his back. He cut off the head with one sword. Even Lu Tai was stunned. Then she looked around and smiled at the guys who were scared out of their wits. You guys came 1,000 miles to deliver your head. It's really the thought that counts. Chun Pingon put the long breath back into the scabbard and took a few steps forward. He gently held the long sword with his other hand and stood still. He held the sword upside down. He was a little romantic. 290. At the waist of the headless swordsman's corpse, a faint golden light that was hard to detect flashed for a moment before disappearing. A drop of blood slowly condensed between the eyebrows of the head that rolled on the ground. Chun Pingon turned to look at Lu Tai on the branch of a tall tree. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow, stretched out a finger, and rotated it gently. There was a trace of a small golden object that lingered on Lu Tai's finger and slowly rotated. If not for Chun Pingon's excellent eyesight, he would not have noticed it at all. Chun Pingon's golden robe, golden wine, had already repaired the wound on his shoulder that was cut by the swordsman's sword aura. It was flawless. The relic of an immortal of the upper 5 realms could be worn by a nascent soul old dragon all year round. Of course, it was not an ordinary robe. The robe ink bamboo forest of the nascent soul consecrator on Osmanthus Island was still inferior to this golden wine. It was like a stunning beauty that quickly turned behind the screen, hiding its beauty. Thus, Chun Pingon's white robe changed back to its original appearance. The 2 dry well talismans exploded in the air. The 2 flying swords, Chu E and 15, were free from their restraints. Chun Pingon could clearly feel the anger of Chu E. This was normal because even 15, with its gentle temperament, could communicate with its thoughts and emotions. It was full of anger. Chun Pingon could only say in his heart, "Don't worry. Maybe the enemy still has a backup plan." Flying sword Chu flew back and forth in the air, bringing with it streaks of white sword aura. It was a ghastly sight. The dark green flying sword 15 was obviously a little resentful. It circled around Chun Pingon slowly, very puzzled. They were, of course, the world's best natal flying swords. However, they were not Chunpingan's natal items. The two of them did not have the relationship of monarch and subject, master and servant. It was more like Chunpingan was taking care of two young children, one with a bad temper and the other with a gentle temperament. However, Chunpingan felt that this was not bad. The atmosphere in the forest was heavy and treacherous. The red-clothed swordsman, who was the stabilizing force, was already dead. He died without any hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that he turned into a rainbow and came with a menacing aura, and that heart-piercing sword strike that was peerless, everyone would have thought that this fellow was a Jianghu swindler who had gained fame by deceiving the world. The silver eyes of the tall and sturdy man who had asked the god to descend gradually faded and returned to normal. This person's aura was the strongest earlier, and he had been in the limelight for a while. Now his face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He looked pitiful, as if he wanted to say something. He glanced at the two iron whips in the distance. He only dared to stand in place and did not dare to move. How could he have the courage to pick them up? He was afraid that in the next moment his heart would be pierced by the flying sword. The middle-aged swordsman's eyes were dark and gloomy. He already had thoughts of retreating. His hands naturally drooped down. Previously, his sleeves were filled with clear light, and there was nothing unusual about it. Only the small willow sword with the hollow jade hairpin as its scabbard hovered above his shoulder, like a loyal guard dog protecting its master. A group hunt that was originally thought to be no different from an autumn outing ended in a miserable situation with heavy casualties. As for the two young outsiders, one of them was unharmed, and the one on the tree was even more unharmed. At this moment, the fear towards the immortal's abode arose spontaneously in the hearts of these cultivators who could call the wind and summon the rain in their respective territories, and once again enveloped their hearts. The old formation master's heart was like dead ashes. The formation was so close to completion, but in the end, it was completely destroyed by this damned swordsmanship grandmaster. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The two outstanding disciples he was proud of also died on the spot. The two unlucky children did not have outstanding aptitudes, but they were obedient and easy to order around. The old formation master once again took out those precious pearls that he had kept in his sleeves and formed a formation one by one. The small formations formed a large protective formation. They were ready for battle. The chi cultivator, who cultivated the 5 elements with spell, was silent all along. He was a cultivator who could both attack and defend. In addition to being able to move mountains and uproot trees, he could also raise flower demons, insect pets, and plant spirits. He was like an auxiliary soldier on the battlefield, and he was often good at healing and detoxifying spells. They were often unable to win the battle in one fell swoop, but they were a type of chi cultivator who was popular. If they could choose to travel in a group of 3, then the most lethal and invincible sword cultivator, the unkillable weapon cultivator, and a farmer's pharmacist, a disciple of the Taoist external elixir sect, or a wood elemental chi cultivator could be said to be the best lineup for chi cultivators to travel the world together and gain experience everywhere. No one was willing to take the initiative to speak. They all had their own ulterior motives. Chunpingan held the long sword left behind by the red-clothed swordsman in reverse and looked down. The body of the sword was like a pool of autumn water. Under the reflection of the sunlight through the branches and leaves, the water rippled. It was definitely a good sword, but he did not know how much it was worth. The evil cultivator was the only one who was bold enough to make a move. He sneakily put one hand behind his back and held up a silver-white porcelain bottle. It was 1 foot tall with a narrow mouth and a big belly. Ferocious faces constantly swam across the surface of the bottle, like a cruel cage to imprison souls. This person silently recited the incantation. He was going to use the spiritual weapon in his hand to secretly collect the red-clothed swordsman's soul after his death. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once he succeeded, his strength would skyrocket. A martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the sixth realm had a strong soul. As long as he successfully refined it into a keen soldier and nurtured it properly, he could go to the sixth realm and stay in the mass graves and ancient battlefields to let it constantly absorb the evil energy. He might even be able to refine it into an otherworldly item of the seventh realm. By then, he would not need to care about other people's opinions. He was afraid that even the monarchs of small countries would have to give in to him. Lu Tai immediately saw through the evil cultivator's little trick and said angrily, "How dare you steal under my nose?" The incomparably huge life-bound flying sword named Needle Tip fell straight down from above the evil cultivator's head. The evil cultivator hurriedly fled. At the same time, he put away the silver porcelain bottle that was his family heirloom. He had to give up on the idea of collecting souls and use the otherworldly items collected in the black porcelain bottle to resist the pursuit of that terrifying flying sword. No matter how the evil cultivator twisted and turned, the flying sword followed him like a shadow. If the mastermind behind this encirclement was Ma Wanfa, and if the old formation master's formation was successfully completed, as well as if the red-clothed swordsman did not suddenly die, then everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. It would be more than enough to deal with a single golden core cultivator. If everyone did not fear death, then perhaps even 2 golden core cultivators would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. However, there were not so many ifs in the world. Taking a step back, a group of people gathered for the sake of benefits had the upper hand. That was because everyone was as fierce as a tiger. However, as long as they were at a disadvantage, their hearts would scatter, and they would be reduced to a motley crowd. The burly man, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was suddenly pleasantly surprised. He said loudly, "My master said that he will rush over immediately and deal with the 2 of them personally." Everyone, other than Do Ziji's sword infatuation, the Fengzuan item that was originally promised to Do Ziji, as well as Do Ziji's family property, "I will give them all to everyone." The burly man was almost shouting with all his might. He said passionately, "Wealth comes from danger. Whether we return to burrowing into the ground like rats or have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the people on the mountain, it all depends on this." The middle-aged swordmaster's expression was cold and murderous. He said in a deep voice, "I agree. Those 2 brats deserve to die." He twisted his wrist, and a green glow appeared on his sleeves, ready to strike at any time. The old formation master smiled. "The mountain-shifting formation is about to be completed. We can fight. You just need to help me delay for a moment. At most half an hour." The evil cultivator, who was being chased by the flying sword, shouted, "Count me in. Let's make things clear first. Other than redistributing the dividends, I also want that old man Do's soul. No one is to snatch it from me." The wood elemental Chi refinement warrior nodded, still not smiling. The burly man reared his head in laughter. He reached out and pulled the 2 iron whips from the ground back into his hands. He took the lead and strode towards Chun Pingan. His family head had indeed sent him a voice transmission earlier on, telling him that he was going to rush over personally and kill those 2 fat lambs right here. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged sword master waved his sleeves and turned to leave at a shocking speed. The old formation master used more than 1 talisman to retract his talisman. Every time he appeared more than 100 feet away, he would disappear into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. The wood elemental Chi refinement warrior tapped his toes and flew backward. He had clearly knocked into a huge tree, but all of a sudden there was no trace of him. The evil cultivator was the only one who was still rushing towards Chin Pingan. The burly man was stunned on the spot. He cursed and did not dare to send himself to his death. His little bit of weight was already not enough to look at. This kind of attitude was just throwing a brick to attract jade. Chun Pingan was stunned at first. Then he understood. That made sense. He had learned a few more things. Lu Tai took a deep breath and said to Chun Pingan, The mastermind has just escaped. I'll chase after him. You should be able to handle things here. I'll look for you later." Lu Tai put away the flying sword tip that did not live up to its name first. On his wrists and ankles, there was a purplish gold lotus pattern in the shape of a budding flower. Lu Tai said softly, "Bloom." For lifelike, purplish gold lotuses bloomed instantly. Lu Tai gritted his teeth and leaped high into the air. Then he flew with the wind. Leaning forward, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. His sleeves fluttered loudly, and his hair fluttered wildly. He looked around and found a direction before disappearing in a flash. The evil cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He held the jar filled with een souls in one hand and bowed like a monk with the other. He said with a flattering smile, "Young Master Sword Immortal, I've offended you this time. I've been rude. The next time we meet, I'll take the initiative to avoid you. If you're willing to order me to do something small, I'll definitely do it." As he spoke, the evil cultivator had been paying attention to the white-robed youth's eyes and expression. He quickly retreated. This person was also a decisive killer. Before he fled, he crushed the black jar that contained een souls. Black smoke immediately filled the air. A gecko broke its tail. A thin golden light swam rapidly in the billowing black smoke. The eerie smoke that was as thick as ink dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, there was still some time before the filthy black smoke was completely dispelled. Chun Pingon frowned. He rushed forward and leaped onto the crown of a large tree. There was a fleeting figure that turned into a faint gray smoke that quickly fled into the forest. Chu Yi had already chased after it. Chun Pingon's thoughts moved slightly, and 15 followed closely behind. Chun Pingon floated back to the ground. Before he landed, he flipped his wrist in the air and changed the red-robed swordsman Do Ziji's immortal sword into a normal sword-wielding position. Although it was much heavier than the ghostwood sword, Chun Pingon still felt that it was too light. The burly man raised his head and looked in the direction where the platform disappeared. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at the iron whip in his hand. He smiled bitterly. He knew that he would definitely die today. Resentment, loss, and resentment were all present. They appeared one by one and faded away in his heart. He had lived a life of cowardice and sullenness. He had to die a hero for once. The burly man threw the 2 iron whips to the ground and began the third god descent. The man stomped his feet and clasped his hands together. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. He laughed heartily and said, "Do you dare to wait for a moment and let me have a good fight?" Chun Pingon casually threw out the infatuation sword in his hand. It pierced through the burly man's heart. The sword was nailed into the trunk of a large tree. After successfully piercing through the man's heart, Chun Pingon clearly saw the red light flowing on the sword. It flashed and disappeared like a hungry man eating a meal or a drunkard drinking to his heart's content. Chun Pingon made up his mind to find an immortal's ferry or an immortal shop on the mountain to sell this sword. The resplendent golden light was still tirelessly melting the black smoke. It was indeed a high-grade magical treasure made from the old flood dragon's whiskers. 2 of them were already so powerful. He wondered how powerful the horsetail whisk in the hands of true monarch flood dragon and the old Taoist on the inverted mountain was. Chun Pingon collected his thoughts and hesitated for a moment before retrieving the sword. He picked up a tree branch that was as thick as an arm and sharpened it with his sword. Then he silently dug a few large pits and buried the red-robed swordsman, the burly man, and the 2 disciples of the array formation master. Finally, he added soil to cover them up. He tried his best to hide their traces, so that no one who happened to pass by would be able to see them. Chun Pingon sat on a high tree branch and patiently waited for the return of the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month and the landing platform. He casually placed infatuation, which had an additional scabbard, on his knees. In the distance, the black smoke of the Een souls that were struggling against the golden light were retreating. Although they had already lost their intelligence, they feared death and sought life. Even the dead, otherworldly items were no exception. Suddenly, a large cloud of black smoke wanted to leave this place and wreak havoc elsewhere. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a castle in the distance. If it was a person of the Jianghu who did not know spells, he would probably be implicated. Chun Pingon held the sword and stood up. He first looked around. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he poured the true meaning of soul into his robe. In an instant, an ethereal Dharma idol that was dozens of feet tall appeared in the sky. Its face was blurry, but the golden light was clear. The Dharma idol floated in the sky and stood tall, blocking the path of the black smoke. With a sweep of its sleeve, it sucked the Een souls into its sleeve. The Een souls seemed to have entered a pool of lightning. With a sizzling sound, they quickly dissipated into thin air. Chun Pingon sat back on the ground. His face was pale, and he had a splitting headache. This time, he had unreservedly revealed his robe's golden wine. He had used up all of his true qi, and there were signs that he would not be able to continue. If he was in a fight with someone, it was best not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. If the other party had an unexpected life-saving ability, Chun Pingon would be offering his head with both hands. But to be honest, the feeling of his mind wandering, as if his soul had left his body and traveled far away, was extremely mysterious. Looking down at the mountains and rivers from above, Chun Pingon stretched out his finger and gently twirled the corner of his robe. It was soft, smooth, and cool. The battle of life and death was mainly because he was on tenterhooks and had almost exhausted his mental and physical strength. Chun Pingon was a little sleepy. He leaned against the trunk of a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. After about half an hour, Chun Pingon finally calmed down, and his breathing became smooth again. Chun Pingon's wrist was tied with a golden knot made from the demon-binding rope. Soon, a dazzling white rainbow and a dark green light flew back, as fast as lightning. Although the two flying swords were extremely small, the two fireflies stretched out for hundreds of feet and were still very eye-catching. The two of them entered the sword's strengthening gourd. He sensed their intentions from the sword's strengthening gourd. They should have successfully killed the enemy. Chun Pingon was relieved. The 1st and 15th day of the lunar month was the first time he had left Chun Pingon for so long. But this also led to a conclusion. These wild cultivators might not be as good as immortal disciples in killing enemies, but they were all proficient in escaping. Wasn't he the same? Since there was nothing to do, Chun Pingon began to sit and practice the sword furnace dance. Carrying a sword was cultivation. Wearing clothes was also cultivation. The golden wine, which had accompanied an immortal for hundreds or even thousands of years, was a small paradise for qi cultivators. It could gather spiritual energy, but for a pure martial artist, the golden wine was, of course, a rare protective talisman. But there was also a little trouble, which was that he had to resist the spiritual energy that was constantly coming to the golden wine. After all, a pure martial artist had to be determined from the beginning to disperse all the spiritual energy in his qi residence. Only then could he be considered pure and be on the path of martial arts. In the inverted hanging mountain, because of the abundant spiritual energy, it was more difficult to resist. After leaving the treasure-swallowing whale, it was much easier to walk in the forest. After all, the spiritual energy in the ordinary mountains was weak and could be ignored. Chun Pingon waited for nearly 2 hours. Lu Tai swaggered in the forest and rushed towards Chun Pingon. He was covered in dust, but fortunately, there were no bloodstains. And from the looks of it, he was a man who had returned from a rewarding journey. As he walked towards the big tree, where Chun Pingon was, he casually put away the many formation flags left by the old array master into his sleeves. Lu Tai asked curiously, "You have a bodhisattva's heart. Why don't you let the corpses be exposed to the sun?" The beasts gnawed on them, and the birds pecked at them. That's what they deserve. Why are you pitying these villains? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, I'm not pitying them. I'm just concerned about the matter of death is the most important thing, and being buried in the ground is peace. Lu Tai shook his head, too lazy to think more about it. He suddenly turned and ran towards the grave mound with the heaviest smell of blood. He asked Chun Pingon about the approximate location of the burial of the dead, and then Lu Tai solemnly promised that he would fill in the soil again later. Without waiting for Chun Pingon to agree and nod, Lu Tai had already slapped the ground with his palm. Dust flew into the air as he ran over and began rummaging through the corpses. He didn't even let the 2 disciples of the old array master go. It was hard to imagine that such a guy who liked rouge face powder, blusher, and black eyebrows could be so adept at digging up graves without any psychological burden. It was inevitable that the platform would be stained with blood and mud. However, with the 5-colored silk rope wrapped around the arm, the entire body would be cleaned up very quickly. Immortal magical treasures had all sorts of magical uses, which were unimaginable. Lu Tai muttered to himself, for better or for worse, you're a Jianghu grandmaster, but you're really a pauper. Look, this is Ma Wanfa's fengcun. There's a mountain of gold and silver inside. Look at you. You should be so ashamed that you should come back to life and die again. I don't want to criticize you, but compared to your master, you're really shabby. Only this stack of banknotes can solve our urgent needs. If we go shopping at the foot of the mountain and give them snow to spend money, the shopkeeper will beat us up. You 2 ill-fated lovers. In your next life, remember to find a better master. Even if you're not as good, don't find this kind of master again. Chun Pingon didn't disturb Lu Tai's busy work, but looking at the back, he felt very unfamiliar. In the end, Lu Tai filled in the soil again. He clapped his hands and looked at the flat ground, somewhat satisfied. The mastermind behind the scenes is already dead. Everything is fine. Lu Tai walked back to Chun Pingon's tree. He wouldn't go up the tree even if he was beaten to death. He raised his head and waved his hand, saying, "Time to divide the loot." 291. Chun Pingon asked, regarding today's storm, did you divine before and already have an answer? Lu Tai raised her hand and paused for a moment. Then she stroked her hair and smiled charmingly. I do it every day. This is the daily homework of Yin Yang disciples. Otherwise, I would have told you to run for your life. However, I can't tell you about this. It won't work if I do. Chun Pingon sized up Lu Tai just this once. Lu Tai curled her lips and said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with taking advantage of the situation? I'll be struck by lightning if I don't take advantage of it." At this point, Lu Tai flipped her wrist and a green jade tablet appeared in her hand. Ma Wanfa's fengcun item. His treasures are all in it. Compared to Do Ziji, who practices martial arts, Ma Wanfa is doing quite well. He has a fengcun item even though he's a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, do you know what's the best about him? Chun Pingon shook his head. Lu Tai chuckled. Ma Wanfa is a rare silkworm breeder. He's good at extracting silk from cocoons. That's why he covets the 2 of us and recruited such a large group to encircle us. Ma Wanfa is confident that he can capture our fengcun item after we die. Ma Wanfa probably didn't expect us to be 2 sword immortals in the beginning. There's no need to think too much about my 2 intrinsic flying swords. As for yours, it's hard to say. Once someone snatches the blade-strengthening gourd, Chun Pingon remained silent. Chun Pingon had a general understanding of how intrinsic items, dharma treasures, and spirit artifacts were refined into the void. Intrinsic items were like the intrinsic flying swords of a sword cultivator. They were gone after death, and even immortals couldn't keep them. However, although ordinary refined items were secretly hidden in the Qi residence acupoints, There was a certain possibility that they would wander in the soul after death and would not dissipate quickly. If the quality was extremely high, even if the soul in the host body scattered, it could even jump out and return to the mortal world. There were so many secret realms in the world after the blessed paradises were shattered. After the restrictions of the immortal mansions were broken, there would often be high-grade magical treasures left in the mortal world near the remains of many immortals who were dismembered. To a chi refinement warrior, the natal item was destined to be extremely rare. As for the refined items, although there were slightly more in quantity, they could be counted on one's fingers. After all, the higher the quality of a spirit artifact or magic treasure, the more difficult it was to refine, and the amount of time and energy it consumed was sufficient to make most cultivators below the earthly immortal realm retreat in the face of difficulties. As for the immortal sword in the Heaven Master Mansion on Mount Longhu, even if the person who wielded it had been a grand Heaven Master with heaven-defying Taoist magics, he still wouldn't have been able to make it his life essence item. Second Taoist sword was the same. There were many sword immortals in the 9 continents, so there were naturally many immortal swords as well. However, there were only 4 immortal swords in the truest sense. There were only 4. It had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. That was why Wanju of the Wind Snow Temple swore to forge a brand new immortal sword that no one had ever seen before. If modern people were inferior to ancient people in every aspect, how boring would that be? As for the reason why the great cultivators of the military school were known as the walking armory, it was because they could refine more magic treasures. Think about it. A weapon cultivator complemented by secret skills such as the 3 heads and 6 arms, armed with divine weapons, wearing a top-grade divine armor, and with a strong physique, who would dare to go against him? Weapon cultivators were famous for being unkillable, and even more famous for being able to kill others easily. Lu Tai was in an extremely good mood. He explained to Qin Pingan in detail what a silkworm cultivator was. The Fengsuan item is a little special. It's not quite the same as the natal item or the refined item because it's different from the magic treasure and the flying sword. It's like a small cave and can't be destroyed immediately. Moreover, the Fengsuan item is extremely difficult to refine as a natal item. Therefore, how to strip the Fengsuan item from a Qi refinement warrior has become a great knowledge. Once it's successful, it's a profitable business. There's a special kind of people on the mountain called the silkworm cultivator. They have their own methods and secret skills that have been passed down in their families or sections. They can intercept the Fengsuan item from the soul of a Qi refinement warrior. Lu Tai clicked his tongue and said, "If Ma Wanfa kills us, then he'll make a fortune with your blade strengthening gourd and my Fengsuan item. Maybe he only needs to spend money to create a land immortal." Lu Tai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to ask me how I killed the Dragon Gate cultivator?" Chun Pingan took a step back. Chu Yi and 15 rushed out of the blade strengthening gourd and guarded Chun Pingan on both sides. Lu Tai asked curiously, "How did you know?" Chun Pingan was expressionless and pointed to his arm. There was no colorful rope wrapped around Lu Tai's arm. Moreover, although Lu Tai deliberately acted like a woman, Chun Pingan always felt that it was not as natural as before. In addition, Lu Tai deliberately explained Ma Wanfa's identity as a silkworm breeder, which was a bit too obvious. However, when Chun Pingan asked about divination, Lu Tai's answer was flawless. This was the strange part. Could it be that Ma Wanfa was also an evil cultivator? Not only was he proficient in camouflage, but he was also proficient in capturing souls. Lu Tai looked gloomy at first, then he held back his laughter. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Chun Pingan. "If it were someone else, I would deliberately do this. I would put away the colorful rope, pretend to be awkward, and secretly reveal a little murderous intent. I would just cast a coquettish glance at a blind man. But it's just right for you, Chimpingon. Okay, okay. Do Ziji stabbed you in the heart with a sword. Hurry up and spit out the extravasated blood, or there will be sequelae. Seeing that Chimpingon still didn't believe him, Lu Tai laughed so hard that he almost cried. He said softly, "Needlepoint, come out." A huge flying sword hovered in the air with a hint of golden needlepoint. Chimpingon felt relieved. After confirming Lu Tai's identity, he hurriedly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He glared at him and said, "Lu Tai." Lu Tai snapped his fingers, and the two intrinsic flying swords returned to their chi residences to rest. A bamboo fan appeared in his hand, and he gently fanned himself. He laughed happily. "Who told you to let those small fries go?" Chimpingon was so angry that he wanted to kick him. However, Lu Tai suddenly bent down and covered his mouth with his hand. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. It was not too difficult to hunt down a cunning Dragon Gate cultivator who had a core item. But to kill him, perhaps only a golden core cultivator could do it. Therefore, the price Lu Tai paid was definitely not small. Chimpingon stretched out 2 fingers and pinched a corner of the golden wine robe on his body. With a slight tug, he actually peeled off the entire golden wine robe and gently threw it to the trembling Lu Tai. He frowned and said, "Try it on. I've already removed the seal on the robe." Lu Tai stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden robe. Without any movement, the golden wine robe was instantly on his body. He sat down on the ground and took a deep breath before sitting down cross-legged. He stretched out a finger and wiped his scarlet lips while cursing. But even so, it didn't seem vulgar at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to maintain my peak combat strength at all times and treated those medicinal pills and nectar as steamed buns and tea, how could I have ended up in such a sorry state? If we had split Ma Wanfa's square inch equally, you would have profited greatly, but I would have suffered a great loss. Chimpingon squatted at the side and casually inserted infatuation into the ground. He said angrily, "Do Ziji's saber belongs to me. You can take the rest." Lu Tai widened his eyes and said angrily, "This sword is the most valuable one, all right? Even a martial Dao grandmaster of the spirit refinement realm can use it in order to obtain this Dharma treasure. Do Ziji must have sold everything she had. She might have even gone bankrupt. That's why Ma Wanfa asked her to come and rob him this time." Chimpingon grinned. "I don't care about that." After Lu Tai put on the golden wine robe, his breathing was much more stable. All right, let's review. The array formation set up by the array master is called the mountain moving array. It can make one's soul flow stagnant, as if one is carrying a mountain. It's very effective against chi refinement warriors below the golden core realm. Those small flags are not of high quality. It's just that there are a lot of them, so they are worth some money. On my way here, I bumped into that unlucky old talisman. He was almost split into 2 by the tip of the needle. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. I asked him to hand over all his treasures. How could he be willing? He put up a desperate struggle and fought with me. I had no choice but to end his life. In addition, I also checked his soul to see if there were any Fengtsuan items or refined Dharma treasures hidden in his soul. That's why my injuries worsened. It's a pity that I only got this silkfish talisman. It turns out that the talisman that imprisoned your 2 flying swords is the essence of this talisman book. It's called the Dry Well Talisman. The grade of this talisman is not as good as the Scabbard Talisman and the Mountain Sealing Talisman that I mentioned, but it's still quite interesting. I brought it back to the family and placed it in the library. If you had killed the old Taoist, we would have split the items in half, and my injuries would not have worsened. I risked half my life to kill the old Taoist and still had to split the items in half with you. Don't you think that's infuriating? Chun Pingon said. That evil cultivator had nothing left to lose. Previously, In Chi filled the sky, and black smoke billowed. If not for this robe, we would not have been able to stop it. Otherwise, the castle would have been destroyed by us. Wouldn't we have been caught in the crossfire and suffered an undeserved calamity for nothing? Lu Tai raised the jade tablet in his hand. This green jade tablet is even rarer than the Guyu coin. It can only be found by chance. Therefore, compared to ordinary Fengsuan items, its price is much higher. The things inside aren't that amazing. There are plenty of treasures and antiques from the mortal world. Their foresight is really bad, and there are countless fakes. The few bottles of medicinal pills aren't anything special either. If you calculate them all together, even if you don't talk about the jade tablet itself, it's only worth about 10,000 snowflakes. We're both in the Dragon Gate realm, but Tongya continent is far inferior to the Central Plains. Lu Tai's words were filled with regret, as well as the pride of being a native of the Central Divine Continent. It was just like how some sword cultivators looked at other Qi refinement warriors. Some people came from the North Continent and looked at the Eastern Aquarius Continent. Even Chun Pingon was secretly happy when he saw the group of Dali elite cavalry scouts who showed kindness in the snowstorm at the border. When the little boy in green and the girl in pink talked about the rotten and weak soldiers of the Huangting country, Chun Pingon was also secretly happy. Chun Pingon said helplessly, "It's only worth 10,000 snowflakes." Lu Tai asked in return, "Otherwise?" Chun Pingon remembered that the Kuan ship in the ceremonial mountain in the North Continent was one of the few Dharma treasures with the highest price in the past few hundred years. It was worth 10 to 20,000 snowflakes. To the two sisters, it was like when Chun Pingon was still an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln. He heard Lu Xian Yang say mysteriously that the mansion in Falu Street was worth a few thousand taels of silver. At that time, Chun Pingon had only seen a few pieces of silver. It was just that he did not know how many times Chun Shui and Chiu Shi had seen Guyu money later on. Lu Tai was busy healing himself with the spiritual energy contained in the golden wine and did not notice Chun Pingon's disappointed expression. He snorted and said, "My 5-colored rope was seriously damaged during the fight with Ma Wanfa. The other protective Dharma treasure was also completely destroyed. Let's not talk about the repair cost of the 5-colored rope. Do you know how much the latter is worth?" Lu Tai blinked his eyes. "If we count all the treasures in the CUN object and the scattered array flags, I barely made a loss. I made a small profit." Chun Pingon said in a methodical manner, "You forgot to mention the silkfish talisman that can be kept in the family library." Lu Tai suddenly realized, I forgot." Chun Pingon pointed at the CUN object in his hand. "And this jade tablet. Let's take a step back and say that we really split it equally. How much is half a jade tablet worth? A CUN object can't be cheap, right?" Lu Tai said angrily, "Chun Pingon, I suffered such a serious injury, and you still won't allow me to complain that I'm poor?" Chun Pingon said sharply, "I've already said that aside from this sword, everything else is yours. What are you trying to achieve by going around in circles?" Lu Tai sighed, "Because I feel that I've taken advantage of you. It's not very kind of me. I just want to find a way to make a big profit and at the same time feel at ease." Chun Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you bored?" Chun Pingon pulled out the long sword beside him and handed it to Lu Tai. He roughly explained the strange feeling after the sword pierced through the heart. Lu Tai waved his hand and did not take Dou Ziji's infatuation sword. He said straightforwardly, "I don't even need to touch it. I know that it's a heretical method." Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment. "By the way, what did that man mean by touch?" Lu Tai said with a smile, "You'll know when you visit more brothels and drink more wine." Chun Pingon ignored his teasing. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. The autumn water was cold, as if the surrounding light was condensed on the sword. Lu Tai explained, "Anyway, It can be sold for a lot of money. Chun Pingan nodded and did not doubt it. The grandson of Song Yufan, the sword sage of Brush Country, once spent 900 snowflakes to buy a short sword forged in the mountain at the immortal ferry crossing the border between the two countries, which cost the villa a lot of money. Senior Song's martial arts realm was similar to Dou Ziji's. However, as the top swordsman in Jianghu, the two were very different in terms of their foundation and the essence of swordsmanship. However, Song Yufan, as a sword master who shocked Jianghu, had nothing to rely on but his sword. On this point, Dou Ziji was the same. She only put in a lot of effort in the matter of the sword. Compared with the Qi trainers who only hated that they did not have enough magical weapons, there was a world of difference. As for the swordsmen who were not in Jianghu but in heaven, they were the most straightforward. They pursued to break all rules with one sword. Chun Pingan asked about the transfer spell that the old array master used after smashing the talisman. Lu Tai saw it for the first time, but it was not the first time he heard about it. This knowledgeable disciple of the Lu family told Chun Pingan about the cooperation between the talisman and the array. Only then did Chun Pingan know that the overlapping of two land withdrawal talismans could bring about an unexpected effect. There were indeed all kinds of spells and techniques on the mountain. It's almost time. The injury has been suppressed. Next, I only need to rest quietly. Lu Tai stood up and used his fingertips to pull out the golden robe and casually threw it to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan only needed to open his hands, and the golden robe would automatically put on his body as if there was a maidservant waiting on it. Lu Tai kept the green jade tablet in his sleeve and smiled, sharing the spoils on the ground. "What are you most afraid of?" Lu Tai asked, and answered his own question, unequal distribution of spoils, deadly fights in the nest. "So I calculated that I now owe you, Chun Pingan, half of the jade tablet. If converted to snow money," Lu Tai suddenly exclaimed and covered his chest. He frowned and said, "Speaking of this, I feel a little distressed." Chun Pingan slapped on Lu Tai's head and scolded jokingly, "Naughty!" On Luapa Mountain, Wei Pai often did this to the little boy in green. Lu Tai was stunned for a moment and did not argue with Chun Pingan. "Let me check out the surroundings first. I'm not in a hurry to leave." After finishing his words, Chun Pingan leaped onto a high branch and looked into the distance. Lu Tai looked up and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he plucked up his courage and stood on the branch. He did not forget to hold the main trunk with one hand and felt slightly at ease. Chun Pingan held infatuation in one hand and took off the blade strengthening gourd with the other. It was rare for him to drink a mouthful of wine. "Lu Tai, actually I know that if I don't kill Ma Wanfa, there will be endless troubles. The following journey will be very troublesome. A Qi refinement warrior is determined to pester me. I once experienced it in Jishui country, so this sword is enough for me. You don't have to give me extra snow money." Lu Tai was about to speak. Chun Pingan turned and smiled, "But after knowing you, I increasingly feel that I can't only talk about my own reasons. The most frightening thing is to go to extremes. If you really have a conscience, I'll take the money." Lu Tai did not say anything. He simply leaned against the tree trunk and took out a bronze mirror with a smile. He looked left and right and began to comb his temples carefully while humming a tune. A horse would not get fat without eating at night. A man would not get rich without a windfall. Chun Pingan could not stand this. He stopped looking at him and suddenly frowned. "Someone is coming this way." Lu Tai followed Chun Pingan's line of sight and quickly continued to comb his hair in front of the mirror. "It's just a group of boorish men in the pugilistic world. They should be people from that castle. You're wearing a golden cloth. You'll be fine even if you stand there and let them slash you dozens of times." Chun Pingan said, "It's better to avoid trouble. If you can move freely, we'll continue to head north." Lu Tai hesitated for a moment. and asked tentatively, "Can we stop and rest for a few days?" Chun Pingan nodded. "That's fine, too." A team entered the forest from the castle. Their figures were strong and healthy. All of them had a solid foundation in martial arts. However, this kind of solid foundation was only relative to ordinary martial artists in the pugilistic world. The leader was an elegant old man in a green robe with a long beard. His breathing was long, and his footsteps were light. He should be an internal martial arts expert. Behind him were two young people, a man and a woman. Both of them were about 20 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman was gentle. The two of them looked similar. They should be brother and sister. The man carried a horned bow on his back, and the woman wore a pair of beautiful boots. She wore a delicate snake-shaped golden bracelet on her wrist. They were a perfect match. Behind them were more than 10 young and strong retainers. They were all wearing simple and neat tight clothes. Then in the forest, they saw two young masters coming toward them. Everyone immediately stopped and held their weapons. They were full of vigilance and fear. The old man in the lead smiled and cupped his hands. "I'm Hia, the steward of the Eagle Fortress. Have you seen any immortal masters or demons nearby?" Lu Tai smiled and said, "How can there be immortals or demons in the world? Old mister, are you joking?" The old man was speechless. When the young woman saw Lu Tai, who looked like an immortal from a book, her eyes lit up. She was in high spirits. Her elder brother was more mature and prudent. He sized up the two uninvited guests. Within a radius of 100 miles around the Eagle Fortress, there was nothing special that could be explored. There were only the most ordinary mountains and rivers. Moreover, there were two mountain roads leading to the Eagle Fortress. One was wide, and the other was like a sheep's intestine. After a certain distance from the Eagle Fortress, the former road became a dead end. This was to prevent outsiders from following the main road and finding the Eagle Fortress, which was secluded from the world. 30 or 40 years ago, the Eagle Fortress was still a martial arts overlord in the Agawud Kingdom. After a catastrophe, they began to live in seclusion. They took the initiative to destroy the main road, and the family members rarely traveled outside. However, they were not isolated from the world. There were still some necessary business contacts. Occasionally, some old friends of the pugilistic world would come here to relax or exchange martial arts. The appearance of the two in front of him was strange to begin with. Previously, when he saw the immortals fighting in the castle, it was shocking. It was either billowing black smoke, flowing lights, or overflowing colors. In the end, there was even a majestic golden figure floating in the air, outshining the rest of the forest. Most of the people in the Eagle Fortress had never seen such a scene. They were frightened and talked about it. Thus, after a series of discussions, the lord of the castle had steward he had come here to investigate. As for the young man and woman, they had snuck out behind everyone's back and appeared halfway. Steward, he had no choice but to slow down his pace and deliberately take a longer route. Only then did he arrive at this place leisurely. In the end, he saw the two people in front of him who seemed to be enjoying the scenery. He looked calm, but in fact he was nervous. He was afraid that the two immortal-like young men would suddenly hurt them. In the Eagle Fortress, except for old Jianghu veterans like Hia, even the current fort master did not know much about the strange secrets of the pugilistic world. Hia was different. The old steward had been in the pugilistic world and had been to the mountainside several times. Therefore, under the insistence of the old man, the Eagle Fortress had many rules that confused the young people. For example, every New Year and Double Ninth Festival, the gates of several important places in the Eagle Fortress had to be pasted with talisman paper from the Taoist temple outside. The old man would often burn incense alone at the crossroads of the road and put up a plate of pastries and fruits. Outsiders would not know what he was doing. Every time someone died in the Eagle Fortress, if it was an unnatural death such as drowning or an emergency, The old man would have more rules. The young men would be buried in the coffin where they would be buried, what time they would be born, what days they would be in charge of guarding the coffin, what incense would be offered on the seventh day, and so on. It was enough to annoy the young people. Lu Tai first asked the old man if he came from that fortress. After receiving an affirmative answer, he smiled and said that he wanted to stay there for the night. Recently, he had been sleeping in the wilderness, and it was hard to bear. The old steward was hesitant, but the girl with the gold bracelet on her wrist had already nodded. Chun Pingan shook his head slightly. This girl was too careless. She was not afraid of inviting a wolf into the house. The old steward looked at the smiling green-robed young master and suddenly smiled. Those who come are guests. The two young masters have come from afar. Since we've met, Eagle Castle should treat you with great hospitality. Lu Tai and Chun Pingan followed the group to the Eagle Fortress that was more than 10 miles away. The mountain path was more than 10 miles. Along the way, the girl chatted with Lu Tai. The old steward, he pricked up his ears and did not want to miss a single word. The surname of the Eagle Fortress was Huan. The girl was Huan Shu, and her brother was Huan Chang. According to the genealogy of the Huan family, they had escaped the flames of war 600 years ago and moved from the northern Changi country to Agarwood country. Chun Pingan did not understand this. Lu Tai could talk about anything. He told the girl that the surname Huan was a good surname, but Chun Pingan still did not understand. As they approached the Eagle Fortress, there was already a flat road under their feet. Lu Tai looked up and smiled. At the railing of the tallest building in the fortress, there was a woman wrapped in a mink coat who was afraid of the cold. She was anxiously looking at the road outside the fortress. She was only relieved when she vaguely saw the figures of her children. However, the woman herself did not know that no one in the Eagle Fortress had ever seen her miserable appearance of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Outside the railing, the sun shone brightly. Inside the railing, there was some shade. If one stood near the woman for a long time, one would feel a chill on one's skin, as if one was immersed in a river. Therefore, the servant girls by the woman's side had changed over the years. Without exception, all of them had become sickly. However, after leaving the woman's side, most of them recovered. As time passed, it became normal to not find it strange. "292. The castle stood tall among the green hills and clear waters. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice the ancient talisman pasted on the left and right sides of the gate. Chun Pingan had good eyesight and was observant. He immediately noticed the 2 inconspicuous talisman. He turned to look at Lu Tai, who was busy chatting with Huan Shu about the Jianghu of Agarwood country. Chun Pingan silently memorized the talisman pattern. There were thousands of talisman types in the world. There were many different schools of talisman. There were only 3 schools that were qualified to be called the Orthodox talisman. The Celestial Master's abode of Longhu Mountain in the Central Divine Continent was one of them. The other 2 were the Lingbao sect in the South Saw Continent and the Tongya sect in the Tongya Continent where Chun Pingan was standing. The 2 uninvited guests, Chun Pingan and Lu Tai, were arranged to stay in a small courtyard on the east side of the Eagle Fortress by Steward Hia. Hia personally led the 2 of them to their residence. The 2 brothers, Huan Chang and Huan Shu, bid farewell to them. They agreed to stay here and rest well. There would be a welcome banquet tomorrow night in the main building. They hoped that Chun Pingan and Lu Tai would be there on time. The main bluestone road in the middle of the Eagle Fortress led directly to the main building. The rest of the streets and alleys were crisscrossed with yellow mud. Chun Pingan felt as if he had returned to the Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley in his hometown. The neighbors were all descendants of the Eagle Fortress. However, compared to the Clay Bottle Alley, the alleys here were clean and tidy. Almost every house had a peach blossom and apricot blossom. Children were running and playing. Some were holding bamboo swords and wooden sabers, competing with each other. Some were riding bamboo horses and shouting. They were not afraid when they saw the old steward Hia. They stopped in their tracks and greeted him as Mr. He. They bowed respectfully and soon whistled away, their childlike laughter echoing in the alleys. After leading Lu Tai and Chun Pingon to their accommodations, the bookish old steward quickly went to the top floor of the main building and met with Eagle Castle's castle lord, Huan Yang. Huan Yang was a handsome man with a jade-like face. Although he wasn't young anymore, his hair was already white, which added to Huan Yang's charm. In the end, it was right to be good-looking, regardless of gender. If one wasn't good-looking, it was probably a sin. Huan Yang sat on a simple arha couch and gestured for Hia to take a seat. The old steward looked down at his muddy boots and shook his head with a smile. He moved a chair to the side and sat down. Huan Yang frowned. "Uncle He, why did you bring two outsiders into Eagle Castle? Are they related to the immortal master on the Western Mountain?" He said helplessly, "It's hard to say for now if it has anything to do with me. When we arrived, there was no more movement. I think the battle has ended and those immortals, demons have all retreated. I secretly left two people there to look for clues, but they didn't find anything. It should be the winner who used the immortals' secret technique to hide the secret of heaven." Huan Yang smiled bitterly. "If those two young people are really the legendary immortals, then that's good. I asked someone to send a secret letter to ask why the immortal hasn't arrived yet. Just now, I received a reply from a friend of mine in the capital. He reprimanded me in the letter, saying that the high and mighty immortal on the mountain is elusive. Even the officials in the capital have a hard time meeting him. It's already a great fortune that he was able to deliver a verbal message and finally get the immortal to agree to help. If he doesn't give him an inch and wants a mile, then he'll offend the immortal and cause trouble." Huan Yang's face was full of worry. He asked softly, "Uncle He, you're experienced and know some things on the mountain. How do you think we should deal with this? Are we just going to keep waiting? Strange things have happened in the castle in recent years. If there are one or two more, we won't be able to hide the truth. By then, everyone will be in a panic. What should we do?" He has said firmly, "The friend of the castle lord is right. The immortal on the mountain is dedicated to Tao, and his temperament is unpredictable. We can't guess at all. We can only wait." Huan Yang sighed. He grabbed a wine pot and took a sip of the sorghum soil brewed by the Eagle Castle. "Then let's wait. But the Eagle Castle can't afford to wait. If not, I wouldn't have let you take the risk in the mountain and take the initiative to meet that chi cultivator. I thought that I was lucky to meet an immortal master and help the Eagle Castle solve the problem. Even if I have to spend all my wealth, it's worth it." He hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "The reason why I invited the two of them into the Eagle Fortress is because I think that although they are young, they might really be immortal disciples from a certain mountain. This time, they are traveling the Jianghu and going out to gain experience. On the way here, I carefully observed their breathing, footsteps, and facial features. The white-robed youth with a sword on his back is most likely a retainer. The other young master doesn't look like an ordinary teacher. His temperament is too good, really too good." Huan Yang stroked his beard and smiled. "No wonder little Shu wants to stick by his side. It seems that she likes him at first sight. Not bad, not bad. She is indeed my daughter." Ooh, because of the appearance of the green-robed young master, the old man recalled many past events in the Jianghu. He smiled and said, "When I traveled the Jianghu with the old castle lord, I only saw 2 or 3 people who could have such a temperament. One is the current privy emissary Lu of the capital. In his early years, he was just a playboy who indulged in wine and women. But clearly, he restrained his essence. It's just a self-deprecating method to deceive the world. The other one is Dou Ziji, who showed off her ability as a fledgling. In fact, there weren't many people who thought highly of Dou Ziji. They only thought that she was an ordinary genius and couldn't be considered a crane in a flock of chickens. But the old castle lord believed that in the future of the Jianghu in the Agawud country, Doziji would have at least 30 years of romance. The old castle lord has a unique vision. I don't know the last person's name or origin. At that time, I climbed the mountain with the old castle lord to enjoy the sunrise. When we reached the top, we found a white-robed man breathing. When he saw us, he smiled and nodded at me. After getting up, he flashed away and disappeared without a trace. You should know that it was the top of a mountain thousands of feet high. How else could one go down the mountain except for immortals riding on the wind or immortals riding on the sword? The old man sighed, but he was still in high spirits. But in the end, he still felt a little gloomy. The Jianghu they lived in was so big. There were so many sections. The struggle between good and evil, life and death, honor and disgrace, and righteousness were all there. In the end, was it just a small puddle in some people's eyes? If they wanted to cross it, it was just a matter of lifting their feet. If they were too lazy to lift their feet, they might step on the puddle and cause a storm in the Jianghu. Huanyang found it interesting. Unknowingly, his gloomy mood lightened a little. He smiled and asked, "Uncle He, why didn't you talk about this before?" The old man said self-mockingly, "What's the point of talking about this? A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Besides, Uncle He, haven't had any achievements in my life." The old castle lord, who chopped the Ling official statue in one strike, is a real hero. I'll just carry the old castle lord's burden and lead your horse. I'll try to live a few more days and arrange the young castle lord's wedding. I'll be satisfied with this life. Huanyang sighed. Can immortals really achieve immortality? The old man smiled. When the immortal recommended by the castle lord's friend comes, you can ask. Lu Tai was quite satisfied with this courtyard. It was located at the end of the alley. The environment was quiet, and the walls of the courtyard were covered with cedar trees. Then Lu Tai raised his head and waved at the eaves in the distance with a smile. On the other side of the roof, a disciple of the Eagle Fortress panted heavily. He bent down and went down the roof to inform Steward that his whereabouts had been discovered. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be misunderstood as having evil intentions and would probably cause trouble. Chun Pingon sat on the stone bench and said softly, "I feel that this place is a little strange." Lu Tai didn't care and said casually, "Don't worry. I'm just looking for a comfortable place to rest. I won't cause trouble. As long as you don't provoke me, I can't be bothered with what happens outside this courtyard." Chun Pingon remembered the two old talismen on the gate of the Eagle Castle. He stretched out a finger and drew a talisman in the air. He asked, "Do you know what talisman it is?" Lu Tai went into the house to look for a tea set. Since he was living under someone else's roof, he had to do as the Romans did. The two of them didn't bring any luggage and couldn't just take things out of thin air. Without much rummaging, Lu Tai took out a set of items. Then he took a small bucket and prepared to leave. He told Chun Pingon that he was going to fetch water. He passed by a well just now and found it interesting. Originally, the well water was the lowest quality water used to brew tea. However, the well water over there had excellent water quality. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. As for the talisman, Lu Tai said it bluntly. He didn't have the ability to recognize all the talisman styles in the world. The two talismans on the gate were unknown and could be the unorthodox work of the Tongye continent's talisman sect. Anyway, the talisman's quality wasn't very good, and its spiritual chi had long disappeared. Only the ignorant, boorish people of the Eagle Castle would treat it as a treasure and worship it as a peace of mind. Chun Pingon always felt that there was a faint yin chi lingering in the Eagle Castle. However, compared to the black smoke and evil chi after the evil cultivator broke the clay pot, it was not worth mentioning. Lu Tai came back with the empty bucket. Chun Pingon asked, "What's wrong?" The well water is not suitable for brewing tea? Lu Tai curled his lips. The feng shui of the Eagle Castle has obviously been tampered with. The well water is especially gloomy. Not to mention brewing tea, even boiling water and cooking will cause problems for ordinary teachers who don't have enough yang qi. But it's not a big problem. I guess that in the past 10 or 20 years, there must be more girls than boys. If this goes on, the yin will flourish and the yang will decline. Chun Pingon frowned and didn't say anything. Lu Tai smiled and asked, "Are you not going to do anything?" Chun Pingon glanced at him. "Let's not talk about the Jianghu grudges. We don't know anything now. Are we going to help or harm people?" Lu Tai smiled and said, "Then I'm relieved. I was afraid that you would be hot-blooded and want to help people." Chun Pingon said unhappily, "I don't have a knife." Lu Tai threw the bucket aside and put his hands behind his back. He looked at Chun Pingon playfully and said, "Oh, Chun Pingon, not bad. You can tell jokes now." Chun Pingon laughed it off. He began to practice the six-step pile walking in the yard. Lu Tai sat on the steps and looked up at the sky. He waved his bamboo fan gently. "It's going to rain." In the twilight, a torrential downpour soon arrived, as promised. The rain fell on the stone table in the yard, in the alley, and between heaven and earth. Chun Pingon was wearing a golden robe. He didn't have to worry about the cold at all. He didn't even have to worry about his clothes being soaked. He continued to practice. Every time he punched, he felt like he was breaking a ball of rain. Chun Pingon was addicted to it. In order to hide from the rain, Lu Tai was already sitting at the door of the house. Although it was autumn and the weather was cool, he was still fanning himself. He was either in a daze or occasionally glancing at Chun Pingon's fist technique. Lu Tai saw that Chun Pingon had switched from boxing to swordsmanship. He was still holding the long sword in a strange way. Lu Tai smiled and said, "The ancients have always seen rain as the meeting of heaven and earth, the meeting of yin and yang. The ancients' thinking is really interesting. I don't know how the future generations will see us." Chun Pingon didn't say anything. Lu Tai was always so mysterious. There was no need to pay attention to him. That night, the lights in Lu Tai's room were turned off. As usual, Chun Pingon read the annals of mountains and seas under the light. It was still raining heavily outside the window. It was rare to see such heavy rain. Chun Pingon's ears moved slightly. He vaguely heard the laughter of children chasing and playing in the alley outside the yard. After a while, Chun Pingon had just turned a page when he heard the soft voice of a woman outside. It sounded like she was crying and complaining. Chun Pingon was indifferent. There was a series of old man coughing, and it gradually faded away. The yard was located at the end of the alley. It was a dead end. Chun Pingon closed the book in his hand and picked up the blade-nourishing gourd on the table. He walked out of the room while drinking. After opening the door, it was as if the rain between heaven and earth was blood. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Other than the cold weather and the water vapor around the yard, there was nothing unusual. Chun Pingon moved a chair and sat outside the door. He slightly released his aura. His pure fist aura slowly flowed through his body. It quietly blocked the incoming rain a few feet away. There was a series of knocks on the door of the courtyard. Chun Pingon was about to get up and open the door. The knocking on the door stopped abruptly. After a few times, Chun Pingon simply ignored them and started to practice the sword furnace stance. After about half an hour, the rain gradually stopped and turned into a continuous drizzle. There was the sound of fingers scratching on the door again. Chun Pingon opened his eyes and sighed. He took out a yellow paper pagoda demon subduing talisman from his sleeve. He stood up and slowly walked to the door. The yellow paper talisman at his fingertips was shining and emitting a golden light. It was like a blazing sun tearing apart the night sky. Lu Tai suddenly opened the door and yawned. "Quickly put it away. If you're not careful, you'll scare the ghosts to death." Chun Pingon ignored this cold joke. He was about to open the door and throw the talisman into the alley without caring about anything else. Lu Tai reminded him, "Don't alert the enemy." Chun Pingon thought for a while and still walked straight to the door. After pulling out the door bolt, he felt gloomy. There was no one in the muddy alley outside the door, but there were whispers floating around. There were footprints of different depths on the ground. Chun Pingon turned around and put the talisman on the door. Before entering the door, he turned around and saw two people, one big and one small, walking in the rain in the distance. They were both wearing plain, white linen clothes. The child did not turn around, but twisted his whole head and looked at Chun Pingon. He opened his mouth and laughed silently. "293. The child with a pale face and dressed in white robes thought for a long time before continuing to move forward with the adults, and his figure disappeared into the depths of the alley. Chun Pingon looked calm and did not continue to look at the strange scene. He glanced at the demon-suppressing talisman pasted on the door. It was only made of ordinary yellow paper, so it was not too painful to use it after such a heavy rain. The door was soaked, but Chun Pingon casually pasted it on the door, and it was abnormally firm. On the door were the two most commonly seen painted gods of martial arts. It was unknown whether they were the saints of the martial temple in the Tongya continent or the great generals in the history of the Agarwood kingdom. More than half of the year had passed. The painted gods of martial arts had faded greatly due to the wind, sun, and rain. They were a little dim and had a trace of decay. After Chun Pingon reached the four realms of martial arts, his chi and blood were vigorous and his soul was tough. The way he looked at the world had changed a little. Similar to the way chi trainers looked at chi, he could catch the flow of spiritual chi. Especially after he wore the golden wine, he could verify the degree of spiritual chi absorbed by the robe. He had gained a lot. He raised his head and looked at the two-door gods who seemed to be wearing bright armor and dignified attire. In fact, a bit of divine spiritual light had already disappeared in the long river of time. It was nibbled away bit by the baleful Yin Chi in this strange alley until there was nothing left. Was this called a hero being short-tempered? Chun Pingon sighed. He stood on tiptoe and smoothed the fine wrinkles of the talisman with his fingers. According to the market price, how many pairs of painted gods of martial arts could be bought with a demon-suppressing talisman of the pagoda? Thinking of this, Chun Pingon was a little annoyed. Chun Pingon was well aware of the general meaning of those sneaky and evil spirits. It was a show of strength. They probably wanted him and Lu Tai, two foreigners with strong yang chi, to be tactful and leave this place as soon as possible so that both sides would mind their own business. Chun Pingon walked into the yard and locked the door. Since Lu Tai was awake, he didn't want to sleep anymore. Just like Chun Pingon, he moved a chair and sat by the door. Before Chun Pingon opened his mouth, Lu Tai took the initiative to explain. Some weak otherworldly items can only scare people. At most, they can harm ordinary people with weak yang chi. They can scare them when they are walking at night and steal some of their souls when their souls are shivering. Or they can choose the time when the people are having nightmares to do that. Some people are looking for trouble. They don't know the rules. They pee at the crossroads of the ghost road where otherworldly items wander and bring trouble to themselves. Lu Tai took out the bamboo fan and began to fan it. The chill in the courtyard suddenly disappeared, and for some reason there was a bit of warmth. In the rain, wisps of gray smoke rose in spirals and dissipated. Lu Tai laughed. These ghosts are ignorant. They are just like the living people of the Eagle Fortress. They can't see our depth at all. It's a pity that the demon-subduing talisman, if it was drawn by the celestial master of the Zhang family or the master of the Lingbao sect with your material, Lu Tai paused for a moment, deliberately rubbing salt on Chun Pingon's wound. With a talisman at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, it can protect hundreds of people for at least 3 to 5 years. They won't be attacked by otherworldly items. Unlike you, a layman, who only breathed on the talisman with pure chi, you are destined to be unable to connect with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This talisman is like water without a source. How many days can it enjoy? Chun Pingon sat on the chair opposite him. Why didn't you show up earlier? Lu Tai smiled. Why would I show up? Why don't you chat with them about the local customs and customs here? To ask them how they arranged the order of appearance in order to scare you? How they turned the rain into blood? I would only tell them sincerely that ghosts are not good enough to scare people. By then, I might not be able to resist teaching them a few tricks. Lu Tai was getting more and more unreasonable. Chun Pingon pointed out the door with the wine gourd, indicating that Lu Tai could go out and get close to them. Lu Tai sat in the same place, as still as a mountain. He closed his folding fan. Since I was young, I liked to deal with the demons and spirits in my family. You can even say that I get along with them day and night. I'm already used to it. If it wasn't for you, Chun Pingon, who found them annoying, I would have a better sleep with them floating around outside. Chun Pingon was confused. You disciples of the school of Yin Yang don't have to avoid this. Lu Tai looked up at the rain and said softly, if you don't get close to evil, you won't know what's good. Chun Pingon asked curiously, are there real ghosts hiding in the Eagle Fortress? Lu Tai nodded. Otherwise, why would I say a place with good feng shui for framing others before the fight? Chun Pingon nodded. He remembered it clearly. Lu Tai's hands rested lazily on the armrests of the chair, his sleeves hanging down. If the two of us died and became a pair of lovebirds, do you think anyone would believe us if we framed those woolly boorish men of Flying Eagle Fort? Of course, they would frame the nest of otherworldly ghosts. Chun Pingon's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly stood up and walked to the door. There was a commotion in the alley outside the courtyard. The demon-subduing talisman on the door shone brightly and disappeared in a flash. Lu Tai turned his head and smiled. There's no need to go. Those ghosts won't give up. They must suffer some losses before they're willing to remember. Now that they've learned their lesson, they should stay away from us in the near future. It'll be difficult for me to hear those moving sounds of nature again and sleep well. Chun Pingon opened the courtyard door and stepped over the threshold. He looked up and sized up the demon-subduing talisman. Other than a faint stain, the talisman did not show any signs of the talisman's gall collapsing or shaking. As Lu Tai said, the ghosts that came to test the talisman did not have high cultivation. Chun Pingon returned to the courtyard and made up his mind. If they still came to provoke him, then don't blame him for being an evil neighbor. Lu Tai clasped his hands behind his head and said, this Tongyi continent is a very conservative place. They don't like foreigners from other continents. If it was here, the heavenly monarch Xie Shi of the Julu continent would have been beaten half to death. Unlike your Aquarius continent, you can still sit down and drink tea, reason, and bargain. Chun Pingon rubbed the mud on the bottom of his shoes on the steps. He thought for a while and said slowly, the Aquarius continent is too close to the Julu continent. Dali and Xie Shi's relationship is also very mysterious. They are both related. It is not just a matter of the customs of one continent. Lu Tai, what do you think? Lu Tai clicked his tongue and said, good, good. Chun Pingon, you are becoming more and more capable of looking at problems from the top of the mountain. You are indeed someone who has passed through the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of sword chi. Chun Pingon was about to move the chair back into the house when Lu Tai suddenly said, Chun Pingon, if we include Ma Wanfa, it is actually not difficult for them to deal with a half-golden core cultivator. It is actually not easy for the two of us to win this battle. Chun Pingon stood by the side of the chair and asked, if the two of us go against a golden core chi refinement warrior, do we have a chance of winning? Yes, but the chances are not high. Ooh. Lu Tai smiled and said, almost every golden core cultivator is a person with a strong heart. Moreover, They have endless spells and divine abilities. So we either have to fight with him, or we will be exhausted to death by him. You should know that the 9th realm of Chi refinement warriors, the Golden Core realm, and the 7th realm of pure martial arts, together with the previous realms, are said to be earth-shattering. Chun Pingon sat back on the chair and shook his head. Actually, I am not too sure. Can you tell me more about it? Lu Tai's eyes lit up. If I tell you all these, can I give you a discount of 100 snowflakes the next time we officially split the spoils? Chun Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. You still care about 100 snowflakes spending money? Lu Tai laughed and said, Of course I don't care about the snowflakes spending money. I just like the feeling of taking advantage of others. Chun Pingon stretched out a hand, indicating that Lu Tai could make money now. Lu Tai was in a good mood. He kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He smiled and said, The 7th realm of pure martial arts is called earth-shattering. Apart from the 7th realm of pure martial arts, the wind-controlling realm, which allows the martial arts to ride the wind and travel far away like immortals, there is also the ability to condense the soul, spirit, and guts into one and display the world before one's eyes. It is a completely different scene. As for the Chi refinement warriors entering the Golden Core realm, only when you become a Golden Core cultivator can you be considered a member of my generation. This golden rule has almost been repeated too many times. The real mystery lies in the fact that before the formation of the Golden Core, there is a huge bottleneck when a cultivator uses spells and divine abilities. Based on the number of mansions they have, they can roughly calculate the total amount of spiritual energy stored. When fighting with others, it is just like you, Chun Pingon. If you want to spend money, you need to spend it wisely. But after the formation of the Golden Core, the spiritual energy stored by a cultivator is not limited to the number of Chi mansions they have. It is like a rich man building an ice house. Even in the scorching summer, one can still eat ice. More importantly, one can also temporarily borrow spiritual energy from the world. Longevity bridge, longevity bridge. After all that talk, what exactly is it? Apart from embarking on the path of cultivation, it is also to be able to connect with the world, to have one's own little paradise, to be able to be a great blessed land of the world. Chun Pingon listened attentively. Lu Tai smiled and asked, So it is not strange that the two of us killed so many of Ma Wanfa's men, but we may not be able to defeat a single Golden Core cultivator. Chun Pingon nodded. So that is the case. Lu Tai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He asked doubtfully, The people who taught you fist techniques, sword techniques, and talisman, none of them told you these? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, They did not teach these. The old man who taught me fist techniques only taught me. Chun Pingon stood up and gently punched the curtain of rain. I have to punch the curtain of rain back 100 feet or 1,000 feet. Chun Pingon withdrew his fist and gently twisted his wrist as if he was drawing a talisman with a brush. I have to infuse the true meaning of talisman on the tip of the brush. A little bit of great spirit. 1,000 miles of wind. Chun Pingon held his sword in the air and gently waved it forward. The boundless universe is full of strange things. I only have one sword. Lu Tai stared blankly at the white-robed youth under the eaves across from him. He was different from usual. Lu Tai curled up on a chair with his hands in his sleeves. He was silent for a long time. Chun Pingon grinned. He picked up a chair and was about to return to his room. You should also sleep early. Lu Tai asked seriously. Chun Pingon, if you could only choose one of the three, which one would you choose? Chun Pingon was stunned. He had never thought about this question. After thinking for a moment, he answered, When I first practiced fist techniques, it was to extend my life. It was my foundation. I will continue to practice fist techniques in the future. If I live long enough, I hope to be able to perform 10 million punches. Of course, during this period, I must reach the 7th realm of martial arts. As for drawing talismans, it is just a way to save my life. I will not delve too deeply into it. I will let nature take its course. Do you really want to go far? Or Chun Pingon stuck out his thumb and pointed to the sword on his back. It is to practice the sword. Chun Pingon looked calm and determined. I want to become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal. Lu Tai tilted his head. What do you want? Chun Pingon smiled and did not speak. He picked up a chair and ran back to his room. He closed the door and went to sleep. Lu Tai rolled his eyes. He was no longer sleepy. He hummed a folk song in boredom. Finally, he stood up and danced slowly on the chair. His sleeves flipped like flowing water. After that, he sat back on the chair and yawned while waving his fan. If not, he would make hand seals to calculate his fortune. He would even put his head on the chair's handle, roll his eyes, and stick out his tongue, pretending to be a hanged ghost. He stayed up until dawn. Chun Pingon woke up on time. He opened the door and took back the demon suppression talisman. Then he walked back and forth under the eaves to practice his fist techniques. Lu Tai glanced at Chun Pingon's boots. I will find you a pair of immortal's boots. Then you won't have to worry about rain or snow. The more expensive ones can even protect you from fire and water. Chun Pingon said unhappily. What do I need those things for? I have to worry about whether my boots will break when I fight. What a hindrance. Another worry for nothing. Lu Tai sighed. You don't have the life to enjoy life. Chun Pingon asked. Nothing strange happened after last night, right? Lu Tai nodded. There really was. It seems that someone from the Eagle Fortress saw a ghost. It's not too far from here. The two sides fought. It was quite bloody, but no one died. Chun Pingon thought for a moment. Then let's walk around during the day and see if we can find out the truth. After we know what's going on, we can decide whether to make a move. Lu Tai did not care about this. He was quite good at geomancy, searching for dragons, divination, and astrology. There was nothing he could do about it. The ancestors had given him food to eat. Even if he didn't study hard and found ways to slack off all day, he was still far ahead of his peers. This made him very annoyed. With just a few words, Lu Tai had casually summarized a bloody battle. Actually, for the people involved at that time, it was far from easy. Last night, in the rain, there was a young man dressed in black with a padao hanging from his waist. He was traveling with a Taoist priest at night. Under the bamboo hat, one of them was ready to die, while the other was worried. After the torrential rain turned into a soft drizzle, the two walked into an alley and came to a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The young Taoist priest's face was slightly pale. The evil spirit tonight is especially strong. The other man held a padao in his hand. His skin was slightly tanned. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If we wait any longer, I don't know how many people will die in vain. We can't delay any longer. Ooh, there were very few people living in this alley. There were only 3 or 4 families here. Most of them were elderly people who were lonely and didn't have much contact with the outside world. When the martial arts disciples of the Flying Eagle Castle were young, they would compete with each other on courage and insight. They would choose a night to see who dared to walk through this narrow and dark alley alone. It was said that there was a bloody battle in this alley. Before the Eagle Fortress was quiet in Jianghu, a group of enemies had sneaked into the Eagle Fortress when the old fort master had just passed away. Their hands were stained with blood. They were either masters of the demonic cult or masters of the evil path. They were all Jianghu heroes who had been injured and crippled by the old fort master. They accidentally leaked the news and were trapped in this alley by the well-prepared Eagle Fortress. Blood flowed all over the ground in that fight. Both sides killed each other until heads rolled down. There were not only heads of the murderers, but also the heads of the older generation of the Eagle Fortress. There were broken limbs and broken bones. Almost none of the corpses were whole. It was said that when the Eagle Fortress collected the corpses, none of them did not vomit bile. The Flying Eagle Fortress was a martial arts faction whose ancestors were even more prosperous than the House of Qin. It had a glorious century-long history among the older generation of Jianghu people in Agarwood Kingdom. Even though the Huan family had been silent for decades, they were still quite famous, especially the late Old Master Huan, who was highly respected in Jianghu and was a well-known Jianghu hero. It was a pity that the current fort master, Huan Yang, was mediocre in martial arts and could not support the reputation of the Eagle Fortress. Huan Chong was still young, but he had a bleak situation where there was no successor. But if one casually flipped through the old almanac, there were too many things that the Flying Eagle Castle could bring to the table to talk about, starting from Old Master Huan's generation. Therefore, the 400 or so people in the huge Eagle Fortress were all very proud of themselves. Although they were located in a remote corner, the Eagle Fortress could not be considered a frog at the bottom of a well. Almost everyone had heard of the legends of the Eagle Fortress since childhood. Master Huan was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Agarwood Kingdom. Master Huan was a close friend of Master Huan when he was young. Today, there were 3 of the 10 great masters. As for the old madam, it was rumored that she was a princess of a neighboring kingdom. She fled to Jianghu and was saved by Master Huan. They fell in love at first sight. During this period, they were constantly bumpy and suffered all kinds of hardships. But in the end, they were still together. The young master of the castle, Huan Chong, had displayed an outstanding talent in martial arts since he was young. He was born with astonishing physical strength, and in the past 10 years, he had sought guidance from the heroes outside or sparred with those famous heroes of the Jianghu. His achievements were remarkable. As for the fort master's daughter, Huan Shu, it was said that she was engaged to the eldest son of one of the 10 great masters of Agarwood Kingdom. She was only waiting for that young man to come and marry her. The leader of the younger generation of the Eagle Fortress was not Huan Chong, but someone with a different surname, Tao Xiang. He was the direct disciple of the fort master, Huan Yang. Since young, he had learned Confucian classics and profound martial arts from the head butler, Master He. In terms of popularity, he was even better than young fort master Huan Chong. Tao Xiang was warm-hearted and had a good reputation in the Eagle Fortress. He was cheerful, as if he was not afraid even if the sky fell. Among the group of people who entered the Eagle Fortress, the Grand Master was a famous hero of Jianghu. Among them, there was a beautiful woman who was praised as a fairy. She had a good relationship with Tao Xiang and often traveled with him in and out of the Eagle Fortress. She could smile like a flower while drinking the cheapest wine on the street with Tao Xiang. In recent years, Tao Xiang had started to help the fort master and butler Hia. He tried to manage the affairs of the Eagle Fortress and came into contact with a lot of inside information. His life was not easy. Guests from all over the world had to be well received. The incense sticks left behind by the ancestors of the Eagle Fortress could not be quietly extinguished. They had to maintain the incense sticks in secret. Going to the capital, going to the famous sects in the mountains, going to the powerful sects in the big cities, sending money to the rich and powerful officials, and building relationships with the local tyrants of the county. All of these required Tao Xiang, an outsider, to run errands. Therefore, Tao Xiang's knowledge and experience in Jianghu were outstanding. The machete man who came to this alley tonight was Tao Xiang. The young Taoist who came with him was a good friend of Tao Xiang's in Jianghu. They hit it off at first sight. Tao Xiang knew some of the young Taoist secrets. He could see those evil things and had some methods that were unheard of in Jianghu. After the young Taoist received Tao Xiang's secret letter asking for help, he came to the Eagle Fortress without hesitation. After a careful search, the young Taoist's heart grew heavier. Just as Tao Xiang said in the letter, the Eagle Fortress was indeed haunted by ghosts. Their skills were so high that they directly destroyed the foundation of the Eagle Fortress feng shui. The young Taoist knew himself well. He was never a true mountain dweller. He followed his master who liked to travel around the world. He had only practiced Taoist magic for 5 years. He had only learned some superficial skills of observing qi and drawing talismans. Moreover, the talismans he drew were sometimes ineffective. The copper coin sword on his back was made up of 49 copper coins. Until now, he had not had the chance to use it. He had no idea whether it was really enough to suppress evil spirits and slay evil. The young Taoist's name was Huangshang. He was a descendant of an aristocratic family who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. He practiced Taoism for almost 5 years, but still could not reach a higher level in drawing talismans. His master who taught him Taoism was not by his side most of the time. Huangshang spent almost all of his savings to gather the copper coin sword of the previous dynasties Xinshu, Yuanguang, and Zhengde. His master said that these 3 copper coins contained the most yang qi. As for the talismans that Huangshang drew, the quality was not good. He could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Letting a half-baked Taoist like him deal with the ferocious evil spirits of the Eagle Fortress was indeed a tough task. However, he was a close friend of Tao Xiang and was driven by the spirit of brotherhood. Seeing that Tao Xiang was determined to come here and get rid of the evil for the people, he couldn't just watch his brother die here. The two of them called each other brothers. It was not like the Jianghu heroes who exchanged cups at the table. It was an exchange of lives. Before this house was abandoned, the original owner must have been from a well-off family. The threshold was quite high, and the door was made of high-quality cypress wood. It was also decorated with a beast-faced knocker, ancient and profound. The Taoist priest Huangshang took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. It was raining heavily earlier. At this moment, the Taoist looked at the wet door and high wall and smiled bitterly. The time and place are not on our side. The machete man Tao Xiang nodded and stared at the door. With one hand on the hilt, he suddenly turned around and patted the Taoist priest's shoulder with the other hand. "I'll go first. If the situation is serious and you can't save me, you don't have to worry about me. Just go back and find me a haunted house with good feng shui." Huangshang was about to speak. Tao Xiang grinned and smiled brightly. "I'm not being polite. If the two of you die here, won't I be fighting for the wine down there?" Tao Xiang withdrew his hand and concentrated his qi in his dantian. He slashed at the door. "Open for me." The momentum of the blade was ferocious, and it directly split open the door. Tao Xiang strode in resolutely. For a moment, his steps were heavy as if he was in a quagmire. Tao Xiang was fearless. He shouted and swung his blade forward, slashing at the void. The blade light was dense and slightly shiny. It was obvious that he had peeked into the door of martial arts. Tao Xiang opened a path with his blade and went straight forward. The 2 gentlemen's talismans hidden in his chest and waist turned black instantly, as if they were dyed with ink. The little spiritual qi that was originally not much disappeared completely. Just as Huangshang was about to catch up, he felt a gust of chilly wind rushing out of the door. He had no choice but to find 2 slightly dry places on the inner wall of the door and stick 2 talismans to guard the house. Only then did he feel slightly better and did not have to stop breathing. Then he held a talisman in each hand. They were respectively the talisman of Lord Guanghua and the talisman of the Yellow God. Both of them were famous protective talismans left behind from ancient times and were widely circulated. However, Huangshang only took 3 steps forward against the cold wind when he realized that the talisman of the sword and talisman of the seal had turned black, as if they were 2 talisman that had just been pulled out from an inkstone. The young Taoist was shocked and could not help but shout, "The evil spirit is as thick as water." The ghosts here are definitely not the ghosts that died in the alley back then. They must be ghosts that have wandered for more than 100 years. "Xiang, quickly leave the house." However, The door of the house in the distance opened by itself. Tao Xiang swung his blade and entered, and the door slammed shut. Huang Shang's face was filled with grief. He tried his best to pour a thin amount of spiritual energy into the two talismans in his hands and shouted angrily, "Transfer the disaster and get rid of the blame." The talisman of the sword did not move. It was soaked in the ink formed by the evil spirit of the ominous land. Huang Shang's fingers that were holding the talisman felt as if they were burning. He quickly threw the talisman away. Fortunately, the talisman of the seal rippled with spiritual energy and suddenly lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The talisman suddenly ignited and burned fiercely. The yellow paper was quickly consumed and emitted a pungent green smoke. Around Huang Shang, eerie laughter rose and fell one after another, but there was not a single person in sight. The young Taoist felt as if his neck had been licked by an ice-cold long tongue, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Huang Shang threw away the talisman of the seal that had been burned and was about to take out another talisman from his sleeve. The back of his left hand that was reaching into his sleeve felt as if it had been pricked by a needle. Huang Shang shuddered. There was an inexplicable downpour above his head. Huang Shang looked around and saw that it was drizzling. The young Taoist raised his hand and wiped his face in a daze. He opened his hand and saw that it was full of blood. The next moment, Huang Shang subconsciously raised his head. A pale face without an eyeball was very close, almost touching the tip of Huang Shang's nose. Huang Shang was dumbstruck. In an instant, his shoulder was forcefully pressed down and pulled back. Huang Shang's entire body flew out of the house and fell into the muddy alley outside, dizzy. He only saw a familiar tall and thin figure. It was the old steward of the Eagle Castle, Tao Xiang's master. The old man held a talisman with both hands. The talisman paper was probably not made of the yellow paper of an ordinary talisman. It was sparkling and translucent, although it was floating in the cold wind and rain, like two candles in a strong wind. The talisman's spiritual energy did not dissipate. The old steward moved his feet and mumbled. Huang Shang had just breathed a sigh of relief when his neck was grabbed by a pair of snow-white hands with extremely long nails. He was pulled back in an instant. The young Taoist slapped the muddy ground with his hands, but to no avail. The back of his head and back hit the wall of the alley heavily. It was as if someone had infiltrated the wall and wanted Huang Shang to follow them. Huang Shang rolled his eyes and fainted. When the young Taoist woke up, he had already returned to the guest room in the main building of the Eagle Castle. Next door was Tao Xiang's residence. Huang Shang staggered out of bed and saw the old man walking out of the room with a serious expression. He sighed. Xiang's body is not seriously injured, but the old man did not continue. He wanted to say something to Huang Shang. He should not have been so reckless as to accompany Tao Xiang into that alley without permission. However, when he saw the young Taoist panic, especially the ink-black scratch marks on his neck that had not faded after a night, the old man could not bear to see him like this. He sighed and left quickly. He had to boil some medicine to help his disciple cultivate his essence. Huang Shang wanted to push the door open a few times, but he retracted his hand every time. Tonight, Chun Pingon and Lu Tai were going to the Huan family's mansion for a banquet. There was still an hour before the banquet. During the day, the two of them wandered around. They walked through the streets, the wells, the ancestral hall of the Huan family, the martial arts arena, the execution platform of the Eagle Castle, and other places. Lu Tai observed the various door gods on the doors of every house. Chun Pingon occasionally squatted down and silently picked up a handful of soil and put it into his mouth to chew. When they returned to the courtyard, Chun Pingon suddenly thought of something. "Steward, he asked us to enter the Eagle Castle and arranged for us to stay here. Is he selfish?" Lu Tai nodded. It's most likely that the Eagle Castle is at their wits' end. They're trying everything they can. Perhaps during the banquet tonight, if we shed all pretense of cordiality and pursue this matter, the Eagle Castle will be open and honest. It's nothing more than an apology. Then they'll throw money at us and ask us to help them get through this difficult time. Chun Pingan sighed. If the two of them were weak and could not defeat those wandering ghosts, would they have died suddenly in that house last night? If they died, then so be it. Would they have rolled up 2 rotten straw mats and thrown them out of the Eagle Castle? Lu Tai seemed to have seen through Chun Pingan's thoughts. He smiled. Are you lamenting the dangers of the martial world? Then have you ever thought that the Eagle Castle and he might have their own hidden troubles? After hearing their grievances, you might be filled with righteous indignation and stand up for them. Chun Pingan shook his head and said softly, there's a sequence of things. Right and wrong must be separated into big and small. The sequence must not be messed up. After that, we have to weigh the weight, define good and evil, and finally decide how to do something. Lu Tai smiled. It sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. Chun Pingan nodded. It's very rare. Not long after, the siblings Huan Chang and Huan Shu arrived together. Today, Huan Shu had changed into a warm yellow dress and was slim and elegant. Huan Chang was still dressed the same, but he had taken off the horn bow. Before this, Lu Tai asked Chun Pingan if he wanted to give the Eagle Castle and Huan Shu a surprise. Without waiting for Lu Tai to finish, Chun Pingan's face darkened, and he slapped the blade's strengthening gourd. Lu Tai immediately shut his mouth and put his palms together as if begging for mercy. At the railing of a tall building far away, a woman was in a good mood. Her face was radiant and her smile was gentle. Last night, she heard her daughter talk about some boudoir talk. She said that there was a handsome young master from outside the village who was going to visit with his friends today and wanted her, as his mother, to help him. The woman found it interesting and agreed. As for the child marriage in the early years, not to mention that the Eagle Castle no longer took it seriously, the other party hoped that it didn't happen at all so that they wouldn't be dragged down by the Eagle Castle. When the virtuous woman thought that one day her daughter would be like her mother, wearing the most beautiful red wedding dress and marrying her favorite sweetheart in the best years of her life, the woman felt gratified but also a little disappointed. The woman's eyes were red. She lowered her head slightly and took out an embroidered handkerchief to gently wipe the corners of her eyes. The woman didn't know, and no one in the Eagle Castle could see through her. Countless cracks appeared on her face that was bleeding from all 7 orifices. They crisscrossed and intersected like a porcelain that was about to shatter. $2.94. 2 things. First, the official WeChat account released the first issue of the 1655 journal. Those who like Jian Lai and Shuizhong should read it. Second, there are a lot of things to do this month. I can only try to update 120,000 words. There are always helpless things in the world. However, since Jian Lai started writing, there's a phrase that I've deeply felt. It's ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. Chun Pingan wasn't blind, so he could tell that Huan Shu, the daughter of the Eagle Fort, was interested in Lu Tai. As for the lingering haze between the 2 siblings' brows, Chun Pingan could also see that while the siblings were being courteous and warm, they couldn't get rid of that haze between their brows. It seemed that this place was haunted by ghosts and unscrupulous people, which brought a lot of trouble to the Eagle Fort. Even if you were from a rich family or a big sect, you still couldn't deal with this kind of thing. The group of people went to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. The building was built in an imposing manner. There were plaques and couplets written by famous people, painted door gods that were as tall as a man, and white jade lions on both sides of the door. All of these reflected the glory and heritage of the Huan family of the Eagle Fortress in the past. The banquet hall was brightly lit. There were red candles as thick as a baby's arm. There were also many old objects, large landscape paintings, and screens with immortal scenes. The fort master Huanyang and his wife, the old housekeeper Hia, and several elders of the Huan family were waiting at the entrance of the hall to welcome the two young people who came to the Eagle Fort for the first time. Behind them stood many young people from different families and branches. They were curious about Lu Tai and Qin Pingan. After all, it was rare to see such a big scene. Lu Tai told Qin Pingan telepathically, "Don't hit a smiling face." Believe it or not, if the Huan family of the Eagle Fort is smart enough, they'll apologize to us after 3 rounds of drinking. Lu Tai soon became serious. He looked around and said in Qin Pingan's mind, "There are many old antiques here. The ancestors of the Huan family of the Eagle Fort are quite generous. It's not bad to be at the foot of Tonggishao Mountain. If it weren't for the accident that forced them to hide here, we wouldn't even need to show up. We would have asked the immortals of the Agarwood country or the surrounding areas to deal with those otherworldly items." Lu Tai had mentioned before that the business people in the world called it old money and new money. There were old and new banknotes. There were old and new banknotes that were issued and circulated by the two groups. Naturally, there were old and new banknotes issued and circulated by the two groups. Before he sat down, Qin Pingan was keenly aware of the abnormality of the madam of the castle lord. Her aura was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it was the kind of dark clouds and black mist that was obviously tainted with a filthy aura. The woman looked gorgeous and well-maintained, but in fact, her vitality was exhausted, and she was on the verge of death. Lu Tai didn't even look at her. There were no exotic delicacies in the banquet. Huanyang didn't put on any airs from the beginning to the end. He was very humble. Even Qin Pingan could clearly feel the discomfort of the Huan family's descendants. They were very perfunctory when they raised their cups to drink and picked up food. Most of the time, it was only when the lord of the castle suggested a toast that they would make a move. However, Lu Tai guessed wrong. Even when the banquet was coming to an end, Fort Master Huanyang didn't mention the strange alley where they stayed. He only said that the Eagle Fort was poor and didn't take good care of them. He hoped that the two young masters would forgive him. However, after drinking the last mouthful of wine, everyone got up and left. Huanyang and his wife personally brought Qin Pingan to tour around the main building. When they arrived at a balcony on the top floor and looked into the distance, Huan Chang and Huan Shu each brought over a gift, which was placed in a wooden box. Huanyang said that it was an antique passed down from the ancestors of the Eagle Fortress. It wasn't worth much, but it was still considered rare. It was just a small gift to show their respect. They hoped that the two young masters would come to the Eagle Fortress more often in the future and would definitely welcome them with open arms. Lu Tai's hospitality was flawless. He touched the railing and thought, "Good place." Thus, the guests and the host left happily. Huan Shu wanted to send the two to the alley, but Huan Chang found an excuse to stop her. Although Huan Shu was dissatisfied, she didn't insist on leaving the main building. She looked at the backs of the two walking side by side on the wide street. Huan Chang whispered, "Why didn't you go visit Xianying when he was injured so badly?" Huan Shu frowned. Father and Grandpa, he both told him not to act rashly. He's still so reckless. If it weren't for the immortal master coming to the Eagle Fort tonight, how would we clean up this mess? Tao Xianying is an adult, and he's in charge of half of the Eagle Fort's affairs. How can he be so impulsive? He's only been in the Jianghu for a few days, and he already doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ooh. Huan Chang said angrily, "No matter what, Xianying was injured for the sake of the Eagle Fort. Don't be so sarcastic. If Xianying heard this, no one would have the face to stop him if he left the Eagle Fort in a fit of anger. Do you really not know how many righteous sects have taken a fancy to Xianying's talent in martial arts and economic skills?" Huan Shu curled her lips. A small temple can't accommodate a big bodhisattva. What else can the Eagle Fort do? Cry and beg Tao Xianying to stay? Huan Chang turned his head and sternly lectured. Huan Shu, why are you becoming more and more disgraceful? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Xianying and you grew up together, and he's a good brother to me. Huan Shu's eyes were red, and she felt wronged. This was the first time she saw her brother so angry. She said with a trembling voice, "But I don't want to marry him. He likes me, but I don't like him. What can I do?" Huan Chang sighed. Every family had their own difficulties. This matter was difficult to resolve. Huan Chang couldn't understand why such a beautiful fairy would fall in love at first sight with Tao Xianying, but Tao Xianying didn't like her. Why did Tao Xianying like his sister for so many years? Why didn't he like her when the conditions were right? If Tao Xianying married his sister, he would have old steward he support. After so many years of traveling, everyone in the Eagle Fort respected Tao Xianying. Would the Eagle Fort change their surname one day? Huan Chang didn't think too much about it, or rather, he didn't want to think too deeply about it. The autumn night was cool, and the stars shone brightly, as if they were the sorrows of the human world. That night, before Chinpingan and Lu Tai reached the alley, an otherworldly person arrived at the entrance of the Eagle Fort. Only the fort master Huan Yang and steward He came out to greet him. The atmosphere wasn't lively, but it was obviously more practical than the banquet for the two young people. The person who walked over was a tall man whose eyes were shining brightly. He was leading a snow-white horse, and he looked to be around 40 years old. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and a peachwood talisman token hung from his waist as he floated over. 2 bundles of pine and cypress branches were hanging on both sides of the saddle. One of the horsetail whisk was engraved with the words, "To relieve sorrow." The fort master Huan Yang, an old steward, he hurriedly bowed. "Welcome, immortal master Taiping Mountain." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "You're welcome. It's our duty to go down the mountain and kill demons." Before Huan Yang could speak, the man leading the horse looked up at the sky above the castle. The Yin Qi is indeed very strong. If I'm not wrong, there should have been a heavy rain in the Eagle Fort. You should know that it wasn't a normal autumn rain, but a spell cast by the demons and demons entrenched in this place. They want to end the Eagle Fort's bloodline. Huan Yang and Old Steward looked at each other. Huan Yang cupped his hands and said, "As long as a mortal master can save more than 500 lives in the Eagle Fort, the Eagle Fort is willing to build a shrine for a mortal master and hand over the treasured saber, snow-stopping, that our ancestor accidentally obtained. The descendants of the Huan family will worship Taiping Mountain and immortal master for at least 100 years and do their best to repay immortal master." The man smiled and waved his horsetail whisk. "Save them first. Otherwise, a good deed will become a business transaction. Wouldn't I be stained with the stench of money?" Huan Yang was so excited that he cried, "Immortal master is noble and pure. I'm sorry for my rudeness." The man ignored him and led the horse forward, showing the demeanor of an immortal. That night, another dusty and unkempt old man visited the Eagle Fort. He almost couldn't open the gate. Later, Tao Xiang's friend, the young Taoist Huangshang, heard the news and hurried over. Only then was the old man brought to the Eagle Fort and lived in a random alley. Huangshang was full of guilt, but the old man didn't care. He walked around in the middle of the night and even leaned on the mouth of the well to smell the water. After the old man settled down, he made a sound of surprise. With a tap of his foot, he flew up to the roof of the courtyard. He looked up and carefully observed for a moment. After returning to the courtyard, he asked, "Is there already an expert in the Eagle Fort?" The young Taoist was stunned. "I'm not sure if there's an expert or not. I only know that 2 young masters came to the Eagle Fort 2 days ago. One of them is very elegant and good-looking. The other carries a long sword on his back and doesn't like to talk much." The old man asked, "When you and Tao Xiang were in danger, those 2 didn't help?" Huang Shang smiled bitterly. It was the old housekeeper who saved us. Those two didn't appear. The old man nodded. He does know a little bit of Tao, but compared to the talisman that those two pasted on the door, he's a bit lacking. The young Taoist was stunned. Those two are about the same age as me. Are they already immortal masters like Master? The old man sneered. So what if they're young? At such a young age, they can move mountains and seas. That's what a real immortal master is. A half-baked person like me, who relied on my years of cultivation to reach this level, would never be seen as a fellow immortal in the eyes of a real immortal master on the mountain. Huang Shang still didn't quite believe it. He always felt that his master was a noble master who didn't care about fame and fortune. He didn't like to brag about his immortal cultivation. The old man didn't say anything more. Compared to those immortals who rode the clouds and rode the wind, he was like a dog who had lived for so many years. It wasn't a comfortable thing after all. On the other side, Chun Pingan pasted another demon suppression pagoda talisman outside the courtyard. Both of them didn't feel sleepy, so they chatted in the courtyard. Chun Pingan's expression was solemn. Lu Tai was still smiling as he sat on the chair and fanned himself. Chun Pingan was just about to speak when Lu Tai raised his hand to stop Chun Pingan from speaking. It won't work if you say it. Lu Tai changed the topic and joked, a golden necklace Taoist robe, 2 flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd, and a demon-binding rope that is ranked as a magic weapon. When you become a 7th-tier martial artist one day, what will happen? Chun Pingan smiled knowingly and said cheerfully, the bitterness of it is not worth telling others. Lu Tai sighed and said, are you curious why I don't think I'm a sword cultivator? Chun Pingan said unhappily, what's so strange about it? Isn't it because you're afraid of heights? From Old Dragon City to Inverted Hanging Mountain, we took the Osmanthus Island. From Inverted Hanging Mountain to Tongya Continent, we took the treasure-swallowing whale. Then have you taken the Kuan boat? Lu Tai's face turned red. He threw the bamboo fan in his hand to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and spun them lightly. The bamboo fan seemed to be pulled by a thread and started to spin. It flew around Chun Pingan and returned to Lu Tai's side. Lu Tai caught the bamboo fan and said, applying what you've learned so quickly, the sword master sword control technique might be very mysterious in the Jianghu, but to Chun Pingan, who had reached the 4th level of martial arts, it was easy. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. $2.95. It was a warm autumn day, and Lu Tai was sitting alone in the courtyard doing some homework. Chun Pingan was practicing swordsmanship proper beside him. Ever since Lu Tai noticed the investigation of the Eagle Fortress's disciples, the Eagle Fortress had not offended him in private. Lu Tai took advantage of the moment when Chun Pingan stopped practicing and suddenly asked, Chun Pingan, do you want me to teach you how to play Go? Chun Pingan was still twisting his wrist, looking for the most suitable and smooth way to hold the sword to deal with the changes. If he wanted to draw the sword quickly, he had to look for changes in the details. This was the same principle as the extremely clever jumping knife technique in porcelain making. It seemed to be motionless at first glance, but in reality, it was not. After hearing Lu Tai's suggestion, he shook his head and said, forget it. I've learned it before, but I'm not good at it. When I first went out to travel, I saw masters play Go, but I still prefer to watch people play Go. Lin Shui, Xia Yu Lu, and the young imperial tutor, who changed his name to Cui Dongshan. Each of them was better at Go than the other. Chun Pingan often watched Go, but he could not even tell whether the chess was good or bad, far or near, and deep, so he admitted that he did not have the talent to play Go. However, just like watching Lu Tai brew tea, it was pleasing to the eye. On the way to the Great Sui Kingdom, Lin Shui and Xie played Go, which also made Chun Pingan fascinated. Chun Pingan felt that the feeling of sitting and forgetting while playing Go was very beautiful. Lu Tai did not pester him, and asked with a smile, "Do you know what the highest level of Go is?" Of course, Chimpingon did not know. Lu Tai played a piece, and his eyes were burning. "There is no one in front of you." Chimpingon thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. This time, it was Lu Tai's turn to be surprised. He raised his head and squinted at Chimpingon. "You can really understand?" Chimpingon walked slowly in the yard. His chi sank into his dantian, and his fist intent poured out. At first glance, he looked inconspicuous, but it turned out that he had already reached the realm of silent water. He smiled and said, "There's someone's sword, and the old man who helped me train the 3 realms of martial arts. His fist felt like this. Just like what you said, there's no one in front of me." Even though Lu Tai had seen too many extraordinary people and beautiful sceneries, he had seen bells and cauldrons and food, yellow and purple nobles, feather fans and silk head scarves, and drinking dew. Watching Chimpingon boxing was a form of enjoyment, but Lu Tai felt that Chimpingon could do better. He stood up and took a deep breath between his nose and ears, for wisps of white smoke slowly drifted out. They did not leave, nor did they disappear. They hung on his face like 4 slender, white pythons. Chimpingon was a little puzzled. He did not know why Lu Tai did this. Lu Tai walked to the center of the yard and said slowly, "Pure martial artists cultivate qi. Qi cultivators cultivate qi as well. Breathing and exhaling can't escape the word qi. Qi is like gossamer. If it were an ordinary person, it would be used to describe a person who does not have long to live. But if it were a swordsman, it would be a different scene." Lu Tai exhaled slowly. The qi condensed into a gossamer, and eventually turned into a pocket-sized flying sword in front of him. Lu Tai blew gently. Chimpingon's heartstrings trembled. He quickly turned his head. A wisp of white light flashed past his ear. Then, that extremely thin wisp of white light flew rapidly across the entire yard. It constantly pulled out streams of flowing light that did not dissipate for a long time, weaving the yard into a sword chi cage, a thunder pool filled with fierce sword chi. Lu Tai stomped his foot, and the strange phenomenon disappeared instantly. Lu Tai smiled and said, "Although I am not a pure martial artist, I still understand the principle. You, Chimpingon, are a maniac in boxing. You have practiced the most common boxing stance 1,000,000 times. Therefore, your fist intent is natural. But you actually don't understand the true meaning of it." Lu Tai faced Chimpingon, one hand behind his back, the other stretched out and open his palm. The boxing stances in the world, besides strengthening the muscles and bones and nourishing the soul and spirit, the real mystery lies in the essential qi that does not rely on the power of heaven and earth. Instead, it commands the heaven and earth. It is closely connected so that the punch can be unreasonably fast. Lu Tai stretched out his fist. With a bang, the fist aura exploded, and the sound of silk tearing could be heard. Lu Tai punched again. It was slightly slanted. With a stroke and a slide, the final point of the punch was still the original position, but the momentum was silent. But when the fist touched the air, the chi movement collapsed. The momentum was shocking. Lu Tai explained, "I used the same strength and spirit for the 2 punches. The punch went straight out. It seems to be the shortest path, but it is like trekking through mountains and rivers. The fastest way is to find the mountain road and go with the flow. If you go straight all the way, you will not be able to go fast enough. Legend has it that the real limit of martial arts is the 10 realms. Above that is the martial god realm. That is the heavenly scenery that even qi cultivators envy and fear." Lu Tai withdrew his fist and sighed. He looked at the sky and said in a daze, "The world is in chaos. Chimpingon, you must live on. If you can survive till the end." That is, blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Tai's mouth. He continued, "You must live on and guard a certain place. Don't be swept away by the general trend. You must be the cornerstone. When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will work together. Chun Pingon, don't fight for temporary gains and losses. I believe that you will go further than that Chao Ci. You will rebuild the longevity bridge and become a great sword deity. Heaven's secrets could not be revealed. To ordinary chi cultivators, this might be a casual remark that could be casually made. But the school of Yin Yang was different. People who were good at divination, fortune-telling, and astrology often did not die of old age. Occasionally, they would die of old age, but they should not expect to be blessed by their descendants. They might even live beyond their means, causing their ancestors to lose their virtue and harm their descendants. Chun Pingon had already sensed that something was wrong. He shouted softly, "Lu Tai, that's enough." Lu Tai nodded. He raised the back of his hand to wipe away the bloodstains. He sat back at the stone table and smiled brightly. "Since I have found this place and found the balcony in the Eagle Fortress, then you will have to travel alone in the future." Chun Pingon sat beside him and nodded. "After this matter is settled, I will go north alone. You don't have to worry." Lu Tai asked, "What are your plans?" "Of course." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The nearest is to find the ruins of an ancient battlefield. I will look for the souls and spirits that are still condensed after death. I will refine the 3 souls and strengthen the foundation of the 4 realms of martial arts. As for the distant after I return to my hometown, I will continue to learn martial arts from the elders. If I walk step by step steadily, the possibility of reaching the 7th realm will be greater." Lu Tai nodded. "Don't worry about me. I am fine. This bit of retaliation from the heavenly Tao is just a common occurrence for the disciples of the Lu clan." After Chun Pingon confirmed that Lu Tai was not puffing himself up at his own cost, he relaxed. He held the back of his head with both hands and said leisurely, "There is also something that I have thought about before, but did not have the time to do. I will pave a road for my hometown, the kind where there is a pavilion every 3 to 5 li. No matter how much money it costs, I will not feel the pinch." "Ooh," Lu Tai said unhappily, "it is just a road. It will not cost much." No wonder this fellow's 2 life-bound flying swords were called Needlepoint and Wheat On. It seemed that he was born to compete with other people's thimbles. Chun Pingon did not argue with him and continued, "When you return to your hometown, try to personally manage the 2 shops in Dragon Rider Alley. As long as you can make money, even if it is only a few copper coins a day, it is fine. Then there are those broken statues in the Immortal Tomb. Although I have already done some things on my previous trip back home, such as building many sheds and repairing some, it is still not enough. I still need to formally reconstruct their golden bodies." "Is that why you bought those books on statue creation?" "Yes. Try to know more taboos and rules to prevent yourself from doing bad things out of good intentions." Lu Tai said with a smile, "You are really busy." Chun Pingon kept looking into the distance. "If it is further, are you willing to listen? Go ahead. If you say something bad and dirty my ears, I will plunge into a well and wash myself." Chun Pingon ignored his sarcasm. "I want more buildings to be erected in my hometowns, Luapa Mountain, other than the bamboo buildings. From the foot of the mountain, forget it, from halfway up the mountain, all the way to the top of the mountain, there must be those tiles, water droplets, cornices, caisson wells, mortise, and tenons that you mentioned." When Chun Pingon said this, he stretched out his hand and gestured fiercely. Lu Tai rolled his eyes. What a terrifying ambition. Chun Pingon was somewhat discouraged. Lu Tai hurriedly raised his hands. All right, continue. I won't make fun of you anymore." Chun Pingon then continued, "I want to buy a lot of books. I want some of the writings of the saints of the 3 religions, the 100 schools of thought, and the predecessors. Before the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven was destroyed, it was hard to find a book in a marketplace like my Clay Bottle Alley. You can't imagine it. It is rarer than seeing a piece of silver." I want to have a lot of spiritual artifacts and magical equipment in the buildings on the mountain. I also want to collect the specialties of various countries in the world. I want to raise some of them. 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 Exotic flowers and herbs, high mountains and flowing rivers, pavilions and terraces, dense forests and tall bamboos. Every day, there will be a sea of clouds and fog surging over the mountain like a river. Li Baoping and Li Huai can study in peace there. Lin Shui can concentrate on cultivation. Yu Lu can reach the peak of martial arts and ask the old man surnamed Chui about fist techniques. Xie Xie can be there and not be bullied by Chui Dongshan. The little boy in green and the girl in pink can cultivate and slack off as they want. There is a girl named Wan Xiu who can often come to my house as a guest. I can take out the pastries made by my shop to entertain her. Every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, many people will go to the mountain temple of Luopa Mountain to burn incense. I want to make the mountain path wider and have the same blue stone as Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley. People won't be afraid of mud on their shoes when it rains. I will prepare many straw raincoats and bamboo hats in the mountain temple. Even if it rains suddenly, the people won't be afraid. They can just borrow them and go down the mountain. They will return them the next time they burn incense. No matter what the world is like, how people live at the foot of the mountain, or how other people live on the mountain, I only hope that everyone on my side can love each other and live a more comfortable life every day. I hope that I and the people around me won't be like Lu Xianyang, feeling that we can't do anything. When we are in the right, if others don't listen, then let them listen, no matter whether it is by fist or sword. Lu Tai had been listening quietly the whole time. It was like watching Chen Pingan build his own snowman in the summer with his own eyes. "296. This chapter is not a long one. It only has 7,000 words because there is one more chapter later. Lu Tai pointed at the entrance of the courtyard and said that there was a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. Outside the door is the Jianghu, but inside the door is the mountain. Chun Pingan wanted to drink. After that, the Eagle Fortress became lively and lively. Compared to the dead silence and tranquility before, the Eagle Fortress now obviously made people feel more at ease. This was because 2 foreign masters had come to the Eagle Fortress. They were not the wandering heroes that the Eagle Fortress was familiar with, nor were they the famous gurus. Instead, they were the mysterious old master he, who was already strange enough. They were even more interesting than him. The middle-aged man, who was invited by the fort lord, was leading a white horse through the streets and alleys of the Eagle Fortress. 2 large bundles of pine and cypress branches were hung on both sides of the saddle. Every time the horse stopped, the man with the horsetail whisk would burn a branch. He did not use a flint, but when he rubbed his fingers, the pine and cypress branches would burn. Waves of fragrance rose into the air. Some of the people of the Eagle Fortress who were watching from afar, some white-haired old men who knew a little about the ancient history, began to show off their knowledge. They said that this was called Ting Liao, which was an extraordinary celestial spell that could drive away evil spirits. Because pine trees were the tallest trees, they were known as the 18 Dukes, which was equivalent to the Duke of the Imperial Court. Cypress trees were second only to pine trees. Especially some pine and cypress trees from famous mountains, they were very expensive. Therefore, by burning pine and cypress trees together with the celestial spell, they could be connected to the gods. Compared to the tall man's horsetail whisk and white horse, the other sloppy old man was much more vulgar. He did not look like his peers, and his methods were also rustic. Therefore, there were not many people of the Eagle Fortress who came to watch the fun. The old man's identity was said to be the young Taoist Huangshang's master. He was a Taoist who lived in the mountains and was an old friend of the fort lord. This time, the Eagle Fortress The old man calculated that the Eagle Fortress would be in trouble. Therefore, he came down the mountain to help the Eagle Fortress. The sloppy old man did not wear a Taoist robe, nor did he know how to draw talismans. He only asked people to catch 7 or 8 roosters and hung them at the gate of the Eagle Fortress, the ancestral hall, the well, the martial arts field, and other places. Then he stared at the roosters all day long. He had a small rice bag on his waist filled with glutinous rice and a pot of water to serve the roosters. The pot of water was not the well water that the Eagle Fortress drank daily, but the spring water that his disciple Huang Shang fetched from the distant mountains. Chun Pingan and Lu Tai parted ways. Lu Tai liked to watch the so-called celestial master of Taiping mountain play tricks, while Chun Pingan observed the old man's methods. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Chun Pingan was in between the two. Although he did not know the origin of the old Taoist behavior, he was sure that after hanging the roosters everywhere, the evil spirit would be weaker. It was like 2 armies facing each other, and one side would avoid the sharp edge. However, this kind of retreat did not cause any casualties. They just hid in the dark to accumulate power. When the old man was feeding the roosters with glutinous rice and water, it could be seen from his worried face that the old Taoist was not relaxed. As for the flamboyant man with the horsetail whisk, he had a complacent expression, as if he could destroy all evil with a snap of his fingers. The siblings, Huan Chang and Huan Shu, were in charge of opening the way for him. Tao Xiang's face was pale, and he often coughed. He only followed behind the old Taoist with Huang Shang. Lu Tai did not mention the difference in their cultivation. He only said that the man was definitely not a qi cultivator from the Taiping mountain of the Tongya continent, while the sloppy old man was a true Taoist who lived in the mountains. He studied Taoism in seclusion, benevolence, wisdom, and peace. The Taiping mountain was one of the largest sects in the Tongya continent. It was not weak, but it was reclusive to the point that it almost hated the world. Very few cultivators left the mountain. It was a master of both internal and external alchemy. Lu Tai had heard of it in the Tushan continent, but it was not as famous as the Tongya sect and the Yugui sect. Another 2 days of peace and tranquility passed. Even the commoners of the Eagle Fortress who lived in the streets and alleys noticed the abnormality in the sky. It was supposed to be the first glimmer of dawn, but the sky above the Eagle Fortress was filled with rolling black clouds. They were like living creatures bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws at the Eagle Fortress, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy. The old steward, Hia, who was the teacher, spread the word that there was no class in the school today. He wanted them to quickly return home, causing the children to be overjoyed. On the way back, they gathered in groups and pointed at the black clouds. They said that it looked like a centipede and that it looked like a water buffalo. In the end, they saw the black clouds that looked like a woman's ferocious face. The children were so frightened that they immediately scattered and ran home. Chun Pingan was practicing his boxing stance in the courtyard. He had long noticed the strange weather. Lu Tai sat beside the stone table and silently pinched his fingers to deduce. His expression was calm. It was supposed to be early in the morning, but it was as dark as night. Not a single ray of sunlight shone into the Eagle Fortress. Chun Pingan heard the eerie laughter from outside the alleyway again. It drifted here and there. Chun Pingan stopped his boxing stance and ran to open the door. He turned around and raised his head to take a look. The demon suppression talisman was made of ordinary materials. As time went by, the spiritual qi in the talisman's gallbladder was continuously draining away. It had already become dim and lightless. The originally brand new yellow talisman paper looked like a couplet that had been pasted up for more than half a year. It was badly faded and wrinkled. There were even a few spots of black ink that had been seeped through. No wonder those otherworldly ghosts dared to appear and provoke them. Lu Tai folded his hands into his sleeves and walked out of the courtyard. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Chun Pingan. He raised his head to look at the decaying, authentic alchemy script and muttered to himself, in an era extremely long ago, the talismans drawn by people who were equivalent to seventh realm martial artists were only scratching the surface. Only those who were ninth realm martial artists could draw talismans. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how powerful the talisman of that time was. He also had the obscure title of Mr. Marquis of the Three Mountains and Nine Marquises. He was regarded as the authentic talisman. Unfortunately, we descendants don't even know whether he was a person or just a nickname. Chun Pingon stood on his tiptoes, took off the talisman, and put it into his sleeve. Suddenly, there was a clamor all around. Fog rose from the muddy alleyway and quickly spread out. The fog first reached the ankles, then the knees, and soon the waist. It was as if Chun Pingon had opened the lid of a pot. Fog immediately rose up. However, the fog on the stove was the fragrance of hot rice and coriander. On the other side of the alleyway, there was a sticky, damp fog, suffused with a faint, fishy smell. Chun Pingon turned his head to look. Fortunately, the fog did not surge into the courtyards of the city gates in one go. It was just that the various door gods, martial saints, martial gods, and so on that were pasted on the doors of the houses gave off a faint sizzling sound. The originally thin and scattered spiritual chi vanished like smoke into thin air, no longer able to protect the owners. In Chun Pingon's field of vision, at the end of the alleyway, a pair of figures dressed in white appeared again. The child continued to stare at Chun Pingon. Blood constantly seeped out of his scarlet eyes, flowing onto his snow-white face. However, the blood did not leave the face. It crawled in and out of his eyes like worms, as if the child's eye sockets were their nest. The adult, holding the child's hand, had no facial features. It was as if a thick layer of white cloth covered his face, making it impossible to see his ears, nose, eyebrows, eyes, and mouth. There were also many filthy, otherworldly items walking toward the courtyard at the end of the alleyway. There was an old woman with a pair of dead fish eyes on her hands and feet on the ground, nimbly climbing the wall of the courtyard. She looked at Chun Pingon and kept repeating that she wanted to eat meat. There were also many children squatting by the wall, hugging their knees with their hands and pressing their heads against their knees. They let out intermittent whimpers from between their teeth, swaying with the wind. It was as if they wanted to tell a sad story, but they were too young and couldn't articulate it clearly. Although Chun Pingon had been worshipping ghosts and gods since he was young, he was not afraid of them. Imagine a 4- or 5-year-old child daring to run into the immortal tomb alone, rain or shine. Then he would practice martial arts and travel to the Tong Yi continent 3 times. Along the way, he had seen a lot of strange things. How could he be scared by this kind of situation? Therefore, even though the adult and the child had already walked to the alleyway facing the courtyard, Chun Pingon was still indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the stairs, as if he was waiting for them to make a move. The child with the blood-stained face stared at Chun Pingon. When he turned his head and looked at Chun Pingon, he said, "Your meat smells good. Can I have a few bites? I only want half of your heart. Is that okay?" The child spoke very slowly, and his footsteps didn't stop. When he said the word heart, his back was already facing Chun Pingon. However, his head had already turned around, and he was still looking at Chun Pingon. He even stuck out his pitch-black tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. The old woman who was walking along the wall was the first to make a move. She jumped up and pounced on Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon didn't even look at her. He took a step forward and walked down the stairs. Without waiting for his boots to touch the ground, he casually threw a punch at the old woman's head. The old woman was sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite wall and shattering into pieces. She didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Seeing this, the otherworldly items in the alleyway became ferocious. Black smoke surged, and the otherworldly items formed by the resentment of their dead bodies madly pounced on Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon put one hand behind his back and kept it in his sleeve. He only used his right hand to fight. His fist intent was still limited. It only flowed in his right arm, and his earth energy condensed and didn't leak out. However, every time he punched, an otherworldly item would be destroyed. To the current Chun Pingon, this little bit of fist intent was like a bucket of water from a deep well. On the other hand, in the eyes of the group of otherworldly items, the white-cloaked young man's arm was like a small section of sunlight that cut through the curtain of the night. It was scorching and dazzling. In just a few blinks of an eye, most of the otherworldly items in the alleyway were gone. Lu Tai was sitting on the threshold, watching with a smile on her face. The child who had threatened to eat Chun Pingon's half of his heart got rid of the adult's hand. He flashed and appeared behind Chun Pingon. He used his palm as a knife and stabbed Chun Pingon's back. He wanted to cut Chun Pingon's heart from his back. His hand knife was swift and fierce. However, the child thought that he was about to succeed and screamed in pain. It turned out that when his 5 fingers touched the white robe, he felt like he had bumped into a stove. He didn't have time to withdraw his hand, and half of his arm was gone. Chun Pingon's left hand, which was still behind his back, didn't move. The corner of his eyes was still watching the otherworldly item that didn't have any facial features. He leaned back and bumped into the otherworldly item. When his golden robe touched the otherworldly item, the child melted like a candle and turned into a wisp of extremely pure black smoke. He wanted to fly away. However, Chun Pingon turned around, twisted his wrist, and punched him. The black smoke had no head or tail. Lu Tai joked, "That's a little bullying." Chun Pingon curled his lips. "What kind of person is that?" Chun Pingon abruptly turned his head and looked at the end of the alley. The gloomy water from the well on the other side of the street climbed up the wall of the well. Using the fog on the street to cover the yang energy, the water quickly flowed out of the well and poured into the alley where Chun Pingon was. After entering the alley, the water sought Chun Pingon, subduing the otherworldly item. After hesitating for a while, the water from the well flowed back. Chun Pingon took out his right hand and held a brand new demon subduing pagoda talisman on his fingertips. He silently said, 15. An exquisite green flying sword flew out of the blade, strengthening gourd, and streaked behind Chun Pingon. The tip of 15's sword nailed the yellow paper talisman. In the blink of an eye, the talisman left a trail of golden light in the air. This talisman was supposed to be used to deal with the otherworldly item that was holding the child. After fighting for a while, Chun Pingon made up his mind. It was enough for him to use his fist. Since the otherworldly item in the well had taken the initiative to come out, Chun Pingon let 15 take the demon-subduing pagoda and rushed to the well to block the escape route of the well water. The well water was moving very fast, but how could it be faster than 15's flying sword? 15 came to the well, where the sound of crying was coming from. He poked the sword into the well and nailed the golden demon subduing pagoda talisman to the edge of the well. Then it slowly rose into the air and circled around the well. The well water that had crawled out from the bottom of the well rippled, revealing the twisted faces of resentful women. They unwillingly split off a small stream and rushed to the well. Soon they all turned into smoke. After a few times, the talisman that was stuck to the well's mouth remained motionless. The well water was full of spiritual light. Only then did the well water give up. They kept gathering together and finally turned into a humanoid otherworldly item with faintly visible limbs. It was 3 meters tall, and the well water kept rolling around its body, making it impossible to recognize its appearance. Flying Sword 15 naturally took it as a provocation. It pierced through the otherworldly item's forehead and suddenly stopped. Then it flew back through the back of the otherworldly item's heart. It repeated this process repeatedly and never got tired. Perhaps it didn't expect the flying sword to be so full of sword intent. The well water that had just turned into a humanoid figure scattered and turned back into a layer of water that spread in all directions. It began to roll around and escape. 15 didn't care about these tricks. The tip of the sword just poked the water again and again. On the other side of the alley, the otherworldly item that originally wanted the well water to turn showed a trace of fear. Not only did it not have the intention to fight with Chun Pingon, but it also swept toward the wall at the end of the alley. Chun Pingon took a step and rushed to the wall of the Broken Head Road first. He slapped the wall with his palm. It was another demon subduing Pagoda. The wall suddenly showed its original appearance. It was full of bones, mixed with the skeletons of many young children. There were even some that looked like babies that had been cut open. It was a tragic scene. When the wall appeared, the children squatting at the foot of the wall immediately sobbed. Seeing this scene, Chun Pingon's heart was filled with hatred. Just as the man was about to fly up and leave the alley, the furious Chun Pingon turned around and stretched out his hand. He grabbed the face without any facial features. His 5 fingers were like hooks. The golden sleeves of his robe fluttered, emitting bursts of light, as if they were a shrine that had been burning incense for thousands of years. The otherworldly item let out a cry that came from the depths of its soul. Chun Pingon grabbed the otherworldly item with his right hand and punched through the otherworldly item's heart with his left hand. His entire arm glowed with golden light. It had both his own fist force and the aura of the golden nectar. Chun Pingon twisted his right arm and forcefully poked a big hole in the otherworldly item's heart. Not giving up, Chun Pingon still tried to tear the otherworldly item's soul into pieces. He deliberately controlled his strength and peeled the soul bit by bit, as if he was peeling off the skin and pulling out the tendons. He pulled the soul bit by bit into the golden sleeves of his robe. He wanted the otherworldly item to suffer the pain of being cut into pieces by a living person. Lu Tai stood up and gently reminded him, "Chun Pingon, it's done." Chun Pingon took a deep breath. He loosened the 5 fingers of his left hand and pulled his right hand out of the otherworldly item's heart. He smashed the otherworldly item with one punch. Then he flicked his sleeves and collected everything into his robe. Afterward, he shook his sleeves. Fine dust rustled and fell. Chun Pingon looked at the otherworldly items squatting at the foot of the wall. They didn't run away. They were shivering and shaking violently. They were still hugging their knees and waiting for death. They were babbling and crying. No one knew what they were crying about. It seemed like they were suffering a great pain and suffering. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked at the talisman pasted on the wall of corpses. He hurried to pull it down. After Chun Pingon put away the demon-subduing talisman, he strode forward 70 to 80 feet. He squatted down and approached an otherworldly item that was hugging its head. The otherworldly item was only 2 or 3 years old. Chun Pingon reached out his hand. Although Chun Pingon had tried his best to restrain his fist intent and golden spirit energy to make his robe look like an ordinary robe, the child was still shivering more violently. Chun Pingon quickly rolled up his sleeves until they almost reached his shoulders. Then he gently patted the child's head. Chun Pingon didn't know what to say. There were so many sufferings in the world. Even if he couldn't escape the karma of his previous life, shouldn't he wait until the child was a little older and more sensible? Chun Pingon felt that it wasn't right. It wasn't good, because he could empathize with the child the most. Chun Pingon retracted his hand and raised the back of his hand to wipe his eyes. He turned his head to look at Lu Tai and asked, "Do you have a way?" Lu Tai slowly walked over. He didn't have his previous carefree attitude. He nodded and said, "Don't you know the Yang Lantern lifting talisman? As long as you draw this talisman, it'll be an Een guiding talisman. Then I'll draw a netherworld ferrying talisman. You drew that talisman to persuade these otherworldly items that haven't gained intelligence. You want them to walk on their instincts. Mine is to open a door for them so that they can walk on a path without breaking their heads. Chun Pingon softly called Flying Sword 15 in his mind. It quickly flew back from the entrance of the alley. Chun Pingon took out a yellow talisman paper and the small snow all from the core object. He sat cross-legged, holding a brush in one hand and the talisman paper in the other. Under Lu Tai's guidance, he began to draw the Yang Lantern lifting talisman for the first time. Because his state of mind was unstable, he failed in the end. Lu Tai didn't say anything. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and took out the talisman paper again. Unexpectedly, he still failed at the last step. For Chun Pingon, who had practiced boxing, this was extremely rare. Chun Pingon was a little confused. Lu Tai sighed, because a fragment of Chun Pingon's state of mind, the heart mirror, was shaking. Lu Tai simply took out the bamboo fan and gently fanned it. He didn't look at Chun Pingon and said with a smile, "Don't put yourself in their shoes for everything. You have to learn to stay out of it. You don't have to rush to draw the talisman. They have suffered for so many years. Those little guys shouldn't mind waiting for a while." Lu Tai fanned the breeze, helping the dark wind to disperse the fog in the alley. He covered up the invisible yang energy that seeped from the dark clouds above. He said slowly, "When I'm done here, I will go directly to the bamboo house to find the wife of the fort master. Chun Pingon, you don't need to come with me because I need you to help me disperse the dark clouds and the otherworldly items that are hiding in the dark. Your cultivation might not be too low. You don't need to worry about me." Chun Pingon nodded. Lu Tai looked up at the sky and said, "We can more or less confirm the truth now. The Eagle Fort scene has been flourishing, and the Yang has been declining. It was deliberately done by someone behind the scenes to let the madam of the fort, who was born with an extreme Yin body, give birth to a ghost baby that is hard to come by in 100 years. It takes several years to be born from a woman's heart aperture and feeds on a woman's qi, blood, and vitality. It is not like an ordinary woman who carries a baby for 10 months. As the saying goes, the heart has ulterior motives. And in this situation, the madam of the fort is not a cultivator, so her vitality is insufficient. This is why there are so many strange things happening in the Eagle Fort in order to maintain her life and wait for the ghost baby to break out of her heart. That is, when the madam of the fort dies, she has committed too many sins, so after death, the madam of the fort can no longer hope for peace." Chun Pingon frowned. Lu Tai said slowly, "According to the records of several Taoist classics in my family's library, the moment this filthy thing is born, it will have a cultivation level of the 6th realm. It is very difficult to deal with, and it will gather and disperse erratically. Unless it is killed in one blow, it will be very difficult to destroy. It likes to devour the organs of living people. If no one restrains it, it won't even need 100 years. As long as it is given a few cities and tens of thousands of people, it will be able to smoothly ascend to the nascent soul stage. A ghost baby is already very difficult to kill. So for an Earth immortal ghost baby, I'm afraid that without 3 Earth immortals joining forces, there is no hope of eliminating it. If a nascent soul stage cultivator were to go alone, it would be more likely that he would become its food." Lu Tai sneered. "This is nothing in the Earth continent, but in the Tong Yi continent, it is very big." Lu Tai did not say anything else. He waved the bamboo fan in his hand, and a cool breeze brushed his face. Chun Pingon was silent for a moment, and said softly, "You can continue to draw talismans." Lu Tai glanced at Chun Pingon beside him and smiled. This time, it was finally done. Chun Pingon wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to put away the Yin Qi guidance talisman. Lu Tai was confused. "What is this for?" Chun Pingon answered, "The talisman paper's material is not of high quality. It is just for practice. Lu Tai snatched the talisman paper and said unhappily, "Silly, a bunch of little things. This talisman is more than enough. If it is better, it might attract their greed and continue to choose to live in the gap between yin and yang. It is a bad thing to be a lonely ghost." Chun Pingon nodded and handed the small snow cone to Lu Tai. Before taking out the talisman paper, he asked, "Your fairy talisman of the underworld needs to break through the boundary between yin and yang. It is very different from my simple guidance talisman. So, the better the material, the more effective it is, right?" Oh, Lu Tai wanted to say something but stopped. He did not speak. Chun Pingon already knew the answer. He took out a golden talisman paper. Lu Tai did not take it. He asked, "Is it worth it?" Chun Pingon nodded. Lu Tai shook his head. "I don't think it is worth it." Chun Pingon turned to look at the 2 rows of children at the foot of the wall. He turned to Lu Tai and grinned. His eyes were firm. "Just use this talisman, but don't draw the wrong one." Lu Tai sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. He solemnly held his breath and focused his mind before opening his eyes. He held the small snow all tightly and drew the fairy charm on the golden charm paper. This was the unique charm of the Lu clan of the school of Yin Yang of the Earth Divine Continent. The design was a lone boat with an old man holding it up. There were strings of ancient seal characters on both sides of the boat. Chun Pingon believed in Lu Tai's talisman and turned to look at the children. Someone once heard the words "not worth it" in the Yang family shop. Chun Pingon looked at the children as if he was looking at dozens of himself, waiting for an answer. After a while, Lu Tai smiled. "It's done." Lu Tai returned the small snow all. Then the 2 of them stood up. Chun Pingon picked up the Yin Guide talisman and poured a wisp of pure true energy into it. The talisman emitted spiritual light. The light was soft and gentle. It was a completely different scene from the lantern lighting talisman. Sure enough, after the guide talisman appeared, the children under the wall raised their heads and looked at the talisman in Chun Pingon's hand. Their eyes were full of nostalgia and joy. Lu Tai threw the fairy talisman of the underworld to the wall of corpses at the end of the alley. The talisman stuck to the wall. A golden line appeared around the talisman. The center of the talisman began to dissipate. The golden line continued to expand until a golden door frame appeared. Lu Tai asked Chun Pingon, who was holding the guide talisman, to walk to the door slowly. The children's otherworldly items stood up and followed Chun Pingon, who was leading the way to the end of the alley. Lu Tai sat on the steps in front of the courtyard. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Chun Pingon's back. Chun Pingon followed Lu Tai's instructions and gently placed the Yin Guide talisman inside the door. The talisman hovered motionlessly on the threshold. Dozens of children's otherworldly items walked in one after another. Some were jumping, some were swaying, and some were holding hands with the younger ones. After they entered the door one after another, all of them suddenly squeezed their heads behind the threshold and smiled at the white-robed young man standing outside the door. Although they were otherworldly items, their smiles were so innocent and bright. Lu Tai couldn't see Chun Pingon's expression. She was wearing a man's green robe. In fact, her real name was Lu Qian. She raised her head high as if she was angry with the ancestor Lu Qian. She only saw Chun Pingon waving goodbye to the children. $2.97. Inside the main building of the Eagle Fortress, dozens of people from the Huan family, who were the pillars of the fortress, were livid with despair. The fortress master, Huan Yang, would never have thought that the immortal master of Taiping Mountain, who was hired by his longtime friend, was the real culprit. In the 4 corners of the hall, there were 4 braziers. The pine and cypress branches inside had long been burned to ashes. Previously, the immortal master said that this main building was the key location that the evil spirits had coveted for a long time. Therefore, he had to gather everyone and gather here. Then he would use the Ting Liao technique and the unique talisman of Taiping Mountain to set up a formation to dispel the filth. That way, the evil spirits with ulterior motives would not have a chance to take advantage of them. He also said that only after the safety of the main building was ensured, he would go out alone to slay the evil spirits and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The Eagle Fortress had no objection. The dark clouds outside made people feel suffocated and nauseous. It was obvious that they had encountered real demons. The Eagle Fortress, were a group of Jianghu boorish men. For the survival of their families, they would raise their swords against the enemy. Even if they had to face the Devil Path heroes of the Agarwood Kingdom, they would not shirk their duty and die. However, the thought of fighting with otherworldly items and ghosts made their scalps numb. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. The yang energy in their bodies weakened even more. Huanyang didn't completely trust the immortal master of Taiping Mountain. Even though the immortal master had the demeanor of a celestial being and was pulled by his longtime friend, Huanyang still didn't dare to let his guard down. This was the temperament of a noble family in Jianghu. Therefore, when the immortal master led his horse around the streets and alleys, he specifically asked the old steward, Hia, to follow him closely in the name of leading the way. At that time, the pine and cypress were lit, and the fragrance filled the air. Although Hia was not an expert, he had traveled extensively with old Master Huan in his early years, so he could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. After confirming that the immortal master's method was a righteous immortal, the Flying Eagle Fort, which was already at a dead end, was completely reassured. Therefore, an hour ago, the white-robed immortal master was holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a brush in the other. He was writing the talisman of alchemy on the Nanmu pillar in the lobby. His movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. Hia, who was the teacher of the Eagle Castle, even stayed by Master Immortal's side and took the initiative to hold the box of bright red cinnabar for him. Old Master Hia slumped into a chair. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the man in white standing between Huanyang and his wife. He wanted nothing more than to drink the man's blood and eat his flesh. An old man of his age had long since become indifferent to worldly affairs. Furthermore, he had no children. Every extra day he lived was a blessing from the heavens. What was there to fear about death? But he couldn't imagine how he would face the ancestors of the Huan family after his death. Most of the people who were qualified to sit in the hall were old men with the surname Huan from the Eagle Castle. Most of them were old, and most of them had suffered serious injuries from the fight in the alley. Their qi and blood were exhausted, and after inhaling the smoke from the burning pines and cypresses, their faces turned blue and their limbs twitched. The white-robed man probably didn't even need to do anything to kill them. As for the young disciples who did not have a seat, they stood behind the seniors of the various houses. Their martial arts skills were not high, and they were all paralyzed on the ground. Some of the better seedlings could even sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to keep themselves awake. The tall man in white was still holding the snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, but he pressed the shoulder of Fort Lord Huanyang with one hand. He said with a smile, "Fort Lord Huan, you don't have to blame yourself. You feel that you have let a wolf into your house. I schemed against the Eagle Castle so that I could save some energy. If we really fought, you Wuling heroes wouldn't be able to escape death. After decades of careful planning and scheming, who will die if you don't?" The madam beside Huanyang was trembling. She was the only one in the hall who didn't seem to be affected by the smoke. However, she was already scared out of her wits. After all, she was a native of the Eagle Castle and liked to be quiet. Other than the occasional spring and autumn excursions, she had never walked more than 100 miles away from the Eagle Castle. How could she withstand such a storm? The tall man lifted his hand from Huanyang's shoulder and pinched the woman's cheek. His action was gentle and full of love. But it wasn't the lecherous gaze of a man who coveted a beauty. It was a craftsman who was looking at his proudest work. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Fortunately, that inexplicable exchange of blows didn't affect our Eagle Fortress. Once someone with ulterior motives saw through this plan, then we would really lose all our hard-earned money. Actually, according to the previous plan, you could still enjoy another half a year of peace. But my master was really afraid of those fellow cultivators who fought to the death. What if they attracted the attention of the fuming sect again? So I rushed over as soon as I received the secret letter." No one in the lobby could speak, so this immortal master felt a bit bored. It was a bit of a fly in the ointment that no one was there to support him. The tall man looked at everyone and mocked. "Are you all hoping that the old Taoist and the young Taoist can save you? I advise you to give up. He's just a Realm 5 independent cultivator. He's lucky that I can't kill him with one slap. The reason why I didn't touch him was that the chi, blood, and spirit chi of the master and disciple were the icing on the cake. He was a bit regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have put so much secret medicine in those pine and cypress branches. A room full of mutes, but they didn't even curse, let alone kowtow and beg for mercy. It was really too boring, taking advantage of the fact that his master hadn't made a move yet, and the situation had already been decided. He wanted to have some fun. He looked around, and his gaze finally stopped on a woman who was circulating her chi to resist the medicine. He really couldn't tell that such a delicate woman was a hidden realm for martial cultivator. It wasn't easy for a woman to have such a martial cultivation. He slowly walked forward, squatted down, and pinched her chin. The woman's expression was firm, and her eyes were sharp. He smiled and took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a young man who looked like a woman. His body was weak, and he had already fallen to the ground. His limbs twitched, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. He didn't have long to live. The man's eyes lit up. This was interesting. He actually had some aptitude for cultivation. If he was thrown into a third-rate sect, he might even be an important direct disciple. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give him a hand, whether this kid succeeded or not, and whether he could live to become an external disciple of his sect would depend on his luck. However, before that, regardless of whether the young man lived or died, he had to enjoy his good fortune with women. As for the other people in the lobby, they were going to feast their eyes. The man disguised as a Mount Taiping cultivator extended a finger and pressed it between the young man's eyebrows. Then he raised his hand casually, bringing out a wisp of stinky dark green smoke. It condensed into a round ball. With a gentle flick of his finger, the ball of smoke dissipated in the lobby. The handsome young man immediately came to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, the man slapped a scarlet pill into his mouth. He threw the young man into the middle of the lobby and waved his horsetail whisk again, dispersing the pure Jinqi in the woman's body that was struggling to resist the poison mist of pine and cypress. Then he moved her to the young man's side. The man said with a smile, "Everyone, enjoy this." The young man's face was flushed. His body was curled up, and he was trembling like a pendulum. When he saw the woman, his eyes gradually burned with desire. He slowly crawled towards her. The man clicked his tongue and said, "Our crooked path can't compare to those sects and schools that are steady and step by step. Some of the visualization methods can only be unconventional and go against the etiquette of the secular world. The most hateful thing is that our final achievements are limited. Even touching the threshold of the Jindan realm is an extravagant hope." Speaking of this, the man was somewhat resentful. Then he smiled at the young man and said, "But don't look down on the Sea View realm and the Dragon Gate realm. Little guy, you've eaten my Nank pill with endless effects. Now your mind is relaxed. It's a rare feeling of immortal ascension. However, one of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in your heart will be infinitely magnified. This is also the secret of our sect. As for what emotions and what desires, the Nank pill has a corresponding response. The one I rewarded you is the most expensive. Don't waste it. As long as you maintain a trace of clarity from beginning to end, you can enjoy yourself during this period. If you survive to the end, I will take you as my disciple. Your early path of cultivation will be smooth. There is a certain possibility that you can enter the middle 5 realms. The woman panicked, but her body was unable to move. Finally, she revealed a trace of despair and fear. The man said to the young man bewitchingly, "Don't worry, everyone in the hall will die, so you don't have to have any scruples. The heavenly Tao is merciless. There is no good or evil in cultivation." The tall man's heart trembled. He suddenly raised his head and gripped his horsetail whisk tightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Languid yawns could be seen on the beam. He lowered his head and looked at the evil cultivator. He took out a bamboo fan from his sleeve and fanned it slightly. "You're really bored. You like to talk to yourself so much?" It was Lu Tai. The man narrowed his eyes. "Friend, you and the young man with the sword on your back, are you just passing by to watch the show, or are you here to spoil the fun? Or perhaps, back then in the mountain outside the Eagle Fortress, the 2 of you were part of the plan?" Lu Tai glanced at the Essie on the ground. The young man, who was intoxicated, made a series of tut-tut-tut sounds. His face was full of disgust. "Do you think that everything is because of that harmful pill? I don't mind telling you the truth. At this moment, at least 30 to 40% of your thoughts came from your own heart. No wonder you caught the eye of this guy. It's because you're not a good person to begin with." The young man whose hand was about to touch the woman's knee began to struggle. His heart and body were like this. As a result, blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. However, it was black blood. His face was covered in blood, and he rolled all over the ground. The tall man was indifferent. He only felt that it was a pity. After that gentleman on the beam exposed the heavenly secrets, the young man's fragile Tao heart had also collapsed. Originally, if the young man didn't have anyone to help him expose that layer of window paper, he could have walked down this path to the end. In fact, it could have been considered a way out. He really could have become the man's inner disciple and embarked on the path of cultivation. Lu Tai's expression was indifferent. He put 2 fingers together and lightly swiped from top to bottom. The life origin flying sword called Needlepoint broke through the air and slashed directly at the young man, who was in endless pain. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at Lu Tai. No, the needlepoint flying sword that was only an inch away from the young man's neck suddenly stopped. Lu Tai looked at the woman whose face was full of tears and said, "It will be easier for him if he dies. If he walks out of here alive today, either he hardens his heart and kills you, and then falls into the demonic path again, or in the following years he will suffocate himself to death by the words of others." The woman only shook her head and repeatedly murmured, "Immortal Master, please don't kill him. Please don't kill him." The man held a horsetail whisk and asked with a smile, "I'm very curious. How did you silently enter this formation?" Lu Tai held a fan in one hand and supported himself on the beam with the other. He smiled and said, "When it comes to formations, there seems to be no one in the world who is better than my family. Don't you think it's infuriating?" The man laughed loudly, but his laughter came to an abrupt end. In an instant his body began to twist and turn. The snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, that was inscribed with the 2 words relieving sorrow, let out howls of wind and thunder in the air. Every time he waved the horsetail whisk, there would be a thread made from the tail of some mountain or swamp spirit beast that would leave the horsetail whisk and shoot towards the beam above Lu Tai. The threads of the horsetail whisk turned into white snakes that were as thick as arms in the air. They had a pair of wings and emitted a cold air. They moved as fast as lightning. Lu Tai did not pay any attention to the dozens of white snakes. He closed the bamboo fan and began to use it as a brush to write talismans on the beam. Under the brush tip at the top of the bamboo fan, ancient silver characters and patterns constantly flowed out. Then the characters that were like living creatures began to flow along the beam, the pillars, and the ground. They soaked into the alchemy book talisman that originally existed and covered them one by one. The guest overshadowed the host. As for the white snakes that left the Horsedale whisk, as long as they came within 20 feet of Lu Tai, they would automatically turn into powder. The man could not tell what kind of Dao technique this was at all. This was the most terrifying part. However, something even more terrifying than this happened. The green-robed man, who was more beautiful than a woman, revealed the heavenly secret himself. He smiled and said, "I just set up a small array around here. It's common in the blessed enclave. It can block all kinds of Dao techniques from outsiders. I'm a saint in the middle. Doesn't it sound amazing?" The man's heart was surging. He hesitated for a moment and stopped the Horsedale whisk in his hand. He placed it heavily on his arm and said, "Immortal Master, not only do you have a long history of learning, but you also have great abilities. I admire you. As long as Immortal Master is willing to be magnanimous, my master and I are willing to show enough sincerity. For example, all the secret treasures of the Eagle Fortress will belong to you two Immortal Masters. I can also make the decision on my own and privately give you a reward. When I return, I will ask my master for a superior spiritual weapon. What do you think, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai did not answer the question. "Your master is in the Golden Core realm." The man smiled and nodded. "To show my sincerity, I'm willing to tell you my master's Dharma name. He is the one who killed the 2 Dragon Gate realm cultivators of Peace Mountain." Lu Tai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop. You are too scheming." The man had an innocent expression. "Why do you say that, Immortal Master?" Lu Tai sighed. A mere golden core wild cultivator from the Tongya continent was used by a sea-viewing realm cultivator like you. You can't scare me to death, but you can make me laugh to death. You almost succeeded. Ooh. Then Lu Tai started to laugh while holding his belly. Of course, whether the mastermind behind the scenes was really in the Golden Core realm was another matter. The man's face was gloomy. Mother asterisk cur. He had met someone with a hole in his head. Most importantly, this person who was neither male nor female had a very deep cultivation base. Lu Tai restrained his smile and even wiped the corners of his eyes. It seemed that he was really happy. "Apart from you and your master who are raising that ghost infant, do you have any other experts as allies?" The man was shocked and said with a bitter smile, "The people at the foot of the mountain think that this kind of rebellious behavior is very far from the Fuyao sect. However, in our eyes, it is not far. Do you think that just the 2 of them would dare to set up such a big trap that they would be able to control the scheme?" Lu Tai said, "It seems that you and your master want to eat it all by yourselves." The man pretended to be calm, but he was already cursing in his heart. Lu Tai joked, "Isn't it very awkward? You can't give me the reward I want, but fighting to the death with us 2 foreigners might ruin your decades of painstaking effort." Having his thoughts exposed, the man's face was filled with murderous intent. "If you are really determined to interfere, aren't you afraid of dying together?" The man's chest was filled with anger. "Indeed, as you said, my master and I can't give you enough benefits. But then again, what benefits do you get by interfering? The ghost infant was raised by my master using a secret technique. It is unique in the world. Moreover, the ghost infant has already recognized its master. Even if you were lucky enough to snatch it, would you be able to raise it?" Lu Tai flipped the bamboo fan and gently tapped the beam with the end. He was very relaxed. "Can I do some righteous good deeds?" The man was so angry that his lips were trembling. If it weren't for the fact that the woman with ulterior motives was on the spot, even the slightest injury would affect the growth of the ghost baby after it was born and ruin his master's great plan for the next 100 years. If it weren't for all kinds of concerns, he really wanted to fight this guy to the death with all his strength. Lu Tai added fuel to the fire. Now you don't feel bored, right? How are you going to thank me? This time, it was the man's turn to become livid. He was not much better than the people of the Eagle Castle who had been poisoned by the sinister secret technique. Lu Tai suddenly lost interest in chatting. He put away the bamboo fan and poured out snow-white pills from his sleeve into his palm. Then he threw them into the burning pines. It wasn't that the man didn't want to stop him, but that exaggeratedly huge flying sword appeared again and again. It fell from the sky again and again, sinking into the ground, and then reappearing in the air. It was very difficult to dodge. Then true killing intent flashed and disappeared. The man with the horsetail whisk was almost hit. He roared angrily and left only the long handle of the horsetail whisk. The snow-white threads all fell off and transformed into countless white snakes with wings. They quickly spun and buzzed, piercing the eardrums. They densely covered him and protected him in the middle. The man touched his cheek. There was a bloody groove that was deep enough to see bone. If he hadn't turned his head fast enough, his head might have been pierced through by the sword. 2 life-bound flying swords. They were also proficient in array formations, and they boasted shamelessly, claiming that their family's array formations were unparalleled in the world. Lu Tai sneered. You walked right into the trap. You can't blame anyone. On the pillar, the silver runes shone brightly. Then they pulled each other and formed a net in the hall. The fishing lines of this fishing net were the words and pictures that were floating in the air. In the net, other than the man who had carelessly drawn a prison, there were also Lu Tai's needlepoint and my Mang's life-bound flying swords. Lu Tai floated down from the beam. He ignored the cage and walked toward the pale-faced wife of the castle master. The woman's eyes were lifeless, and she was sweating profusely. There was a faint smell of blood coming from her seat. He passed by the woman in the center of the hall. The woman who had been sneaking around the 4th realm martial artist was already able to move freely. She held the withered and lifeless youth in her arms. When Lu Tai had thrown the beads into the brazier, the snow-white dust had scattered in all directions. After being inhaled by the old and young members of the Huan family of Eagle Castle, color gradually returned to their faces. Everyone's bodies were fine, but their spirits had been greatly damaged. It was inevitable that they would lose their lifespan. The woman suddenly turned her head and questioned Lu Tai's back. Why did you say those things? You are also the culprit. Lu Tai turned his head and glanced at her. He asked with a smile, why don't I kill the 2 of you right now? Once and for all, there will be no more worries? The woman held the youth and quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Lu Tai again. Lu Tai walked in front of the wife of the castle master. He put his hands behind his back and bent down to look at her. You don't have much life left. You will die no matter what. Now, it depends on whether you choose to die a worthy death or be killed for the sake of the people. In Lu Tai's eyes, the woman's seemingly beautiful face had long been shattered. Her ravines were crisscrossed, and wisps of black death aura seeped out. Her pair of watery eyes, which were very lively in the eyes of an ordinary teacher, were pitch black. This pampered woman was ignorant and didn't react. Lu Tai smiled. Stop pretending. I know you've come back to your senses. Take advantage of the fact that you still have the energy to make your own choice. I'll respect your decision. In another half an incense stick's worth of time, you won't be able to control yourself. At that time, I won't be courteous with you. Huan Yang was about to stand up and speak when Lu Tai waved his sleeve and sealed his 5 senses. He sat there like an obedient puppet, but his eyes were filled with pain and pleading. The woman slowly raised her head and murmured, Can I not die? Lu Tai sighed and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, Lu Tai turned to face the door. He leaned against the chair the woman was sitting on and said softly, "Then live a little longer." Outside the main building of the Eagle Castle, the sloppy old man watched the roosters that ate glutinous rice and drank clear spring water die one by one. Today, Huan Chang and Huan Shu happened to be with Taoist Huang Shang and Tao Xiang. The brother and sister didn't want to hide in the happy nest of the main building. They didn't want to hide under the protection of the immortal master Taiping Mountain. Since the old man was still outside, they wanted to help him. The old man looked up at the black clouds that kept pressing down. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. He took out 2 big white bowls and held one in each hand. He turned to the brother and sister and said, "I need to borrow 2 or 3 liters of your blood to move the 2 stone lions at the gate of the ancestral hall. They are the treasures your grandfather asked for from a master to guard the house. They are the real trump card of the Eagle Castle." The old man raised his hands and said in a low voice, "Hurry, then let's hurry to the ancestral hall. We can't delay any longer." Huan Chang and Huan Shu looked at each other and then cut their palms without hesitation. Their blood flowed into the white bowls in the old man's hands. The old man turned his wrist, and the 2 white bowls disappeared. "There may be ghosts and other worldly items on the way. I can't take care of you. You 4 should take care of yourselves. You even have to help me clear the way. If you die, no one will collect your bodies. So now is the time to decide whether you want to go or not." The brother and sister, the 2 good friends, nodded at the same time. The old man shouted, "Let's go!" As the old man expected, the otherworldly items hiding in the Eagle Castle seemed to know the old man's intention. They finally stopped hiding and rushed out. A young man in a white robe suddenly appeared on a roof. He stood on top of a raised eave and looked into the distance. He was looking at the old man and his companions who jumped on the roof and rushed to the ancestral hall. Chun Pingon held a talisman in each of his hands. He gently let go and said, "First day, 15th day." 2 sword lights carried the 2 talisman and rushed to the Huan family's ancestral hall. In an instant, they nailed the demon suppression talisman onto the 2 pillars. 2 balls of dazzling golden light exploded from the beam. Then the 2 sword lights returned to Chun Pingon's side. Another 2 yellow talisman were brought to the 2 roofs not far from the old man. The last round trip on the 1st and 15th day brought 2 more demon suppression talismans to help the sloppy old man open the way. Chun Pingon had used up all the demon suppression talismans. He didn't care about what was happening in the ancestral hall. In the Jianghu, one had to be responsible for one's own life and death. It was the same for doing evil and the same for doing good. The dark clouds above were about to press down on the city. It was as if the sky was hanging low and people could touch it. A few loud words in the marketplace could alarm the immortals in the sky. Chun Pingon looked up. The Jianghu people in the Eagle Fortress couldn't see the scene above the dark clouds, but he could. An unknown laurel old man was sitting cross-legged on a red futon. He was chanting and controlling the sea of dark clouds that covered the Eagle Fortress. He was falling bit by bit into the human world. The time had come. The old man was going to massacre the Eagle Fortress and absorb all the essence of flesh and blood to feed the newborn ghost baby that was about to break out of the heart. Chun Pingon began to skim across the roofs. His figure flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Because he was wearing a white robe, he seemed to stretch out a snow-white rainbow. He finally landed on the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. Other than Chun Pingon, there was no one else. Chun Pingon lightly stomped his feet and took a deep breath. Both of his knees were slightly bent, and he slowly formed a majestic and ancient fist stance, the clouds steaming great swamp style. Chun Pingon's robe, the golden cloth that had been used as a camouflage, also revealed its true appearance at this moment. On the golden robe, a flood dragon swam. Chun Pingon closed his eyes. The pure qi in his body flowed rapidly through the circulation method of the 18 halting sword qi, like the water of a great river flowing into the sea. Chun Pingon suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily. Not only did the entire martial arts field shake, countless weapons on the wooden racks fell to the ground. Dust flew up from the nearby streets at almost the same time. He punched towards the sky first. Then he punched out. It was the fist stance of the steaming cloud swamp style. But the fist intent was the drum-beating style of the deity. The old man surnamed Chui in the bamboo house had never taught Chun Pingon this fist technique. Chun Pingon punched again and stomped his feet to borrow strength. The earth shook and rumbled, like an earth bowl turning over. The old man once said that he had comprehended the steaming cloud swamp style. When this fist appeared for the first time, it forced the rain curtain in the sky to retreat 1,000 feet, not daring to touch the human world. Chun Pingon did not think too much. He only wanted the rolling sea of clouds at this moment to be like the heavy rain curtain above the old man's head in the past. Before his fist technique, it would all roll back to the sky. Unknowingly, there was no one in front of him. "298. Before Chun Pingon threw the first punch, the old man on the cloud wore a crown of 5 mountains on his head, which was painted with the true shape of the 5 mountains. The crown was shining and colorful, and the sound of pines, cranes, and flowing water could be vaguely heard. The old man controlled the sea of clouds to descend, as if he had thousands of soldiers and horses in his hand. Naturally, he was confident. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. He couldn't help but laugh. How dare an ignorant kid try to shake a big tree? The master and disciple had been plotting for nearly 40 years to get the ghost baby in the heart of the lady of the castle. They were determined to get it. The hardships and difficulties, the extravagance, and the mysterious coincidences were not something outsiders could know. The original intention of the Flying Eagle Fortress, which was hidden in the forest, was probably buried with the first owner of the fortress. The old man knew that 2 earth-level deities of the Fushuan sect and the Taiping Mountain, the 2 largest immortal clans in the central area of the Tongya continent, had a conflict and fought with each other. The golden core cultivator of the Fushuan sect had never thought that the cultivator of the Taiping Mountain he had provoked was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. The latter knew that his life was coming to an end, and there was no hope for him to break through, so he left the sect and began to travel around. Although his body and soul had decayed, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He almost killed the golden core cultivator of the Fusho sect. The latter fled all the way, but was still intercepted by the nascent soul cultivator of the Taiping Mountain in the area of today's Eagle Fortress. He didn't care about the Fusho sect at all, and was determined to kill the golden core cultivator of the Fusho sect. When the golden core cultivator saw that there was no hope of escaping, he had the resolute thought of burning both jade and common stone. Thus, he used a forbidden technique of the Fuho sect. At that time, the golden core cultivator was an arrow at the end of its flight, and the orthodox inheritance of the sect had no hope of summoning those powerful gods. Thus, he didn't hesitate to use all of his life essence and blood to summon an ancient demonic creature recorded in the Fuho sect's secret scriptures. The demonic creature was over 100 feet tall, and its yin qi had condensed into a solid substance, as if it was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. In fact, after the golden core cultivator summoned the demonic creature, he had already died. His hollow skin had long turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. It wasn't impossible for Taiping Mountain's nascent soul to retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, he still chose to fight the ancient devil to the end. Magic treasures appeared one after another, and magical techniques rained down on the ancient devil. The old cultivator's skin was lacerated, and his soul was shaken. Even after his golden core was shattered and his Een spirit, which had left its body to fight, was killed, the nascent soul cultivator still cried out in joy as he perished together with the ancient devil's avatar. It was an earth-shattering battle that caused Een Chi to condense within a radius of 100 miles under the feet of both sides. It was no less than an ancient battlefield where hundreds of thousands of warriors were buried. The nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain was still worried about the secular world. He was worried that the Een Chi here would spread and affect the fate of the surrounding mountains and rivers. His remnant soul struggled to survive and found a young woodcutter who had entered the mountain to chop firewood. He taught him a secret technique and a fighting technique. It was a blade technique with the purest yang energy. The nascent soul cultivator also asked the young woodcutter to build a castle here and spread the leaves. He wanted to borrow the power of the descendants of the pure martial artist to suppress the Een Chi. At the same time, the descendants of the Huan family practiced the blade technique here. Because of the formless Een Chi, it was like the best whetstone. The Huan family's martial arts progress was often twice the result with half the effort. This also contributed to the Eagle Castle's position in the Jianghu in the future. Old Master Huan and the other lords of the Eagle Castle all liked to travel the Jianghu on the surface after they achieved success in martial arts. In fact, they secretly traveled the famous mountains and rivers in search of immortals. They might have wanted to solve the problem of Een Chi in the Eagle Castle once and for all. However, Old Master Huan died in a strange way. His son, Huan Yang, who was not very talented in martial arts, took over as the lord of the Eagle Castle in a hurry. Soon, the demon cultivators of the Agarwood Kingdom joined forces to attack the Eagle Castle. Therefore, there were no clues about the fate of the nascent soul immortal and the ancestor woodcutter. Many of the relationships that the ancestors worked hard to build were also lost. For example, the relationship between Old Master Huan and the master of the young Taoist Huangshang was completely unknown to Huan Yang. Instead, he had to run to his friends in the capital for help. Even the existence of the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the ancestral hall was unknown to everyone in the Eagle Castle. Then, this disaster happened. The Laurel Old Master was a notorious demon cultivator in the central part of the Tongya continent. He used to be a top Jindan cultivator with outstanding combat ability. As a wild cultivator, he was not inferior to the Jindan cultivators of the Fuyang sect and the Taiping Mountain. However, after the magnificent feat of killing 2 Dragon Gate cultivators of the Taiping Mountain, he was soon hunted down by the Taiping Mountain. A young Jindan cultivator of the Taiping Mountain went down the mountain alone and chased him for thousands of miles. The old man was beaten to the point that he lost all his fortune. Even the only thing he had left was broken. In the end, he had to give up half of his cultivation and body to deceive everyone and escape death from the young cultivator who looked like a god from the heavenly court. The old man, who hated the Taiping Mountain, always wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he had the meticulous plan of the Flying Eagle Fortress that lasted for decades. First, he had the wife of the fort master, who had the potential for cultivation but had fallen back to the Dragon Gate realm when she was young. He had personally broken her longevity bridge. Thousands of cracks had appeared on the bridge, but only the bridge section at the heart was intact. It made her like a porcelain pot that constantly absorbed the Een Chi from the ground. Moreover, the Een Chi flowed into the spring at the heart of the heart. Finally, under the guidance of the old man's secret method, the ghost infant who was crying for food was born. Once it was done, the ghost infant would break out of the heart and find a few remote, small countries far away from the site of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm could be an imperial tutor at will. He could also support a few palace puppets or even secretly control the monarchs of the small countries and start wars to feed the ghost infant. After 100 years, the ghost infant would become an Earth immortal. Even if the deep-rooted Taiping Mountain would not be destroyed because of the ghost infant's attack, it would definitely hurt the Taiping Mountain and weaken its vitality. 100 years was not a long time for the grudges of the cultivators on the mountain. As for the grudges, some people did not care about the life and death of the ordinary teachers at the foot of the mountain, such as the old man on the cloud. However, some people also cared, such as the nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain. However, such a compassionate Earth immortal still could not enter the upper 5 realms. In the end, he could only wait for death. It could be seen that the great Tao was ruthless and did not distinguish between good and evil people. The old man with the tall crown on the cloud still found it comical after the young martial artist threw out 3 punches. No matter how strong his aura was, if he didn't have a solid state to support it, then it was just a beautiful pavilion in the sky. However, the old man really coveted the golden robe on the young man's body. It was simply an unexpected surprise. There was actually such a Jianghu fledgling who didn't know how to cherish his life despite having such a precious treasure on him. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. It might be a real magic weapon of the immortals. Could it be that the wheel of fortune had turned and it was his turn to make a meteoric rise? He no longer needed to be a rat who dug holes in the ground and would recover his former glory earlier than expected. As for whether the young man in the golden robe was a disciple of the immortals, the old man Laurel did not care about that. He had even fallen out with Taiping Mountain. As the black clouds sank, almost everyone in the Eagle Castle began to feel dizzy. Some weak old people, women, and children who did not have strong yang qi began to vomit at home. In the streets and alleys, in the high houses and low courtyards, there were endless cries. Many young and strong men of the Eagle Castle who practiced martial arts looked up at the dark sea of clouds pressing down on their heads. They only felt that their limbs and bones would be crushed into powder. Some young warriors who did not have a strong state of mind did not even have the heart to resist. They trembled all over. Even if they had the chance to escape today, their future in martial arts would be ruined. Following the huge movement that seemed like an earthquake, some people also found that in the direction of the drill ground, in the flying dust, there was a magnificent scene shining with golden light. Streaks of fist force were like rainbows and became bigger and bigger. At first, they were as thick as an arm, then the size of a ball, and then the size of a well. They increased in succession and rushed to the sky with irresistible force, as if someone was punching at the sea of clouds. Some people could not help but think that person must be relying on his high martial arts to dare to punch. On the drill ground, Chun Pingon did not stand in the same place and punch toward the sky. After each punch, he would quickly move. He used the 6-step pile walking stance of the mountain-shaking fist, the 18 halting sword chi, the great cloud steaming swamp style, and the deity drumming style of the fist intent. After the 10th punch, the momentum of the punch had completely suppressed the movement of his feet, stomping on the ground. The fist force rushed to the sky with the roaring sound of wind and thunder. The roof tiles around the drill ground, from inside to outside, layer by layer, suddenly cracked and cracked. With Chun Pingon as the center, cracks appeared on the walls around him like a spider web. The bluestone floor of the drill ground was already full of potholes, and there were 10 pits of different depths. Although the first 9 punches were more powerful each time, they only pierced through the sea of clouds. However, the 10th punch directly hit the praying mat that the tall-crowned old man was sitting on. Although the old man was slightly frightened, he had already silently regarded the young man as a person that must be killed, and must be killed first. However, in the face of this powerful punch, he still did not feel that it was too difficult to handle. Instead, he felt a little competitive. With a cold smile, the old man stretched out a palm, and a large ball of dark green light suddenly bloomed. He flipped his palm and pressed it down, just in time to meet the punch that broke through the sea of black clouds. With a loud bang, the futon shook slightly, but the entire sea of clouds under the old man Laurel shook violently. The fist force from the drill ground and the brilliant green light around the old man's palm shattered at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of starlight. The fist force scattered into the nearby sea of clouds, making the dark sea of clouds, which was originally heavy with death chi, like a layer of ink that had been ground out, sprinkled with a pinch of golden dust, making sizzling and burning sounds. The old man shook his wrist, and through the hole in the sea of clouds created by the fist force, he looked down at the drill ground that was less than 300 feet away from his head and laughed eerily. Good boy. At such a young age, you can be considered a master of martial arts at the foot of the mountain. You don't want to mingle in your jianghu, but you have to go against me. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. While speaking, the old man Laurel raised his hand, put 2 fingers together, and gently drew near the laurel with the painting of the 5 mountains. From it, he extracted a touch of the true meaning of an ancient Donghua mountain and quickly fell into the hole. When he left the 5 mountains crown, it was a pocket-sized mountain peak, and when it fell to his feet, its size was no less than that of the futon. After sliding out of the hole in the sea of clouds, it was as big as a table. The old man laughed wildly and was extremely pleased. After being a coward for so many years, God didn't let me down. Finally, my luck has changed. As long as I grind away your chi of flesh and blood, Ghost Baby may be able to break through to the sea-viewing realm the moment he appears. On the drill ground, Chen Pingon saw the mountain coming from the sky, but he was not afraid at all. When he was in the ancestral house of the Sun family in the old dragon city, the flood dragon in the sea of clouds swooped down, and its momentum was no weaker than this immortal's supernatural power. Didn't he also punch out? Chi Ji was born, and it was mighty. The fist intent was vigorous, and he firmly believed that one punch could break all laws. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, making the young man of Clay Bottle Alley look like a mountain immortal for the first time in his life. $2.99. The 11th punch was extremely fast. The true strength of the deity's drum-beating fist intent lay in the fact that as long as the puncher's body and spirit could withstand the intense pain brought about by the circulation of chi within his body, he would be able to deliver a new punch. Then he would be able to accumulate the power of each punch and topple mountains and cities. It was absolutely not a fool's dream. Chun Pingon's punch caused the house-sized, exquisite mountain to fall back several meters. Without another word, he stomped his foot and punched upward. Old man Laurel's expression turned serious. He no longer had the intention to play around, and silently recited an incantation, drawing down 4 times near the 5 Peaks crown with 2 fingers. Even though it would consume a fair amount of spirit energy, the 5 Peaks crown on his head would temporarily lose its abilities. He was determined to kill this troublesome youth in one go. As a rogue cultivator who did not ask for help and had no one to rely on, this was the only magical treasure that the old man had. He had obtained it in a secret realm. In order to monopolize this item, he had killed his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Before the latter died, he had begged him to take good care of his children and ensure that they could enjoy 100 years of glory in the secular world. The old man had nodded and agreed. However, when he turned around, he had used some small tricks to quietly eliminate the 100 or so people in the mansion. Back when the young golden core cultivator of Mount Taiping had chased him for thousands of miles, this priceless 5 Peaks crown was still perfectly preserved. The damage wasn't serious, and after 100 years of repair, it had been restored to its peak condition. Unfortunately, The old man couldn't find the root of the true form diagram on the Five Peaks crown despite looking through countless ancient texts. As a result, the old man could only bring out half of the magic treasure's power. It was truly regrettable. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would be the one chasing after the little bastard of Mount Taiping back then. The two mountains stacked on top of each other and fell down as fast as lightning. Chun Pingan's 13th punch only caused the east peak below to rise several meters. Very soon, another mountain came crashing down. Was it the weight of the mountain that gave him the advantage, or was it the height of his fist art that made him invincible? The 5 great mountains' crown on the old man's head had already dimmed, and there was no longer the melodious sound of cranes and pines. Chun Pingan's chi and blood were surging, showing no signs of exhaustion. However, Chun Pingan didn't want to be trapped by these 3 mountains. God knows what other secret techniques Old Man Laurel had. Taking advantage of the deity's drum-beating fist intent, he was temporarily able to stay connected. Therefore, he prepared to leave the martial arts field and change the battlefield. Then, he hurriedly threw out the 14th punch. However, Chun Pingan, who had prepared the mind talisman in advance, was surprised to find that in the shadow of the mountain, he felt as if he was standing on a platform, the so-called lawless land. The mind talisman, which had performed miraculously in several great battles, did not react in the slightest. As a last resort, the 2 flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the sword-nourishing gourd scattered to the left and right, soaring high into the sea of clouds. Chun Pingan, on the other hand, had no choice but to throw out a new punch, causing the falling mountain to slow down slightly. Then he rushed forward, trying to leave the area covered by the shadow of the mountain. Laurel laughed out loud. "You want to run?" He pressed down with his palm, and the 4th mountain came crashing down. The 4 mountains overlapped and crashed down on Chun Pingan's head with a rumble. Moreover, the martial arts field at the foot of the mountain was suppressed by the majestic spiritual energy, causing Chun Pingan's forward movement to slow down a little. The golden-robed youth with the astonishing fist technique was finally suppressed by the mountain. After succeeding, Laurel was slightly astonished. Since when can a pure martial artist use the natal flying sword? Mountains were often accompanied by flowing water. The old man sensed the 2 flying swords piercing through the air and plucked 2 rivers from the 5 mountain crown. After manifesting, they were as slender as a woman's waist. One was turbid and yellowish, while the other was clear and green. They circled around the old man's futon, rolling and flowing. Again and again, they blocked the fierce attacks of the 2 flying swords, splashing water everywhere. The amount of river water was constantly decreasing. Laurel still paid more attention to the martial arts field. At this moment, the sea of clouds was less than 20 feet away from the ground. The futon the old man was sitting on almost touched the peak of the 4th mountain. His vision was blocked. Laurel stretched out a finger and tapped between his eyebrows, silently saying, "Open." In his vision, it was pitch black at first, then the clouds dispersed like the curtain of night, revealing the true appearance of the moon. The world was clear. Laurel's vision successfully passed through the 4 mountains and saw the golden-robed youth's figure. Good fellow, he's like a loach, trying to slip away. The young man first lowered his head and bent his waist, using the strength of his shoulders to carry the mountain as he ran forward. As the 4 mountains sank, the young man simply bent his waist and rushed forward, using his back to support the mountain. The golden robe on his body displayed results that stunned the old man. It forcibly helped the young man win precious time in a critical moment, allowing the young man to roll when the mountain was only 4 feet away from the ground of the martial arts field, barely avoiding the fate of being crushed into meat paste by the mountain. Laurel sneered in his heart. "Virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall. I was just waiting for the moment when you mistakenly thought that you had escaped. The fifth mountain that had been waiting for a long time was the most respected middle peak. One could vaguely see that the mountain's true form was steep. The youth being able to withstand the four mountains was already beyond Laurel's expectations. He originally thought that 3 mountains would be enough to crush this little fellow. That kind of fist technique that seemed to have no end to its power was really strange. If the youth could leave behind a fist technique manual after his death, it might not be inferior to the golden robe. The old man lightly shouted, "Go." Middle Peak just happened to smash towards Chunpingan, who was rolling on the ground. At the same time, the previous 4 mountains began to scatter surrounding Middle Peak, and one after another took root. Some crushed the buildings of the martial arts field. Some crushed the high walls, some fell on the street outside the martial arts field, and some smashed into a private courtyard next to the martial arts field. Once the 4 mountains stood on the ground, and with Middle Peak in the center, it would form a natural formation. The 2 flying swords above the sea of clouds seemed to be connected to the youth's thoughts, and they attacked the 2 true meanings of the river with all their might. Laurel laughed heartily. "I'm afraid of you 2 little things." Good, good, good. This old man will play a game of tag with you 2. Let's see what you 2 will do when your master dies." The old man reached out with both hands, grabbing 2 black clouds. Then he clapped his hands heavily, and the clouds covered the old man's figure and disappeared. Chunpingan, who was surrounded by the 5 mountains, was already on the verge of death. Although Chu-Yi and 15th Sword energy was awe-inspiring, they were helpless against the hiding old man Laurel. They could only do their best to reduce the sea of clouds. Even though Chunpingan had summoned the demon-binding rope that was made from the 2 whiskers of the old flood dragon, it shone with a golden light and suddenly grew in size. It was like a golden flood dragon that coiled around the middle mountain, forcibly raising it up by several feet. It was not pressed down and connected with the earth, causing the 5 great mountains formation to be temporarily unable to take shape. However, even though the demon-binding rope continued to shrink, squeezing the middle mountain, causing it to continuously crumble and fall, the middle mountain was still slowly sinking. The sea of clouds above Eagle Fortress was less than 10 feet above the ground. If someone stood on the viewing terrace of the main building and looked around, it would be like standing on the peak of a mountain thousands of feet above the ground. It was magnificent, with wind and clouds surging and raging waves crashing on the shore. In the main building of Eagle Fortress, the man with the horsetail whisk, who had drawn a circle around the ground, was exhausted from being chased by the 2 natal flying swords, one big and one small. The members of the Huan family of Eagle Fortress had personally experienced the dazzling methods of the immortals on the mountain. While everyone rejoiced, some inevitably felt hopeless. They were martial artists of Jianghu, but they were not worth mentioning in front of the immortals on the mountain. Lu Tai didn't wait and see. He didn't let the 2 flying swords of high quality slowly exhaust the Qi cultivator of viewing sea state. Instead, he took out the magic weapons that he had plundered from all over the place from the colorful ribbon one by one. Through the gap of the cage created by the flying swords, he penetrated the cage and attacked the guy who turned the horsetail whisk silk rope into a white snake insidiously. For the Qi cultivator, this was no different from adding fuel to the fire and making him suffer unspeakably. The tall man first begged for mercy and persuaded Lu Tai that everything could be discussed. As long as Lu Tai stopped, he was willing to hand over all his belongings and let Lu Tai do whatever he wanted to his spirit. Seeing that Lu Tai was indifferent, the man who only had the iron handle of the horsetail whisk in his hand began to threatening to destroy Lu Tai's 2 life source flying swords. He must damage Lu Tai's soul and make it difficult for him to progress in his cultivation in this life. Lu Tai leaned against the chair of the lady of the castle and waved the folding fan in his hand. He did not pay any attention to the viewing sea realm cultivator, who was struggling to make ends meet. The door of the hall had been forced open by him. Therefore, the scene of Eagle Fortress outside could be seen clearly. The sky was dark. Presumably, the hundreds of people in Eagle Fortress would never forget the scene today. The feeling of helplessness was deeply engraved in their bones. And this kind of influence was destined to be far-reaching, as long as these people could survive. Today's incident about the immortals fighting and the mortals' suffering would be passed down from generation to generation. If the 9 great continents of the vast world were all so lawless, they would have long been in a state of utter chaos. That was why the 3 Confucian academies and the 72 academies appeared. The purpose was to prevent the immortals on the mountain from destroying the mountains and rivers with one punch and smashing the cities in the mortal world with one magic weapon. After all, the people on the mountain came from the mortal world after all. If the mortal world was gone, what was the point of being on the mountain? Therefore, this was the boundary between good and evil, the difference between good and evil. Some Qi cultivators pursued the freedom of immortality. Since they were already standing on the mountain, they did not care whether the mortal world was dead or alive. Some cultivators either had a pure heart and few desires and did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, or they abided by the rules and were willing to live less happily for the peace of the mortal world. They did not pursue absolute freedom. The world was full of different states, and everyone had their own desires. Right and wrong were a mass of paste because there were too many people who only spoke the truth for others to hear. They did not use it to restrain their own hearts. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Lu Tai was a disciple of the Yin Yang school of Lu. He had a deeper understanding of human nature. Moreover, his family background and himself were very special. Not only was he not a sword cultivator, but he had raised 2 natal flying swords casually. He did not even get that strange colorful belt when he was playing in the ancestral hall of the family when he was young. Lu Tai's existence in the Lu clan of the Central Plains was somewhat restrictive. To those silent and lethargic old ancestors of the Lu clan, this junior was too awkward. At the same time, he was stunning. It was as though he had been born from the Tao. There was almost no precedent in history. Therefore, the massive Lu clan's attitude towards Lu Tai had always been ambiguous. The sage said, "The big man changes into a tiger, the small man changes his face, and the gentleman changes into a leopard." Lu Tai's body was like a magic weapon. It was even more wonderful than the body that the young Cui Dong, Chenpingan's student, had stolen in his early years. Lu Tai paid attention to the sea of clouds outside the building, looking for the best time to make a move. The scene in the lobby of the main building had been covered. It was almost impossible for the man with the horsetail whisk to send a message out. The lady of the castle said softly, "Immortal Master, I've made up my mind." Lu Tai was puzzled. He looked down and asked, "What do you mean?" The lady's face was sad, but her eyes were resolute. She put her hand over her heart and asked, "Can he survive?" Although the lady was not a cultivator, the strange feeling in her heart had lasted for several years. She was not a fool. Connecting the disaster of the Eagle Fortress and the conversation between the man with the horsetail whisk and Lu Tai, she had guessed most of the situation. Lu Tai shook his head and said, "The little guy has deviated from the great Tao. He is violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Even if you die and he survives, he will still be a disaster in the future. When the time comes, a small Eagle Fortress will not even be qualified to be buried with him. It may very well be the entire Agarwood kingdom," the lady cried sadly, "but I want him to live. I can feel his existence. After all, he is like my child." Lu Tai was neither moved nor disdainful. She just smiled indifferently and stated a fact for the poor woman. "Then, do you know that the little guy has already developed spiritual intelligence? That's why it can deliberately transmit false emotions to you. It can even subtly influence the host's mind with its instinct. Otherwise, why didn't you tell your husband about it when you knew that your body was strange?" The lady covered her heart with one hand and raised the other hand to cover her mouth. Her face was full of pain. She was at a loss and just shook her head at Lu Tai. The lady silently endured the heart-wrenching pain. She looked at Lu Tai with eyes full of pleading. Lu Tai sighed. "Why did you do this? Do you really want to abandon the hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress? Think about it. Your husband Huan Yang, your children Huan Chang and Huan Shu, and the castle that gave birth to you and raised you, just for this filthy thing that has yet to be born and already belongs to the evil path." The lady just shook her head with tears in her eyes and put down her arm. Blood immediately gushed out of her mouth. It was as black as ink and extremely terrifying. The lady couldn't care less about her appearance as a housewife. She was already in a daze. She begged Lu Tai, "Let him live. I beg you, immortal master. What did he do wrong? Now, he only killed his mother. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. So, immortal master, please teach him more in the future and persuade him to be good. Don't go astray. Immortal master, you are omnipotent. You can definitely do it. My child will definitely be a good person." Ooh. The lady was like a porcelain piece that was full of holes. As her heart trembled violently, it couldn't bear the burden and finally shattered completely. But she still stared at Lu Tai's face. Lu Tai smiled and nodded. "All right, he can live." The corner of the lady's mouth twitched, and she slowly closed her eyes. Shocking black blood still gurgled from her eye sockets. It turned out that her eyelids were broken. Her eyeballs also fell in front of her, then slid down from her dress to the ground and rolled behind the chair. In the hall, there was dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Only the owner of the Eagle Castle, Huan Yang, whose 5 senses were sealed, was tied to the chair. The man's eyes were red. He was full of unforgettable anger towards the woman who slept with him day and night. How could she be so selfish? She must have been possessed by the devil and gone mad. She didn't die unjustly at all. She should die together with that little bastard. The freak in her heart. Lu Tai came to the front of the dead lady. He bent down and stared at her blood-soaked chest. He murmured, "Your mother sacrificed so much for you. She gave you everything and even gave up her conscience. What about you? Why are you still crazily absorbing the corpse's spirit and soul? When she was alive, you already tormented her enough. Now that she's dead, can't you let her have a moment of peace after death?" The lady's undulating heart suddenly stopped. It was as if there was a faint cry that came to the mortal world, just like all the babies in the world. She came crying. "It's too late." Lu Tai suddenly stabbed the bamboo fan in his hand, piercing through the lady's heart and nailing it to the back of the chair. He said expressionlessly, "The mortal world is very boring. It's better not to come." An ear-piercing scream suddenly resounded in the hall. The candlelight was extinguished, and the sound of pillars shattering sounded at the same time. Everyone's courage was torn apart. Only Huan Yang was relieved of a heavy burden. Then he was disappointed. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at the chair beside him. That gentle girl, his childhood sweetheart, had died an ugly death. This man didn't even know that he, who was unable to calm down, was already crying. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.